conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I'm a bad girl. I'm a bad girl. I'm a bad girl. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I'm not sorry, baby. Didn't make it clear. I'm the baddest girl in here. Oh na 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 na.
My blade knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. My blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate to mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2024永劫无限职业联赛夏季赛的比赛现场。大家好，我是任栋。经过了休赛期的准备和漫长的我们的转会期的人员的交替，最终夏季赛迎来了今天的比赛。所有的选手也已经准备就绪了。接下来，让我们欢迎选手登场。首先，让我们请出的是来自越南赛区的劲旅，欢迎的是521 BBE。 521战队 ，Close、Pumpy、Unique、Yi。BBE 战队 Petmilk、罗伊西、一冰。接下来，让我们请出 X1、ASE。 X1 战队 ，Lily、LYD、小鲤鱼、Judy。ASE 战队 ，Water、Cookie、柠檬。接下来，让我们请出 FunPlus 朱雀 SS1。 FunPlus 朱雀战队，小豪、俊贤、小虎。SS1 Rosemary、Reset、真一。接下来请出 A 队 EWG。 A 队 NY7 虚幻有马。EWG 战队小钻石饼干落叶。接下来，让我们请出 TE 深圳 WBG。 TE 战队 ，Wash、YZZ、小韩、Leo。深圳微博 Gaming、梦游、半径、阿肖。接下来请出深圳 DRG、成都狼队。 深圳 DRG、卡卡西、冬青酒、无心酒吧。成都狼队，扎克、小恶魔、奈何桥。接下来欢迎京东 Gaming、OUG。 京东 Gaming、科科、繁星、图图。OUG、The King、苏苏、星宇、Rico。 接下来，让我们欢迎暴打战队。暴打战队，叶然、小玉宝、匹克。接下来，让我们请出 GL。GL 战队，晚风、小伟、谭许杰。接下来，让我们欢迎 KLA。KLA 战队，小雷神、陈玄之、钱滚滚、17S。最后，让我们请出春季赛加锦鲤杯冠军成都积极。成都积极战队330，李新淼、陈江生。再次感谢所有3排的战队选手，期待你们新赛季的表现，加油！在3排的选手全部登场完毕之后的话，接下来在我的身后，所有单排选手也已经准备就绪了。拿出你们的呐喊声，让我们欢迎单排选手登场。首先，让我们请出的是521战队 Akami、BBE、Petmilk、X1、吴峰、ASE、轩辕。接下来，让我们请出京东 Gaming、楚征、SS1、Paste、EWG、阿然、暴打、小西神。接下来，请出 TE Star。成都积极杀 KLA T225 A 队笑龙。有请 GL 刀一挥，成都狼队凯豹。GL、AS 成都狼队王良。接下来，让我们请出 FunPlus 朱雀 vs 深圳 DRG。牟廷锋，深圳 WBG Spider、OUG Mike。 锐气正盛，谁能担当破阵？让我们一起期待无间进无限2024 NBPL 夏季赛正式开始。
但我依然是过分走廊。听到凌晨我才拿到消息，等我来，他们无处可藏。留下一片火海，我挥手继续说，人脸上都是王炸。摇摆的酒摆的血本无愧，要么就帅哥变成不留。I want sleep but not wake up， 等着叫我知道不足球。醉往下想没叫做恶人又如何？闭上我眼一念就深深我沉默。都想让我经历，任由它钻是我磨碎我，就请你说。你说让我怎样才能不熄灭弯弯找跑那暗盲的房地门？慢慢结尾水往地上没见，我故事深夜对倔强上山顶盖。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another NBPL season. That's right, we're coming in with the summer split. I'm going to be your host and your caster today, the RuneKeeper. Joining me is my OG side man himself, Mr. Dabier, coming in, and we're going to be bringing you the solos day one here for the summer split 2024. Dobby, how you doing, baby?
Feeling fantastic. It's good to be back. And a lot of hecticness. I saw the Koi Cup stuff. The Koi Cup stuff was nuts and gave us a really good early sneak peek on what to pretty much expect for this season. And already looking at everything that we have planned for this entire season. Oh yeah, it's gonna be looking real nice, real juicy. I'm loving this map, okay? You know me, a big map fan. I love to look at all the nooks and crannies, all the caves, all the systems, and see how it all works. I've been loving, enjoying, and studying this new damn Predoria. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna have some good times here. I'm excited.
Yeah, Pretoria is an absolutely crazy map. There's so many little places to hide, so many little mechanics and gimmicks to play with as well. Oh, I mean, it's absolutely everything, right? The map has just tons of features from top to bottom. There's not a lot of like places that aren't very well thought out. The way the map is designed to draw fights into the center of the map, people spawn on the outside and come in. It's going to be an exciting experience to get to see it here in the NBPL. But speaking of exciting things, we've got some exciting things for you watching at home from Twitch. We've got some Twitch drops coming in. Of course, you're going to have your daily drops, and then you're going to have your bi-weekly final drops. I know a lot of you have been asking about that Dragon's Grave backdrop for your characters that is going to be during our bi-weekly finals for week 3. So if you guys want to get your hands on these different rewards, make sure you're coming in specifically on those bi-weekly finals and you're watching for at least an hour. Make sure you've got your Twitch accounts linked to your NARAKA accounts so you're not missing out on all of these goodies.
Absolutely not. It's going to be juicy throughout this week here. We still have a lot going on here, but obviously like I said before, make sure to keep all things linked to your NARAKA, to your Twitch. That way you can get those drops while you're watching here. As obviously, I actually need to do the same thing here. Hold on, give me 2 seconds, and boom. All right, I'm gonna let that link pop up here to NARAKA, so that way I can say what's up to Chad. But as we get ready to get started here, we've got some good games for our first day. You know, some name changes, some new faces, some old faces, and a beanie snack. Wang Wang, what happened? Why'd you have to do that in front of everybody in the chat? That's crazy.
Our boy Wang Liang just doing Kai Bao dirty there. Speaking of some changes, we of course have the new hero here, Kai Lin. This is going to be interesting. I really want to see how it's going to pan out, whether we're going to see him in solos today or not. When he first came out, he was universally kind of accepted as like this trios hero. I know a lot of people have been in the lab cooking. We haven't seen anything from the Pro League side since Koi Cup, since his release. So today will determine if those people have been in the lab, if cooked up enough to bring him into solos. But I mean, solos already going to have an extremely diverse lineup of heroes. Of course, we also have changes to how the solos phase selects come through. If you were here for Koi Cup, you know how that works. It's going to be 6 different phases of hero select, so a lot more opportunities for heroes to get banned out early, forcing players to play a much more diverse roster coming into these lobbies, which means games very, very interesting heading into Koi Cup. They were so much fun to cast, so much fun to watch as well. And then, of course, same thing going to be happening here today. We also have the Wu Chen changes that are live now as well, which are absolutely huge. He's made his way back into solos off of that huge rework. Matari, of course, being a force to be reckoned with ever since she had her rework, has made her way into solos. Just a lot of different changes coming through, and of course all of that huge diversity coming in because of those new phase selects. It's going to be very interesting to see what these players are bringing out of the back pocket today, Davi.
Gonna be interesting, especially with the vote selection, but I know that you also said that the new hero might not necessarily get picked. You would like to see him picked, particularly for solos, but you know that he's a lot more viable and way more resourceful for trios, especially because when you hit that ultimate and they're flying through the air, it gives the other players a chance to really attack within those other side angles and really start to get into the nooks and crannies. But as a solo, it's a little bit tougher. So it'd be interesting to see if somebody decides to go for the brave pick, like how we did when Hottie was announced. Because at that time, everybody kind of felt the same thing, like, oh, Hottie's not really going to be viable. It kind of doesn't fit within the realm. And then someone decided to take that risk, and they really got a chance to show everybody like how important Hottie was as a solo pick, let alone a trio. So I'm hoping to see if somebody decides to take that risk and say, you know what, let's see what he's got in the solos ring, or maybe somebody's been practicing enough to realize they got something in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to his ultimate and how these players are going to be able to play around neutral with it, whether they're going to be able to find a potential TOD off of that ultimate, right? You know, this patch, we are on patch 8.15 here, and there were very specifically some changes made where, like, how high and how far characters are knocked away by that ultimate are changed. So maybe some players have been in the lab and been able to figure out a way to capitalize on that or not, but we're going to take a quick look at the overall schedule here. We are, of course, coming in to our bi-weekly one here. We're taking a look here. This is going to be coming into September and August. Of course, today going to be our first day, and then as we head on over into October, we're going to see where those bi-weekly finals are, and then we're going to come in to those last chance qualifiers towards the end of October here to qualify for the big finals for this season, heading on over into November. And then, of course, once we get to November, we'll be having the solo grand finals, the trio grand finals, and then we will be having the Chinese mainland qualifier for J-Cup. That's going to be your world championship. Of course, J-Cup going to be happening later in the year in December. Super excited for all of this, Dobby. I mean, J-Cup was absolutely insane last year, but we still have this entire summer split to get through before we get there, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
And I'm already getting ahead of myself just because I'm thinking about all the food that we had last time, and I'm excited to indulge yet again when we get there. Can we not get there faster? Let's go! Anyway, as we're going to get ready to lock in for our groups here, obviously seeing the group overview, we got GG, JDG, Bauda, FunPlus Phoenix, EWG, and X1, one of our newest teams in Group A. OUG's JL, DRG, TE, SS1, and ASE, 2 other teams that we haven't been familiar with in Group B. And obviously we have another...
Well, as SS1 we are familiar with. That is J Team. So J Team has rebranded to Team SS1. They are going to be coming through same team as before, 1 or 2 roster changes, but still the good old J Team that we know and love. And then of course, like you said, ASE and then X1 are their 2 new teams. And of course, we're taking a look at the map order here. Dobby, I know you love some maps. Now that we've got 3 maps, things changing up pretty drastically. It's Praedoria, Hollowroth, Morris Isle, and then back-to-back Praedoria, Hollowroth, Morris Isle will be kicking off the top of the order here today as we take a look at all of the participating players here for solo.
Starting with Fireflies. On the first map of the new map. Kind of.
We end on Fireflies too, Dobby. We get to start and end on Fireflies.
It's a powerful start and a powerful finish here, especially with this. I'm excited to see where people land as well within this first one here. I mean, because there's so many different avenues where people can really take advantage of it. But the fact that we can go surfing, like, I didn't expect for us to go cowabunga it, like in this type of map play style. It was the last thing I would have thought we would ever get into relative to this map. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm just sitting here going like, all right, I guess, listen, like, y'all trying to get some style, you know, you come to me for that. That's where we come through. And we see what type of magic we can bring, which we love to see. By the way, did I just see WP Spider on a moped as the sticker? Do we have personalized stickers for everyone? Because that was amazing.
WBG Spider on a moped, indeed. But, you know, there's something else we have to talk about as well in terms of meta as we're still getting ready to launch into game number 1 here. Of course, what I'm talking about is going to be Fist Blades. Fist Blades coming in being that new weapon are an absolute menace right now. This weapon has been nerfed twice already leading into this patch. I do believe it was nerfed again on the patch that is after this patch that we're not playing today. And these weapons still continue to be a dominant force. Being able to hold that blue charge, tap dodge away, and upgrade to that next stage of the blue charge. Of course, also having that stage 3 where you're able to suck somebody out of their own blue charge into your own, into a huge follow-up combo has been absolutely massive. It is going to be Fist Blade heavy today, Dobby.
It's that crazy?
It is. They are an absolutely wild weapon. If you as a player haven't taken the time to learn how to play Fist Blades, you are heavily nerfing yourself.
That's insane. The fact that it's that much of a powerful weapon here is I've already seen it so far with some of the exclusive skins that they have available for the which you can go get them in NARAKA BLADEPOINT and try to see if maybe you can get lucky on some of the drops. But also with that too, I mean, so far, I mean, you still think they'd be, what is that on his head? Plastic? Is it a hat? I can't tell. Is it hot out there? What was going on? What was the okay, Fang. We need to talk about that. But even with that though, what are some of the other, do we see some of the usual weapons though inside of this meta? Do we still see the dagger? Do we still see the dual halberds? Do we still see the fans?
You're going to see quite a bit of the similar weapons that we're used to seeing. We're going to see the fan, we're going to see the dual halberds. Of course, you know, at the end of the day as well, you're going to see people continuing to roll a lot of soul jades. You know, we talk about these soul jades of destiny all the time, if you will, these sort of soul jades that can kind of like carry you through a game if you get there. Of course, you've got things like, you know, cavalry bloom for the dual blades and stuff that usually, you know, you would take halberds over dual blades, but as soon as you pick up cavalry bloom, you're going back to those dual hallies, you're mixing things up. Of course, you also see a lot of people taking pole sword towards those end games as well, utilizing that burn tech off of the soul jade so that you can get a little bit of that anti-healing going as we head into those final moments of the game and things. It's going to heavily be influenced by the overall soul jades, but just in terms of like raw weapon potential, we're going to be talking about those fist blades coming through quite often. And here we go, we're going to see our 6 rounds of selection as we get ready to head into game number 1 here. Star and Frostivus are going to be taking things around here in the first round selection. They're going to go ahead and get to pick their heroes, and then we will go through each consecutive round, banning out heroes as they get selected more and more as we get ready to drop into game number 1, Dobby. This is what I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see if it's going to be more of the same from what we saw. We're going to see some Liam coming in here for our pick 1s here. Liam going to be immediately banned. Hottie being picked up on the side of 521. DRG's Fong gonna pick up Matari. Not really a surprise there for me. Fong already really enjoyed Matari, and then of course with her buffs, she comes through pretty strong as well. Zhuan Yan here also going to be picking up the new hero Kai Lin, so we are going to see some Kai Lin coming into the solos here as well. Another Hottie pick is going to be dropped in, and that means it's going to be Hottie. Oh no, it's going to be Kai Lin as well on OUG's mic. They have been in the lab. This is what I was talking about. People been cooking with this character, and it looks like we're going to see people coming in with it right now. Here we go. We're going to see that second Hottie pick coming in. Matari coming in as well. That's going to ban out both Hottie and Matari. Kai Lin also gone as well as we head into our 5th round of hero selection. And we're going to take a look here. WB Spider and Dao Yue looking to lock in. What are we going to be playing, boys? That Tessa coming through strong here for Spider. Dao Yue doubting his decision. He's going to lock in Tarka G. Now, this is going to be interesting. I speculated we might see a little bit of Tarka because in patch 8.15 here, they actually reduced the amount of rage it takes to use elbow during his ultimate. So I don't know if it's going to make a big enough difference to really bring Tarka back into the meta, but we definitely have Dao Yue here signaling that he thinks Tarka can make something happen here in game number 1 as we move over. T225 going to be picking up Akos, and Paste is going to be locking in Justina, and that's going to be our first round of hero picks here for game number 1.
It's going to be a strong set of picks here, and definitely some I'm not surprised to see some picks from the newer hero, only because I really do feel like they have something up their sleeve for some of those characters, and they know that they would rather wait at least halfway through the games before they start to, if not, at least wait till game 4, game 5, because they don't want to pop off with those type of characters too early, knowing that they do have other characters that they might not necessarily be familiar with. But at this point, if you're not, somewhat comfortable with at least a good majority amount of these characters here, then you were definitely, like you said, nerfing yourself into these games. And speaking of these games, about to lock in for our first game, solo bi-weekly 1. Groups B and C here for our solos. It's going to be a strong start here. We've got Spider, we've got Mike in the mix, we got Frosty, E225, Daiwei, Akame. Hopefully Akame is going to be able to come for a comeback too. He ended pretty strong in our games towards the end of the split last season. He really started to come alive here towards games that we just didn't think there was an opportunity here. So let's hope that he kept that same energy, and let's hope that he continues this at the start of this season.
Here we go, taking a look yet again at those hero picks as we head into game number 1 here. And, a lot of players vastly improve last season. So we're going to see if that trend continues, like you said, Dobby, as we take a look here at all of the abilities being locked in. Kind of surprised not to see any Wu Chen here in round 1, but, we talked about potentially some of these players holding some of those better picks for later on. As we take a look, all of the hero abilities here, no big surprises across the board here in terms of those abilities that coming through. Of course, the Hottie is going to be locking in that V2 F2. That F2 is such a good escape tool for the Hotties, and of course that V2 crucially having that burn, that anti-heal that comes through, and that constant damage over time tick, extremely strong for these Hottie players. So no surprises to see them all lock in on that V2. As we're going to start things off here right in the beginning here in Empyrean. We're going to take a look at Dao Yue here, trying to find himself a set of armor. He will find himself a set of blue armor here off of the rip, mostly gray weapons as he heads inside looking to do some more looting. Things taking a little bit of a slow turn here as we're going to back over here to T225 on the outskirts here with the fist blades in hand, just looking to break away, doesn't want to engage into a fight just yet. Dao Yue with the blue nunchucks in hand as we move over. SS1 Paste here trying to trade blows with TE Star. Star trying to break away. Paste here with a huge lead in terms of armor and weapon. A massive parry coming through. Star going to use that F to get away from the parry punish there. One of Liam's core abilities, just breaking away, but multiple players coming in now. Paste with those nunchucks going to find a couple of hits here onto Star. The freeze going to come through as we see the musket shots coming in onto SS1's Paste. Paste now with the cannon swap going to do a ton of damage. Star here left with no armors. OUG's Mike comes in in to do what Mike does. He wants to feast on this kill. He's put in some of that work and going to keep the chase coming up. He is going to come in to the charge. Left click there off of the halberds. He's going to also take a cannon shot from Paste, and that's going to force Mike away here, then take a pot before he can re-engage onto this fight. Mike looking to keep the chase up, though. He knows Star is low here, but he wants to go top side so he can continue to watch this fight from the beginning. As we move back over to Dao He Wei and KLA's T225, a huge uppercut combo coming in here off of Dao He Wei, leaving T225 pretty lit here as Dao He Wei keeps the chase up. We will see the armor swap coming, though, from T225, but Dao He Wei yet again coming in and finding some clean hits here onto T225. T225 just trying to break away, but Akame waiting in the wings as well. T225 not going to be given a break here, Davi.
Not much of a break, as he's trying to see if maybe he can get some hits on him, but sadly isn't able to get anything really close here, as Akame kind of runs away with like not that much damage on him. T225, though, with that gray shield, so he is kind of on the rough side of this as Dao He Wei gets caught up on the back from him. And now T225 is going to try to see if he can capture him. He's got some good hits, though, from the dagger. Nunchucks going to try to see if maybe he can run towards it. Nice defense, though, on that. He's going to try to see if he can hold the blue stuff. Not enough to make some magic happen, but ends up getting stunned and the parry. Oh, but the third party comes in as Akame yaks that away from him. So close towards the end of that. That Tiger Strike's going to be able to take him down, get some nice little bit of damage on him as he pops that ulti. It's going to start to put pressure on him. Akame now he's going to pop that Q, get a little bit of some range to particularly get out of there here. As T225 has enough, especially with that movement speed on him with that ulti here, but the time is going to slowly deplete little by little here. As T225 is just trying to see if he can get it before the depletion, but no, ends up getting pulled from it. Oh no, not the second one as well from the parry of Akame. And Akame is able to pick up another elimination that makes for two. Akame yaks the one and snacks the other.
Absolutely huge here coming off Akame. He played that extremely well into the Hottie players. We move over to Wolves here. Wang Liang on the receiving end of some pain from Zhuan Yuan here from ASE. But Wolves turning it back around here with the fan. Needs to be careful, though, as we're going to see that ultimate invested on the side of ASE. And he's just trying to get away here and keep the ult from having a huge impact in the fight. He will find one hit here on the Wolves. Half their armor going to go away. He's going to find another ult engagement there off of it. Wang Liang trying to get away here, just needs to last this ultimate out a little bit longer. The F going to be invested. He literally has one tick of HP, but the terrain actually helps him out quite a bit here, trying to use that scale rush to get away. Unfortunately, a Clank will end it for him here, and Zhang Yuan will find the follow-up and cleans up the elimination onto Wolves. Wang Liang.
What a finish with that here is Fang. Looks like he was doing a little bit of healing as well. Spider looking in, just trying to see what's going on at first, but doesn't decide to engage on any of that here. Spider looks like he's going to find some loot, hopefully find something decent here. Wasn't able to successfully find anything. Even towards this, looks like Mike's going to be nearby here. Is Dao He Wei back at it again. He's going to try for attempt number 2 here. Whoa, back on the massive ship here. Fat Milk not looking good for him as Fang is getting absolutely juggled. Fang is going to be able to capture that elimination here. Gets a good elim here off of that. I actually thought there was a third on the ship here. At least I thought so. And it's like the third decided to back off that fight. Fang is able to capture a free one here by himself. Doesn't really have to worry about much people surrounding it. The Spider is going to be around as it looks like he's going to get found here by Fang. It looks like there's going to be a whole lot of momentum coming in here. Meanwhile, definitely a decent amount of people around here, but Frost is by himself at the inside of Imperium near Hall of Stability here, at least towards the edge, headed towards Heaven's Watch. Looks like it's going to be nearby. As it looks like some of the other teams are headed, some are near Verdance Chase 'em. There's at least where 3 of them are fighting right now. That's Wolves, T2-5, and one other team. Dao He Wei, though, is moving along nicely here as we head back towards T2-5. Mike and another player on the outskirts here. Mike actually getting some hits here, getting pushed towards this corner here. Not looking good for him, though. Ooh, almost loses some of his shield, and he does here. It looks like the fight, but both sides. Oh, ends up shoving him nice and far. As Mike's going to be able to use that to disengage, try to back off, get some heals, go for the restart. Looks like Yuan as well. 2 eliminations under his belt as well here inside of this fight. That Milk. Try to see maybe he can get out of there. Out of harm's way. It's not looking good for him. He ends up getting juggled here. Oh, the cannon shot's going to connect on both of them. Not looking good for him. He ends up seeing TE up top here. Oh, might be heading into the realm of Yang. Ends up getting stopped before he walks into it.
Well, we have those new rules in effect for Realm of Yang here, Dobby. You'll notice that one of those players is going to have an emblem above their head. That is a ticket into the Realm of Yang. You have got to force that player out of this circle for a certain amount of time to go ahead and pick that ticket up, or kill that player to get it from them. And we're going to see here, Wolves going to go ahead and invest his ultimate here, because as well, heading into the Realm of Yang, it now resets your ultimate cooldown. So Wolves can just chill here above the top, wait for it to time out, get down, and head into the Realm of Yang here and be all right. We're going to see Mike, though, really wants this. Wolves trying to play off of this as best he can here as he waits. He's down below here, waiting for the opportunity. There we go. He's going to head on into that Realm of Yang. He's going to get his ultimate reset, and we're going to see it's going to be KLA versus Wolves. It's going to be JL versus ASE here for our first set of Realms of Yang. Dao Ihiwei coming up here with that spear, doing quite a bit of damage, catching ASE off the ropes here. Now, no armor on the side of ASE. ASE going to go ahead and invest that F there. Now going to invest the ultimate very quickly. Dao Ihiwei here with the Tarka ultimate, though, will find the elbow, will catch the fire tick onto ASE. Jean-Juan here and keeps going. We do see the armor being shredded here off of Dao Ihiwei. A little TOD coming through as the follow-up is pretty tight here. He's able to avoid the first one, but now Dao Ihiwei with a huge advantage. We see that Jean-Juan here, no ult charges remaining. Dao Ihiwei has that ultimate. He just needs to find one good uppercut, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, no, it turns out Jean-Juan has that special Soul Jade. He's going to get a huge reset off of it here, and now Dao Ihiwei is on the ropes. Jean-Juan just looking for more of a reset. He's got to win neutral, and it just doesn't matter. That Soul Jade is going to lock this down for him. He finds the final hit and clutches it out. Dao Ihiwei has got to be feeling the mode after that one,
here's
Dobby.
my question. I actually got a good question here. Can someone really prevent somebody from getting into the Realm of Yang? Like, you know how there's like a timer, obviously, before the Realm of Yang is gone. Could they potentially, this is just a hypothetical, could they actually fight their way from them to basically not get in there at all?
Yeah, so if you can keep them from touching the portal, even if they have the ticket, they can't get in, right? So that's what we see Mike doing there. He's just constantly locking, trying to keep him from being able to go to the portal because he's got him locked in those combos aerial there. Unfortunately, he's just not able to clutch it out like that. As we move over, though, Alliance's Frostive here going against 521 Akame. Akame with the uppercut off the longsword into the downhill, into the bow shot. Akame with a clean execution onto Alliance's Frostive. That is going to be his third elimination this game.
After last season, like, we really got a chance to see a very aggressive and strong Akame. Definitely a player and a play style that we don't see too often. But he really saw, I think, he got a chance to watch a lot of the mistakes that he made throughout the season. And he really got a chance to see that and implement what he can do. Meanwhile, Mike in the middle of a fight here. Dao Ihiwei is getting absolutely shredded here. Decent misses, though, as Dao Ihiwei is going to try to dodge those as much as possible here as he pops the ulti. Decides to go away here, and now it's a tug and pull here. Nice little air wave. Dao Ihiwei is going to try to see if he can retreat out of this as fast as possible, but Mike is going to be absolutely jam-packed on him here. Going to drag all the way towards the inside here as Wolves is going to be nearby here. Doesn't want to get caught in between that, though. Starts to scatter just a little bit more here. Dao Ihiwei having no chance and no time realistically to heal at all as Mike's going to find him yet again. Goes for the kicks. Nice hits on each side here. Looks like he doesn't have much time. Oh, beautiful kick to be able to get the finish here before Pace comes through and is able to potentially third-party that. That could have been real bad. But Mike is able to get it just in the nick of time here before Pace decides to come through. It looks like they're going to go for the potential reset here. Go for a quick shield. Looks like the bow shots trying to see if they can connect it, but not enough here. As it looks like Pace is going to get some of those rewards and decides to skedaddle. Meanwhile, this four-piece chicken and biscuit right here in the middle, this section is getting real hasty. Absolutely getting out of it here as KLAC225 is going to come towards the outside here. Looks like he's going to scatter on this. Meanwhile, Yuan not looking good here inside of this. Oh, ends up getting eliminated, but he's got that Vermilion, so it's all right. Trying to see if he can get a free elimination, but that's okay, though. He's able to go back for the run back. Meanwhile, Star's fighting that out with T225. T225 is not looking good for him as he gets cornered inside of that. And he gets shredded, but he does have the Vermilions yet again. Back at it. TE Star trying to see if he can hold strong here, trying to fly towards this, but Wolves doesn't want to get caught in a bad situation here. But man, decent fight so far there, Rune.
Yeah, the fights have been crazy here. Star here needs to be a little careful. He aggressively continued to pressure this fight, but he only has 10 seconds left remaining on that Vermilion. So now if you see he backed off, he took the full reset. He's looking for a clean opportunity to gauge, and this fight comes in with a full triple charge off of the Greatsword there and actually gets some huge damage on of it. Now he's going to be able to give chase here to Wang Liang, who's down abilities, and it only has that ultimate so he can keep the pressure up while the other player has to go for the reset. We will see Wang Liang able to find a little bit of a reset here off of this though, but the chase continues. He's going to use that scale rush to get inside. Unfortunately, he's going to be on the backside here into that zone, taking a little bit of that tick damage, but those fist blades coming in a clutch here. That movement really helping him get to the backside there and escape a dire situation, as both of those players created so much pressure on him. As we move over to 5-2-1, Akame now looking to turn things here onto T225. Going to see T225 move through the backside there, decides not to engage off of it as we head to our next set of Realm of Yang. Dearji Fong setting himself up for this Realm of Yang. Going to sit right here on the very edge, just on the top side of this rock. He's got that ticket. He can head in anytime he wants, as we're going to see OG's Mike and Star just heading towards this next set of Yang here. It's going to be Star with the ticket currently. Mike going to have to find a way to pressure him away from this, and he's going to come in and look to trade blows here. Mike with the fist blades though, and Star tries to play it carefully, will walk into a parry. He's going to be forced to use that Liam F there to walk away from the parry punish so that he can stay in this circle, keep up his chance to head into the Realm of Yang here. Mike really tearing into him, is actually going to throw him out here. We're going to see him be forced to go and pop the ultimate there just to have an opportunity to stay in it. He's going to hit Mike. Mike is going to back away. Star with one more charge left on that ultimate. Mike though, he's looking to get that ult back online very soon here. 92% of the way to Rage. Star just keeping the pressure up. Mike though, forced to back off just a little bit, and it looks like Star Airborne is going to come down and head on in. Mike twice now unable to keep players from heading into that Realm of Yang, but he gives it his all.
Mike has just been screwed out of getting picked. Like, hello, where's my ticket? Excuse me, I feel like I'd at least deserve one. Hello. I don't like the fact that you just giving the ticket to everybody else. Meanwhile, I'm just stuck with nothing. Hello? Bingo? Anybody? Number 45, 44, something. Can I get any, you know? And I can understand that during that fight. That's just, he's so far, he's just getting the short end of the stick. This is unfortunate for Mike, though. One of the top players just not getting picked for, you know, a really good opportunity here. Meanwhile, Star just sitting and waiting. All right, there we go. Yuan finally going to be able to push in towards this one here. Trying to see if maybe they can get the opportunity for this fight here between them and Star. I got money on Yuan. Let's see what you got, young buck. Let's go for it. Is he going to miss the... Oh,
yeah, Yuan
missed the... Okay. He misses the first one, unfortunately.
Look, looking to trade those aerial shots here. Yuan had, of course, that special Soul Jade in the back pocket in our last fight here. He was able to clutch him out the Realm of Yang to see if he can do it without it this time around. We do see Star trying to get some early hits, but Yuan able to turn it back around on him. Star just trying to find the scale rushes off the backside. Will find the scale rush into it, though. We're going to see Yuan turn it back onto him. Star looking to come in, Liam looking to pop that ultimate. We're going to see him go airborne here. Huge with the greatsword into the charge vertical there, doing a ton of damage here onto Yuan. Star really actually starting to take control of this fight. Yuan though going to just start burning that ult as much as possible, trying to find some damage. Waits for the engage to turn it back around, but will get hit into the ultimate here, and it's not going to be enough as Star just takes control of the fight, is able to clean it up with the ultimate there. And man, I've got to give it to TE Star, man. You know I'm a great sword enjoyer, and this man is bringing the great sword back.
Telling you, not all of these weapons, you know, everybody's talking about the new fist weapon. Oh man, it's crazy, it's crazy. Now I'm gonna go back to the old faithful and really show you why you can go airborne with this bad boy. You want to see the sky real quick? Look up. let me show you how I get down with it. What a really brilliant display though coming in from Star here. And now the time has started for KLA T225 here, as he's got about 5 minutes, a solid 5 minutes, in order to see if maybe he can capture an elimination here and get a Soul Bloom as well. So that way he can keep the game alive for himself. He's going to get chased here, Yuan. Going to be a tough fight here inside of this one, but the game is tied so far. Got 2 4s and 2 3s. Feng and Star are tied. Meanwhile, Yuan and Akame is tied as well here, as it looks like he's going to catch him here. Ooh, beautiful, beautiful damage coming through from T225. He's going to be able to get some good connectivity on these ones here. Not going to be able to find too much here, but is able to at least deplete his shield, though. Now we're back onto the chase. Gonna try to see if maybe he can close in this gap little by little. He's gonna try to time it, but Yuan is just dodging him just a little bit here and there here. making him a little bit harder for him to try to capture any type of movement speed here, but Yuan's just trying to juggle him as much as possible, just delaying more of that time. Gonna have to go for the shield here. Oh, almost gets the parry, is unable to connect it. T225 able to hold strong a little bit more longer here. Nice strike to connect those as well towards this ulti here as he's able to pop it. Yuan has the time frame. He's got a little bit more of an open opportunity for him to be able to shield up. Same thing with T225. Looks like we're gonna go for another reset. They still got 3 minutes left. 4 actually, so he's got some time on his hands luckily here. Did they add a little bit more time to the timer?
Yes, they did indeed, actually. That happened just before Quake Up. But coming in here, Zhang Yuan, kind of in a bad position. He was forced to use that ultimate here, but if you notice, our boy topside here, T225, he cancels his ultimate earlier. He's able to maintain almost 25% charge here. So he just needs to play around this. Zhang Yuan going to find some clean hits here onto T225, though. So T225 now a little on the back foot here. Has got to find an opportunity to take a reset. Zhang Yuan going to come in with a scale rush, but also a scale rush coming in from the side as well. That's going to be double scale rushes on to T225. Like you said, he has that timer. 3 minutes left remaining here. He needs to find an elimination soon, but he also needs to find a reset so he can get back into this fight. He needs to turn that target selection off of him to maintain this fight. Otherwise, these 3 players are going to put an end to T225 very quickly. Zhang Yuan coming in yet again here, looking to create that pressure. Wolves Wang Liang also with the follow-up. T225, no armor, half HP here. He will find the white armor swap. This is going to be terrible for him. It's going to make him extremely hard for him to find an armor reset. 1 tick of HP. He's thrown down below. There's nothing he can do. T225 is going to pick up the elimination. Or no, sorry, Zhang Yuan picks up the elimination onto T225 and sends him back to the... Oh my goodness. Sends him back to the lobby. Zhang Yuan here doing extremely well with 4 eliminations. TE Star also 4 eliminations. DRG's Fong with 4 and Akame with 3. OUG's Mike following him very closely behind with those 2 eliminations. Unfortunately, Wolves Wang Liang with no eliminations to his name. We are in our top 6 as we have Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4.
Is he hidden in that? No.
No.
What? Why did I think he was actually hidden like how you be in bushes? I was like, is that actually a hiding spot? That's kind of new. That was kind of okay. I'm here for it. A little deadly, you know. It's a little don't get caught in the coffin, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, back at it again here. So we're gonna see TE Star, Akame, and Fang still in this 3rd stretch of this building here. Fang's gonna try to see if he can get some decent connectivity here. Ooh, nice strikes though with it. He's gonna try. Oh, ends up actually depleting him from him trying to fly. He says, "Where are you going there, Bucko?" It's Fang gonna try to see if he can close in this gap little by little. He has those. It's the same weapons here. It's very strong, but that Fan's still saying, "Come here." And some nice little bits of some strikes here. Not gonna be able to do too much damage here. As it looks like we're gonna see a little bit of. Oh. Let's not get caught up into that one, okay? Let's not get caught up into the Bane's Breath. Let's not do that, okay? Into the side of the... Oh, Akame's going to get caught off this one. No more shield for him here. He ends up catching him towards this, trying to see if maybe he can catch him inside of flight here. Akame's going to use it to just get away. Go for the shield. Go for a reset here. Akame's in a tough spot. You definitely don't want to get caught in between 2 players that both have gold shields. That's just unfortunate. You don't want to get caught in between the 2 golds, okay? Don't end up being the silver in this situation. Well, Fang just...
Yeah, this is... I was gonna say this is a tight situation. You need to be careful because of the Bane's Breath nearby as well. You've got 2 players with gold shields. Fong as well has not popped his ultimate in this fight whatsoever. Unfortunately, we saw that Akame was forced to use here. Speaking of which, back to Fong versus KLA's225. We didn't see this fight inside the realm of Yang here. Fong just coming in here with the dagger, doing what Fong does best. Of course, our boy loves him some daggers. Able to find a couple of hits here. Will pop that ultimate. Gonna go for the teleport behind here with that ultimate into the dash off the F as well. Fong really playing this aggressively, and this is what I like to see about the new Matari. Those aggressive plays coming through. T225 though gonna find that Tiger Form, get a little bit of a refresh there, but he's gonna find the uppercut into the weapon swap there with the dual blades to clean out that fight. As we head over here, we're gonna see Fong coming in, looking to try and deny this year, as all the players looking to come through as well. A slight change recently made to the Spirit Wells as well, right? The player who unlocks this actually gets a special timer where they are the only person who is able to pick up those items for a set duration. So even if all these players are here, if you are not the one who gets it to drop, you can't pick them up until that emblem goes away. So Mike just gonna come in. He was able to unlock that Spirit Well, gonna get himself some much needed resources to close out the rest of this game, Dobby.
gonna have to continue to keep doing that as well here. He only has 2 eliminations to his name, so he's gonna need to get a little bit more of some action going. He's gonna take that top spot away from Fang and Yuan. It's looking real strong here. Definitely does not want to get that, give that away here, as it's gonna start to circle in tighter. Yuan trying to see if maybe they can find some nice hits here. He's gonna be careful along the back stretch here as the circle's starting to close in little by little here. Oh, Wolves is on the wrong side of the circle, not looking good. He ends up getting eliminated off this, sadly, with no elimination to his name, but he does get 1 point for at least staying alive. It's insane throughout all of this here, as we're gonna start to close this in little by little. Circle 2, we got a minute left. The Bane's Breath, 50 seconds left on the clock for that bad boy. And it looks like nobody's really going to force the push here. It looks like it's going to be down to the final wire here, which, by the way, if you guys aren't following, make sure to hit that twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT button here on Twitch, on Kick, on Twitter, on Instagram, and everywhere else here while we're waiting. And also check and see if you got a... No, you can't sub. Actually, never mind. I thought that was a Prime sub. I thought you could Prime sub. My bad. Even with that, though, make sure to have your Twitch linked to your NARAKA, so that way you can get all of the goody drops while you're in the middle of watching the game and enjoying it in chat amongst other fellow NARAKA BLADEPOINT fans and people who appreciate the esport as well, because this game has evolved so much. We've seen so much of this game throughout this time frame, and so far it's been flawless to see, whether it's new players, whether it's old players, whether it's rivalries and stories being told. I love seeing each story just get made throughout this entire season. Being able to see it towards that final stretch is always just a beauty, to be able to see the book and then close the chapter and all right, time for a new chapter happening soon here. Ooh, Akame gets caught up here by a little bit of a a little bit of a gotcha coming in from Yuan here. A little bit of a scare tactic. Ooh, and some hitting off the outside here. Listen, the outside circle is not that great, Akame. It's actually really, oh no. Don't get spiraled by all the sharks coming around. Kame looking real desperate here. Doesn't want to get caught up as he's going to force the ulti here. He's going to decide to fly away as far as possible. Ooh! Mike trying to close in the gap here little by little here. Kame said, nah. Made you look. Psych. Dot.
Yeah,
it's going to be ending up on the mountainside, though.
I was going to say, yeah, Akame's going to be really, really careful here with the way this zone is closing. He now doesn't have that ultimate. Everybody on the map is well aware that Akame doesn't have ultimate here. So if he gets caught out and takes some damage here and becomes the target of the rest of this lobby, he really isn't going to have a way to reset. And sure enough, that's exactly what we see. Yuan and Mike both trying to put the pressure onto Akame because Akame doesn't have the ultimate. He's trying to buy himself some spacing here with that fan, hit away some of these projectiles. He wants to come down to the side hill of the cliff, give himself the best potential to find a reset and get movement as well if he can. You're going to see he's going to utilize those scale rush as much as possible. Going to use that charge to R&B just to kind of threaten the space to keep players from dropping down on top of his head here. He's got to be very, very careful. Fong, Mike, all looking to make something happen here. Akame still just breaking away. Mike not keeping the pressure off. He wants to maintain it on to Akame here. But as long as the timer keeps ticking here, Akame is going to be getting more and more ult charge here. He's already back to 50%, so Mike has got to find an opening onto Akame soon if he wants to be able to pick him off. We're going to see Akame here take some shots there from range. He's going to lose half of that armor. Yet again, he's going to come down to the bot side here, looking to utilize this space to break away from all these players threatening him. Mike trying to go for the scale rush, actually misses, and Akame holds one of his own, is going to knock him to the bottom here, so Mike going to take just a smidge of damage there from the zone with some follow-up bow shots that actually land on Mike. I do believe those were meant for Akame. Juan here going to lose half his armor as well. Akame, with those couple of hits he's been able to pick up, has been able to build a little bit more rage. He's back up to a little over 75% now. So these players not yet able to find that pressure onto Akame. Akame able to get most of a reset there, as well as he was able to get Jean Yuan to back off after doing some damage. Jean Yuan goes up for a reset of himself. It gives our boy just enough time there to get a pot off. He's not a full reset, but he's much better position than he was before at half armor. And now the zone collapsing down. Zone 7 going to collapse down. This is going to be the final zone in the next 56 seconds. All of these players, 5 players remaining left in the final circle. 4, 4, 4, 3, and 3. This could be anybody's game here. Nobody with a distinct advantage over for anybody else. Fong, Juan, Star, like I said, at 4. Mike and Akami at 3 apiece. Akami very quickly coming back to that ultimate, but he's going to need to find some rage here soon. If nobody is going to pressure onto him, he might not find that ult in time as this zone starts to collapse in the next 28 seconds. Fong here just buying space here, utilizing those legendary fist blades to just keep it threatened. Mike looking for the scale rush, but he's going to get scale rushed himself here by Fong. Just takes a clip of damage there off of that legendary armor. Akami just still holding space. Star, Zhang Yuan on either side of the rock down below. Who will come out on top, Dobby? 8 seconds before the final zone collapses.
It's going to be fun to see how this goes here. I think my money is going to be on Akame. Crazy thing to throw out here inside of this final circle here. I know Mike has been one of the top teams, and usually, you know, a player like Mike, he's been through these so many different times, and he's able to juggle so many different obstacles, different people, and even with the circle closing in, let's see what happens inside of this here. As Akame is going to get the first strikes here from Fang here. He's got to be a little bit more careful. Mike up top just holding on, preserving that little bit of a corner here. And as the circle is slowly starting to close in here, he realizes he has the better advantage here. Doesn't have to force too much here inside of this final circle. It looks like Mike's going to get caught up by Star. Nice hits on each side here. Star's going to try to see if he can pop the ulti as well here. And it looks like Fang all the way up top here, just trying to just get away from all of the different types of parties here. Meanwhile, one's going to come from the outside. Yon! He's trying to see if he can get some strikes here towards the ulti pops in. Mike trying to hold strong here. Beautiful strikes off each one. Yuan is able to catch one off of Kame. Gets eliminated, unfortunately. Mike's able to hold strong just for a little while longer, but it all comes back. Yuan, at least for 2 more eliminations. I don't think it was enough for Mike to take the top spot. I think Yuan actually gets first place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
ASC Zhang Yuan here coming in clutch here. 6 eliminations, a huge game for him, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in off the new hero, gonna be a banger for that MVP. What a day, Dobby. What a way to start out on game number 1. A absolutely cluster in the final end zone there. We do see Akami finally get his ult back online. He really tries to capitalize on some of that burn tick from the V2 there for Hadi. He's not able to find it, and Mike is able to send it to the side, but it's Akami who picks up the last hit on him before the zone collapses and kills him, and Akami comes up big again. But it's Zhang Yuan who also continues to find elimination after elimination in those final moments there.
Definitely was a strong finish towards that. I mean, really was able to see that momentum happen here. As it looks like I'm gonna be try to see if I can go back towards the replays here. I really want to see how that final circle really started to become a factor here for some of the other play styles towards the end of that. I mean, even with that there, they really were able to actually see what happened. As Akame, I mean, sadly Akame gets caught in that too. Same with Star. But that new ulti from the new player has been exceptionally phenomenal to see here. It's a real problem towards final circle. I know exactly what you're talking about now in terms of that strike and really kind of seeing it really flourish during early game. But it looks like late game is a very powerful moment when to use it. And I feel like that's where people are starting to see the advantage of him during solos, is really towards that final circle here and really capturing at least multiple people, not just one. I mean, Star was able to capture 2 to 3 and just really get it slice through at least 2 or 3 before they're even able to come back and be able to manage to get even more towards that here. But there was still a lot of momentum happening in different areas though. But even with that, we still have another question to give to chat in terms of, let's hope you guys are paying attention. Who won game 1? We were just talking about it a second ago.
Yeah, this is a straight throwaway. If you guys were paying attention at all, you know who won. But is it A, DRG's Fong, B, OUG's Mike, C, ASC Zhang Yuan, or D, 521's Akame? Make sure you lock your answers in chat. One lucky winner will be selected for a spring split random gift box. But I do believe that is a typo. It's supposed to be a summer split random gift box because we are in the summer split. So you don't want to miss out. You don't want to miss out on the summer split random gift box. They have a lot of goodies in them for you guys, so make sure you get your answers locked over in chat.
You didn't have to point out that it's a spring split. I mean, no, it's summer. You didn't have to bring that up. Like, now the production's like, yeah, we gotta fix that. Hold on. But strong start though for some of these players. Really good to see how this new player is really starting to become an advantage for some of these other areas here, as we're able to see Yuan up top here with them 8 eliminations. Fang with a 7.8. I think him really taking the advantage to just hold off. He really decided to disengage and not really fight within that final circle as much. He really just tried to hold off for as long as possible. And I think he was able to capture, I don't think he was able to get another elimination off that, but just staying alive was able to keep him in that 7.8 in that second place. And of course, Mike, at 6.5 in top 3. Mike really doing a good job here, but I got to give it to Akame, man. 4 points, 3 eliminations. He held strong, good start for him. I'm really excited to see how Akame really handles this season, but I'm impressed, man. First game, I think he's really starting to take advantage of what happened last season. He's like, all right, it's go time.
Well, look, Akame did exceptionally well considering his position coming to the final zone. He was targeted out 3 separate times. He was on purple armor. He was the only player with a purple weapon going into that zone. He was down his ultimate all the way until the very final moment of the match, continuing to be targeted by at least 2 of the other 4 players for the entire duration of those last 2 zones. Given the situation he was in, he did an exceptional job of staying alive and making the most of every single elimination that he got during that game, Dobby.
Absolutely insane here. And the same thing comes through some of the other players as well here, as we've seen Fang get absolutely bullied towards that, but T225 does get shredded towards that very end here. We're going to look on the outskirts here, and Wolves get snatched by Mike. Look at this final circle here. Nice push here. Bang! The timing for the strike comes in such a beautiful time. Alongside the strike coming in from, I think it was from Yuan as well, towards that, being able to create that momentum and really push through. And look at this animation. Oh, that's so tough. Oh, what a flawless execution here. I mean, the animation department really knows how to make something look so cool for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. As we talk about our MVP, our first MVP of the new summer season, 19K, almost a 20K damage off the top of the leaderboard. Almost 10K in healing as well here, but he's got that stamina strike. 2 attack soul jades, 3 actually attack soul jades, 1 health soul jade, and 1 damage reduction. What a start for the new player. What a start for Yuan. What a start for the new character. It's just really good. It's a great story arc. I love it.
Look, great game 1 here for day 1, back for the NBPL summer split. Yuan here really showing us the ropes here with the new character Kylan coming in, able to get a ton of that damage very specifically off of that ultimate. That ultimate, it comes out very quickly. It can be a little hard to aim to guarantee that you're picking up the damage that you want to pick up, but he's able to do it time and time again in every single one of those fights. As you notice, he takes both Realm of Yangs. I feel like Kylan, very strong character inside the Realm of Yang, right? During the regular game, you're able to hit those players so far off of that ultimate. Sometimes it can be a little hard to find the trace back to get the follow-up hit to continue to get the damage off, but inside that Realm of Yang, it is such a confined space. If you hit them towards a wall, you know exactly where they're going to land, right? They're going to bounce up, they're going to hit the wall, you're going to be able to get that follow-up on the drop, and we actually see him do that, right? I do believe he gets 4 consecutive hits off of that ultimate back to back to back with a juggle against the edge of the wall in that first Realm of Yang. Does an extremely good job of it. He also did take the time to go do the puzzle, I believe, in that first Realm of Yang. We saw him with that red soul jade. It popped. It gave him a huge advantage. It's how he was able to come out on top during that first Realm of Yang. And even though he loses the second Realm of Yang, he's able to come back out, find the elimination, get back into the game, and come out on top with those 6 eliminations for his first game here during the summer split. ASC's John Yuan, this is going to be a player you want to keep your eyes on, Dobby.
John Yuan as well as Akame. I'm going to be talking about Akame throughout the rest of the season here, because I'm going to be honest, like I said, Akame is somebody that I've been looking forward to seeing how he actually starts up really strong this season, because like I said, he was one of those people that nobody was really paying attention to. Now, it's a different story. So I'm hoping to really see Akame take advantage. And already after game 1, definitely is taking advantage of the moments that he has and starting to seize it. I love to see it coming in from Akame. So I'm hoping you want people to pay attention to. I got Akame. I want to see how well this guy handles the rest of this season, because we got some heavy hitters, we've got some OGs in the building, then we got some new blood. So it's good to see a little bit of both.
Look, Akame had a really good game here. Again, he was very far behind heading into these final circles. He was targeted out multiple times. The fact that he was able to keep his game alive as long as he did really attests to how strong a player Akame is. Akame has always been one of my favorite players to watch over in the SAA region whenever we do those tournaments. Of course, now his team over here in the NBPL as well, where he's been performing very well during Season 1. I think the little bit of trouble that Akame is having, that he's still suffering from his Season 1, was he kind of fails to scale into the late games a lot of time. He doesn't really necessarily take the risks he needs to find, you know, a legendary weapon, that legendary armor, to get himself ahead. If he can fix those issues, if he can shore that up where he guarantees himself scaling into that late game to put himself in a stronger position, I could very easily see Akame just popping off the rest of the season.
Right.
But it's going to be a question of whether he's able to do that. You know, we've seen it in the past before. You know, I'll use Wolves Kaibao as an example of this, where very, very strong player. You stick him 1v1 versus any of the top players, he does very well. Heck, we had the season where it was him and WBG Spider, and every time these two players went head to head, it was Spider would pick up a kill, then it was Kaibao, then it was Spider, then it was Kaibao. So as a player, mechanically an extremely strong player, right? But where he suffered was that decision making and trying to make it so that he could scale harder into the late game. And we saw him struggle with that during not last season, but the season before we went into Worlds last year, where him trying to make those changes to really lock in to guarantee that he scaled into the late game affected his mentality when it came to those sort of 1v1s, and we started to see him slip in that direction. So the question is going to be whether Akame is able to make those adjustments without losing that sort of game sense in terms of the micro play, and if he can get that scaling heading into the late game. But speaking of heading into the late game, we're going to be heading into game number 2 here very shortly, taking a look at our boy Frostivus from Team Alliance, your cross-region champion here. You know, he's won events in SEA, in NA, and of course in CN as well. Frostivus, the cross-region man himself, Dobby.
It'd be fun to see this go back and forth here, as we still got some games left. We're not done yet. It was only game 1. You better make sure to get a snack. Better make sure to get something to drink here and get ready, because we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 2. There's been some really different picks here. Also, the switches from some of these teams too has also been really interesting to see as well. Just within a matter of time frame so far, and obviously we won't be able to really get like a decent amount of stats until at least, like, you know, a couple games in, and then obviously most likely by next solo day we'll be able to also check back in as well. But currently, with that coming into this first game, is there somebody outside of Yuan that you would really hope actually like really starts to like actually show forth? Because there's certain players where kind of like, man, I really want this person to start to kind of do well a little bit. Is there somebody that you're kind of keep eyeing on a little bit that you really hope that they pop off?
I mean, if anybody, I'm going to be looking at DRG's Fong and Alliance's Frostivus. Frostivus is always so close to that precipice of coming out on top. He's actually almost won some of the bi-weekly finals. He's literally been like one elimination away from doing it 2 or 3 different times. DRG's Fong is a player who kind of always comes out. He's very BM sometimes. He does some crazy things that I think cost him in the long run. He's also a player known for kind of crutching his dagger and fan. We see him today. He was changing up some of those weapons. We did see him pull out the dagger in a couple of places, but then do some weapon swap combos and stuff. Fong typically ends up kind of griefing himself out of lobbies. He starts focusing on other players who get ahead and trying to grief them out, and in doing so kind of griefs himself out. I'm interested to see if he's made some changes this season and see if he's decided to more focus on his gameplay rather than other people's gameplay. As we take a look here, we are heading into our hero selection here. Liam going to be banned out here during our first round of hero selection. Both Pace and T225 going to lock it in. Hottie immediately going to go out in phase 2 if both of these players lock him in, as Dao Yue and Spider both look to lock in Hottie. There it is, Hottie and Liam off the board, heading into our 3rd round of hero select here. We're going to see who Fat Milk and Wong Liang decide to pick up going in. Ooh, Looked like Kyan. Ooh, we're kind of bouncing around here for Fight Milk, but it's going to be Kyan. It looks for both players heading in, and that's going to be Kyan banned off the board. No, it's going to be Matari Kyan. So Kyan and Matari still available here in our 4th round selection as well. Jean Yuan and Mike looking to lock in. Mike going to be locking in Tessa. No, gonna be heading on over to Justina. Mike is teasing me here with this Tessa pick. Tessa, a very interesting hero. You know, that ultimate, so many of these players have learned how to iframe that ultimate to be able to dodge out of it. But Mike is gonna lock in the Tessa. And we are also gonna see the Justina locked in as well as we head over to 521's Akami and DRG's Fong here. We're going to see another Kylin being locked in. It looks like it by 521's Akame. DRG's Fong going to lock him in as well, which means we're going to have 3 Kylins this game, and that's going to get a Kylin out of the hero selection as well. As we move to our final round, we're going to see Matari coming in. And we are also going to see another Matari. Triple Mataris in the lobby, this time coming in from Frostivus and Star. This is going to be a very, very interesting game. Matari, one of those heroes that plays very well to Frostivus's playstyle, in my opinion. He has those dashes now, very similar to Justina's dashes. You don't get the freeze off of them, but you do get to take control of that neutral, get some big follow-up damage as well. I think it lends itself to Frostivus's playstyle very, very well. Interested to see how he's going to perform here in game number 2 on that hero pick, Dobby.
Interesting to see how those hero picks actually become their advantage here inside of this game number 2. I'm gonna force some bans inside of this one here, but it's gonna be fun. Also, where was my map landing? That was the one thing I forgot to talk about. Hello, where's my map? Maybe they don't have the animations ready. Maybe they don't. That's probably why, right? Yeah, like totally. They just don't have them ready. Like, okay, that's fine, understandable. But I'm gonna need it soon. That's all I'm gonna ask. Because that's what I like to see. That's what I want. I like to be able to describe it. Things like that is come into this next game. Expectancy and a little bit of some surprises. You know, we got Spider and Dahlia. We're gonna be flying around. We've got Akane, Fang, and NWL on the new player. It's gonna be fun to actually watch here. T225. Well, on some. Oh, never. I got excited. I don't know why. I shouldn't. I don't know why.
This is your map drops.
This is my map drop here, but it's the Holorop. Anyway, as we usually go back into
we are going into Holorop.
We got Plumbed Castle, Hall of Actually, I'm sorry, that's Salvation Podium. I was so excited for Midoriya. I completely forgot about the other 2. Meanwhile, Yusha Wins is going to get filed out by at least 3 players heading into that section here. We have DRG, we have BBE as well, and it looks like this far left side is really going to be kind of favorited here onto this map here. We've got some players coming in from the Icewind George. It looks like Feather like at least. We got a few people off the back stretch, at least Quarry and Ancient Wargrounds. Going to see some fair amount of people. 521, we have JL over there in the back stretch. Looks like we have another player style as well all the way in their area too, but it looks like that favorited back section area behind Plumbed Castle is really going to be kind of the favorited on where people are going to land here. As we're going to lock in for our game number 2 here. Looks like the Ice Caps is really going to be where people are most likely going to be landing as we see Spider fighting this out immediately with T225. Spider losing a lot of shield there in that second here. T225 is able to capture at least a little bit of something and is able to retreat. Meanwhile, in the cave systems, Mike and Pace fighting this out here. Looks like the nice dodges from each side here. Trying to see if they can file out a little bit more. Trying to see if maybe they can get a little bit something. Oh, unfortunate. It looks like he's going to be able to find at least a gray shield to keep it alive a little bit longer. Was hoping maybe for something else, but that blue, the juggle, the push, the carry, and the execution. Beautiful combo coming in from OUG's Mike. Absolutely flawless to get that first elimination onto Paste.
Yeah, Mike doing the classic fan combo there off of the R&B into the jumping LMB R&B. Now we're going to see WBG Spider on the run here, forced to use that F2 here just to try to break away from this fight as all of these players keep the pressure up. Spider looking for an armor swap, something in his favor here. Is not going to find anything. Just going to keep utilizing the sides here off those scale rushes. Of course, Wolves, Wang Liang trying to give chase here. Spider on the backside yet again needs to be very careful as he runs the circle. We're going to go over to Jails Dahlia versus 521's Akame. Akame coming in, DAYWEEK forced to go ahead and use that F2 there to break away. DAYWEEK just trying to get as much movement in as he possibly can, but he's going to be caught up. He does find an armor swap, but that armor going to be mostly stripped away very quickly here by Akame there on those purple fists. But now DAYWEEK trying to go for a juggle combo there, finds the RMB there. This is going to be so close. Akame goes for the ultimate. He's not going to be able to find DAYWEEK. DAYWEEK goes in the zone, and Akame cannot follow because of how low he is. It forces the option there for DAYWEEK to be able to go ahead and heal to full here just because of how low he was. If he took a single zone tick there, he would have went down. Now Akame gonna have spent most of his ult time off there looking to pressure onto DAYWEEK. He's gonna go for 2 Fs. He's gonna miss the first one. We'll find the second and the third, looking to keep the pressure up. Not a lot of HP healed off the side of him, coming in with those dual blades now, or sorry, fist blades there doing a little bit of damage, but the F invested, the ult invested by DAYWEEK just to break away, and Akame now on the receiving end of some pressure from TE Star. Star trying to keep that up, as we're gonna see DAYWEEK coming in with the ult as well. Akame is gonna go down to DAYWEEK there off of the ult. Star trying to use that F to break away here from the damage from DAYWEEK. DAYWEEK gonna cancel the ultimate to start getting some of that rage back as soon as possible. Star trying to break away, is getting a little bit of a reset, hasn't been able to get the full HP reset. DAYWEEK giving chase here off of these dual halberds, doesn't want to give Star an opportunity to break away, but Star able to get those purple fist weapons off of Akame earlier. But DAYWEEK with the downhill is going to catch a huge amount of damage there off that uppercut combo. We are going to see that F invested, that backstab doing quite a bit of damage there to DAYWEEK. DAYWEEK going to look for a reset, as well as Star here, both still on the white armor. Star looking to turn back and keep the pressure up, knowing that DAYWEEK still only 50% of the way to ult charge here. DAYWEEK looking for some pots, some resources off the body here, tries to find control of the neutral with the fist blades as well coming in. We're going to see Star use that F yet again. The ult going to be invested as well. This is going to be it. DAYWEEK in a tight situation off of that ultimate provided from Star. Star just needs to find one more intro into this fight, but it's DAYWEEK who continues to find the opening. Star tries to use that teleport behind. They're just going to clank though. DAYWEEK holding the charge, waiting for it to come out. There we go. The dash is going to be invested, and T Star finds the elimination.
Took him long enough. Man, he was fighting for that one for a hot minute here. It looks like Mike and Fat Milk is in the middle of fighting this out here. It looks like he's going to be able to pop. No, not the ulti here, but it looks like he's going to be able to pop the F2, but it's not going to be enough as Mike gets juggled. Oh, no, it's not looking good for him. As Yuan ends up getting corners him inside of this one and captures the elimination onto Mike here. Unfortunate. Meanwhile, Yuan ends up getting caught towards the back here. Mac. Oh, beautiful parry to connect him, but Yuan actually isn't going to take the advantage as much as I expected it for him to be. He ends up getting juggled, sadly. I'm going to be able to actually take advantage of that moment here as Fat Milk trying to see if he can dodge it. Nice dodge coming in from Yuan here. He's going to back up towards this Fat Milk, trying not to get caught by those dual halberds here. Still very powerful inflection inside of these hits here. As Mike's going to be up top here. Uh-oh, looks like he's going to come back for the salts. It's time for the salty run back, ladies and gentlemen. Love to see the opportunity actually come through here. As he looks like he's going to connect the bow shot. Connects for 2. Does he connect for a 3rd? Looks like he's unable to. As looks like he's just going to dodge it. Ooh, just enough to be able to get a nice strike, but he's able to go back for the heals here. Yuan deciding to pop off this. Oh, no. Oh, finds another gray. Inside of this, goes right back towards the fight yet again. Goes for the scale rush, trying to see if they can connect it. Both scale rushes misses. Oh, but Yuan is able to take the advantage. Is he not taking the advantage of the fight, though, once he gets that parry? Nice hits, and Schroeder coming through. Oh, no. Mike comes through with the third party, ends up disengaging inside of that fight. And Mike is able to steal the elimination away from Yuan after all of that work. Beautiful finish towards that. Nice strikes. Oh, is able to capture with the juggle piece. Mike absolutely feeding towards that so well here. As Yuan still has the opportunity here, as he's able to have the ulti still alive just long enough for him to be able to get out of there just as Mike is able to come through again. Oh, beautiful. Gotcha. Come back here with the parry. Is able to sit him down. Not long enough for it here. It looks like he's going to try to stall just in the nick of time. Oh, and is able to get himself out of the stun just in time as Yuan is going to be able to use that towards his advantage here. Circle slowly closing in, but the tick isn't that much of a damage reduction for him here. Looks like Mike's going to be able to pop himself right back into a corner. And it looks like Fat Milk, same with Mike, is going to go for the salty run back here. It's going to cause a little bit of a disturbance here. Looks like Mike is going to be able to use this opportunity, decides to rush forward and says, nah, I don't want the smoke. I came and got what I needed. It's time for me to skedaddle.
Yeah, Spider here looking to head into this first set of Realm of Yang. We do see now we are zone 1 almost completely collapsed onto zone 2. Akami trying to pressure him away here. Spider with those fist blades just playing around the edge of the circle here. Goes in, finds the parry onto Akami. Akami gonna go ahead and burst that F just to go ahead and get a little bit of damage. Spider not gonna be able to chase here if he wants to take the inside here. If he wants to take this Realm of Yang, gonna pop the ult knowing that he's gonna get the reset as he heads in. More than happy to go ahead and look around for some extra resources before taking advantage of it. Mike topside here just needs to get his hand onto the portal. Will be heading in. It's gonna be Mike versus Jean-Yuan. These two gonna be running it back here. They traded blows earlier here. Mike was able to steal the elimination out from under Jean-Yuan. This could be the payback that he was looking for. Both players going to go airborne here, looking to get those range shots on each other. The bow on the side of Jean-Yuan, looking to find some sort of damage. Will find a tick onto Mike. It goes for the parry. Will mistime the parry again, but gonna cover it with the F this time around. Not going to let Mike find a huge advantage as he did before. We're going to see the ultimate invested. Unfortunately, the freeze doesn't connect. Mike taking a lot of damage. He has spun that first change of ult. The charged RMB going to be coming in doing a lot of damage, but Mike going to use that F to break away from most of the damage off of it. The ult going to be coming down on the side of Jean-Yuan. Mike just needs to find a little bit more rage to get that ultimate. Is going to get the parry and will pick up those legendary dual Halleys. This is going to be quite a bit of a form shift for Jean-Yuan. Jean-Yuan gets the elimination, but unfortunately he loses his legendary Halleys over it, ladies and gentlemen.
How do you lose your legendary Halleys in this moment here? There's so much going on here. That's the one thing you don't want to lose inside of this fight, especially inside of the Realm of Yang here. Spider ends up getting absolutely thrown like a football. Both shots going to connect that though, and Spider, he hits his shots. He's able to do exactly what he needs to inside of this fight. He's able to keep it moving towards this. Strong hits towards this Spider. He's able to get his reward, gets that Vermilion's Birthmind, gets a free get out of jail free card. Now he's going to try to see if he can use that on somebody here. KT225 currently with 4 eliminations under his belt here. At least the leader of this game. At least towards this, but overall, he's going to have to put a little bit more work in towards this as Mike is going to be able to find it. Oh, beautiful find. The prediction towards that massive scale onto Yuan here. Oh, actually ends up going right in front of him. Ends up getting 2 slashes from the dual halberd. Not looking good for them both here. They both pop their ultis at the same time. Oh! Ends up capturing him with the stun lock from the Arctic Wraith. Is able to do such a fantastic job to almost get the finish, but is unable to do that. Able to find the gray shield swap here. Is able to pop a little bit more time to be able to pop the heal. Now he's going to come back for seconds here, maybe. Juan's going to try to see if maybe he can feed towards this. Not a lot of momentum trying to squeeze in towards this. Oh, he's able to time it just well enough, but just like Yuan did, the parry comes through at a beautiful time. Mike is able to at least come through, maybe try to get some of Yuan. Is able to back up just far enough here. Ooh, beautiful stun to be able to fight him yet again inside of this here, but it's not going to be enough here. Oh, Mike finds it. Gets the parry, the finish, and depletes him of his Vermilion's Births, Mike, just as fast as how he got it.
I'm really sad here. Yuan actually had this fight, right? He gets the freeze onto Mike, and he prioritizes breaking the Tessa ultimate rather than killing him. He needed 1, maybe 2 hits there to eliminate Mike. He kind of panics and opts to go to cancel the ulti. The thing is if you kill Mike in that moment before the ulti pops, you never eat the stun. So if Yuan had just turned and taken the guaranteed hits onto Mike, Mike actually just dies there, and Yuan wins the fight. Unfortunately, instead, he's forced to pop his F there as soon as we see Mike break out. Mike able to get some hits onto him. He then has to try to find control of the neutral again. Mike just an extremely strong player, so a terrible player to have to be looking for control of that neutral. And because of that, Yuan, like you said, he loses that Vermilion's Birdmite. Frostivus here with a double uppercut onto T225, as well as I do believe OUG's Mike there, but now Frostivus getting absolutely blitzed through there by T225. Going to use that teleport there off the F to get away, and Mike's just going to come in and clean up a free elimination. Frostivus does all the work, and Mike gets the elimination anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Mike on an absolute tear right now with 5 eliminations. T225, unfortunately, with 5 eliminations, it has that Vermilion's though, so he's going to go look for that resurrection. Needs to come back in and take control of the lobby again. SS1 here, Paste fighting it out with TE Star with the teleport. We're going to see Paste here use that F to break away. Going to pop the ultimate here now. Wants to try to lock this Frostivus down here onto Star with the ult into the uppercut. Star able to find the iframe to get away though. So now we're going to see Pace trying to dodge those teleports here. Pace got to be very careful. He's playing in the zone here. The teleport behind there. Star looking for another one. Will find it into the poison splash, but it's not going to be enough as he's able to go ahead and pick up that soul bloom and get those heals off the zone, doing a lot of damage combined with that poison splash though. So needs to go ahead and get those heals off and get back out of zone as we move over to Mike here, who has a slew of weapons in his backpack here, a ton of parries as well, as he looks to lock in for yet another Realm of Yang.
That Realm of Yang is going to be the advantage for him. It looks like they're still going to have to fight this out outside of the circle here, and it looks like there's going to be two other people fighting this out as well. It looks like Mike and Spider fighting this out. The question is he going to be able to land? No, Mike actually going to try to see if maybe he can steal this away from Spider. Spider has that ticket. Definitely does not want him to go inside of here. Mike has been sick and tired of everybody having fun inside of the Realm of Yang. Mike wants to get a ticket inside of there too. And if he means he's got to take it, he's going to take it away from you. Meanwhile, Spider is trying to fly away, using his ulti here. It looks like he'll have the opportunity to be able to replenish it yet again here, just trying to see if he can complete it. And it looks like he's able to here. Right back at it. Able to go right back towards that airborne location. He's still got 14 seconds left on the clock for him to get into it. He needs to get into that circle as quick as possible here. It looks like he's going to drop down here. 7 seconds left on the clock. Ends up capturing it. Not able to do a whole lot. Ends up getting caught by the stun. It's not looking good for me here. Spider's going to go in. Oh, and he does it in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was very bad for Spider. If he hadn't been able to get that portal, things could have turned very quickly. And it's going to be WBG Spider versus Alliance's Frostivus. This is a good fight. I love this particular matchup between these two players. A lot of history here between these two players since Frostivus has come over. Frostivus looking for it, but Spider finds the initial bow shot, and he's going to find some huge damage there off the fist blades as well. Frostivus going to turn around and find a little bit, looking for that fan R&B, threatening the space as Spider comes in. Spider going to take a little bit there, but the parry going to come in from Frostivus. This is huge. He goes for the two-stage charge here, gets a little bit of follow-up damage there. Spider with no armor as well. Frostivus without his now. Spider trying to break away there with the F. Frostivus looking for the charge. Spider gonna pop the ultimate here, and Frostivus just gonna have to try to buy some space here. This is a pretty bad ult for Frostivus to have to deal here on the Matara. Huge damage coming in. Frostivus able to avoid quite a bit of it though. Spider not gonna find that full charge state there. Now the teleport behind Spider, trying to do everything he can to minimize the damage coming in. Spider going to lose his wings here. Frostivus now needs to take control of everything. Spider got a little bit of HP back there, but not a lot. Frostivus continues to come in. We're gonna see the teleport, the F coming in. Frostivus though gonna find the uppercut into the follow-up there, goes for the bow shot, just needs to find it again, but it's not going to be enough. Spider finds the follow-up hit he needs, is going to come out on top.
What a finish. Are we surprised though? Are we surprised coming in from WBG Spider? I think if not,
I do believe Hottie is favored into this particular matchup, so Frostivus did an extremely good job there, utilizing his ultimate to minimize the damage that actually came through from that Hottie ultimate and to keep Spider away for as long as possible. If it had been a mirror match or the other way around, I don't know if Spider wins there.
I don't know towards that either here, but definitely is looking really, really good for like certain areas. It looks like we're gonna try to go through, and it looks like it's gonna be a nice heal here for this one. And Spider looks like he's gonna take his time and be able to go for the heals, and it gets his repair at least. T225, 5 minutes on the clock, 4.5 currently for him. T225 is gonna try to see if maybe he can scramble around, get an elimination somewhere. Let's see if he can find it here. As Mike and Spider yet again, round number 2. Comes the chase. Mike just trying to get away here. Spider not making it easy for him here. Looks like he will be able to most likely capture him as he does. He does get close and forces it. Oh, beautiful parry to immediately start that fight off. Ends up pushing that a little bit too forward. Ends up getting caught inside of Mike's combo. Looks like we're gonna go right back towards him here with the dagger. Dagger able to do a little bit of some movement here. It's a little bit of momentum to be able to capture him inside of the sun. He's gonna try to see if he can retreat as fast as possible, but not really far. And looks like he was able to get just far enough. He ends up getting striked one time. Wasn't enough. Spider was able to pop his ulti and get out of Dodge's way as fast as possible. Now back at it again up top. Spider trying to see if maybe he can get some type of strike towards this. Is Mike able to try to see if he can find it. Not be able to do a lot here. It looks like he's going to try to dodge the strike. And it looks like he's not able to do enough here as Frostivus is going to catch up towards the backstretch and says, hey, I'm here, by the way. let you know you got another neighbor. Spider's gonna try to see if he can retreat this. Such an interesting switch of events here. Currently, when we first saw this fight, Mike was the one that was trying to retreat and trying to just get out of Dodge's way, and now it's Spider on the wrong side of this chase here. Looks like he's just gonna scare rush it as far away as possible here. Ooh, almost tries to see if he can capture him onto it, trying to predict his next movement here, but wasn't able to here. But he's gonna try to see if he can go towards the grain. Mike waiting for it, for the impact, maybe seeing if he can catch a free parry off that, but was unfortunate here. Nice strikes towards the blue, trying to see if he can maybe capture it. Oh, almost goes in and falls for it, but not well enough as he ends up going for the dodge. The Spider yet again is able to get away. Looks like Mike decides, nah, it's not really worth it to be able to go for that fight here. Meanwhile, T225 and Wolves fighting this out here, but it looks like, is that another arrow? Another bow coming through off the top section?
You know, Spider playing this really well, right? He's got that White Tiger's prowess, so as long as he's moving right now, he just gets to continue to heal off that. He finds himself in a bad situation. Rather than trying to force the hand, try to take a risky play, turn the attention onto another player, he can just keep breaking away and heal as long as he's able to play keep away. Spider, of course, one of those players who has some of the best movement in the game. Very easy for him to do that and just go and heal up. We are going to see those White Tiger buffs end here as we see Zhang Yuan pick up an elimination on Wang Liang with a bow shot here. Frosty is trying to come in and pick up some of the scraps as well as WBG Spider. Frosty is going to back away to take a reset here. He's got 1 minute and 50 seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion. He needs to make something happen. Spider going to find the parry to intro into the fight with a huge follow-up there with the jumping LB into R&B there off of the fan. That legendary fan going to quickly erase the purple shields entirely off of Frostivus, and Frostivus now in a bit of a pickle. He's trying to take this fight as far away from the rest of the pack as possible so that he doesn't start to get sharked down by everybody in the lobby. But Spider yet again finds the follow-up parry, and again he's already low. He's going to do the same combo with the jumping LB into the R&B off of the fan. It's so much damage. Frostivus is forced to double teleport here just to try to break away a single tick of HP, but there it is, ladies and gentlemen. OUG's Mike finds the elimination yet again. Mike here just kind of sharking eliminations out from underneath players left, right, and center of this game. He goes to 5. He's going to tie things up with KLA's T225.
T225 doing whatever he can here as Mike trying to do the exact same here. Catches Spider in another stun lock here. And it looks like he's going to get outstunned entire towards that. Ends up getting caught inside of a really tough third party. Not looking good for him here. Oh, no! And the Bangs is able to take him away from this fight as well. Looks like he's going to take him again from Akame. Akame's not looking good for him, though. Oh, Spider's going to get caught in it, too. Akame gets caught in it for the second time. Spider. Now, no. All right, now. Hold on now. Let's not get caught in it yet again. T225 almost gets caught in it again. Oh.
Spider playing with fire right here. Zhang Yuan going to pick up another elimination. He's going to go to 4. Going to pick it up on 5-2-1's Akame. This is interesting. Typically, we see players opt to kind of break away from fights as this Bane Breath come down, but because Spider had found such a huge opening onto OUG's Mike with the follow-up, the Bane drops in the middle of that since the whole lobby had rotated to kind of shark that elimination as quickly as possible. We see so many players fall victim to the Banes coming out. T225 is just going to stand in the middle of one here. He's going to take quite a bit of damage. Needs to back away and burn some resources. He's got plenty of shield pots though in the back pocket. This is going to take him down to 8 from 10 though, as we are heading in to our next zone here, zone 5 in the next 10 seconds. We have 4 players left remaining alive. T225 going to do the smart thing. He's going to come loot some extra goodies away from the body. TE Star going to do a little bit of shopping while they have the opportunity, and it's KLA's T225, ASE's Zhang Yuan here, TE's Star, and WBG Spider remaining in the lobby. I don't think there's a way for Star to walk away the MVP here. There's simply not enough eliminations. ASE here is going to go ahead and pick up that Spirit Well, going to get himself that buff, the Mystic Might, as well as those extra goodies. Going to be in a really good situation here as he looks to start to chase down some of these other players. 3 legendary weapons in the back pocket as well. With those 5 eliminations, he's really setting himself up for success. We saw him this game, you know, last game he goes and solves the puzzle in Praedoria so that he can get the extreme soul jade. This game he goes and solves the puzzle to go ahead and pick up that legendary weapon earlier, those dual halberds that he loses to Mike early on inside that first set of Realm of Yang. But we are seeing a pattern being formed by Zhuan Wan as a player here, where he's looking to take advantage of all of those early game gifts that you can lock down for yourself so that he can have the biggest advantage going into the mid game as humanly possible. And it is serving him pretty well, because yet again he is at the top of the pack here. He's top 4. He has 5 eliminations this game. Again, he could easily find himself finding that back-to-back MVP, Dobby.
See if he can find it here inside of this space here, but 5 eliminations so far. He's gonna have to fight this out with T225 and Spider. Whoa, what's with the logos though? They weren't able to pick that up? Did you see that?
Yeah, this is what I talked about before with the Spirit Well. Whoever opens the Spirit Well, they are the only players for quite a hot minute who can pick up the drops from it.
Cool.
So since Zhang Yuan was the one who opened it, nobody can pick up the rest of the items from that Spirit Well right now. As we're cutting back to the realm of Yang, we missed earlier between T225 and ASC's Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan here forced to use the F, going to go ahead and invest some bow shots here on to Liam there from the side of KLA T225. Huge uppercut combo into a refreeze off of the ult with the follow-up charge to RB from the fan for the execution. That legendary fan pumping out so much damage. Man, that was clean coming in from Zhang Yuan.
That was a good strike though coming in towards this one here. That was we were able to see around this here is T225 chilling inside of the rocks here. Like Star, it looks like he might go searching a little bit. He might not find what he likes to see maybe as he sees Spider nearby. Has to be careful. At least Spider's on the outside of the realm. Spider's gonna be able to go for it. The heals here, slow ending towards. It's very surprising, honestly. Towards these solos here, as we do see them towards the final end of this game, at least. Some really good potential from both of these players so far here. As Yuan looks like he's waiting and watching, doesn't even realize one's on the. It doesn't. There we go. Okay, now he sees him. I was say, don't get run up on. Don't even realize it as he hears the footsteps. Just don't get caught. Uh-oh. Spider almost getting caught though by that bow, not be able to do it much here. Ace with that Mystic Might here, not able to create too much here. Ooh, almost is able to pop that, but not enough. He's gonna be able to rotate this around here, not looking good towards this. Yuan trying not to get caught up inside of this third party here, caught in a tough situation here. Looks like one's gonna be able to scatter through. KLA C225 looks like he might be able to take the advantage and start fighting one of the other players here. Meanwhile, Spider just trying to just not get caught by any of the bow strikes here. It could be massive for some of these players. You definitely don't want to give any of the other players an opportunity to try to push out as hard as possible.
Yeah, Spider here going to use that 2-Na to his advantage, trying to go ahead and get that buff as well as the healing off of it. As we take a look, 4 players left remaining alive. They slow play this out, right? Because Zone 5 finally starting to collapse onto Zone 6 here. Zone 6 will collapse onto Zone 7 in the next 30 seconds, but that Zone 5 has another Bane's Breath. And given how the mid-game Bane's Breath at the start of Zone 4 really hit so many of these players so hard because of the aggression onto OUG's mic, I completely understand why these players kind of slow it down. They don't want to pressure fights too hard going into that Zone 5, knowing there's going to be another Bane's Breath, that there's nothing they can do about dropping onto the map. So they wait for that to go out. And we have so much verticality in this particular spot on the map as well. There's 4 players. This is kind of a death trap where if you try to initiate a fight with another player and you get a little low or they get a little low, the third party can kind of come in and really create a hectic environment for these fights to break out. So we're probably going to see these players wait until that Zone 7 starts to collapse before we see any more action popping off, Dubby.
Oh, you're right. You definitely are right. Unless one just decides to get real brave and maybe ends up getting fed into this fight where maybe the third party starts to happen as well, but sadly would not be able to. T225 ends up getting caught in some of the bow strikes here towards this series. Does not want to get caught as the circle is slowly starting to go in. It looks like it's going to be at the very top of this little mountain hinge right here. What? I'm sorry. How did he parry from that far? Excuse me? I don't remember that being a thing. That was really impressive though towards this as Yuan actually able to get some decent damage hits onto Spider here with the bow. Able to get some connection off of this there, and he ends up going all the way down towards the very bottom here. It's like T225. Gonna be able to scale down here as well, trying to see if we can find one. As Spider finds a decent little nook and cranny right towards this. 30 seconds left on the clock for the final circle. It's gonna be a good one here towards this. 4 players left alive. 3 of them at least with gold. Looks like Star is gonna be the only one without it. All the way up top. Not looking good for him. There is a possibility, but it's real tough knowing you got 3 strong contenders with 3 strong weapons, 2 of them with gold, 2 of them with gold weapon and gold shield, let alone it. See if that opportunity starts to strike. Rune, what do you think?
This is going to be really, really interesting to see how this plays out here. Spider coming in, looking for an opportunity with the fan, is going to take some damage from these clinks. TT25 there with that Assassin's Lunge, trying to make something happen there off of the Soul Jade, not quite able to find it. We are going to see a grapple come up. Jean going to use the F to drop down here in a pretty much safe position, doing a really good job of just utilizing the scale rushes and staying in the game here. Going to pop the ultimate. The zone is collapsing down here. Jean wants to go high, wants to use the bow here to get as many shots off as possible, wants to keep using the dashes to buy themselves as much time. Spider gonna hold on for as long as possible before he pops the ult. Gonna start healing here inside the very tip top of this little zone. He's got to be careful about how much damage he's taken from the zone though. Jean on the receiving end of some damage there from TT25, as well as Spider there with the huge fire tick damage coming in off the top of that. It's gonna be Spider who picks up TT25, as well as another player here. It looks like Spider gonna be coming out on top here, ladies and gentlemen, for your MVP for game number 2. Things slow down pretty drastically, and Spider plays it out. He waits. He sees everybody else pop their ultimate, and he just slow plays it. He goes to low HP, but he knows if he can pop his ult and just fly up above everybody else, he can get those heals off, and he can utilize that fire tick to knock the players into the zone, get some bonus damage off on them, and heavily have a good chance of securing those eliminations because of the fire tick damage constantly ticking off. And sure enough, that's exactly what he does. He's able to find those eliminations, and he's able to come out on top. What a way to end game number 2, Dobby.
What a strong finish for Spider, as he definitely needed it inside of this game. Man, definitely a good sight to see here. And he was able to get one before Mike. What a strong start for him. Listen, we know Mike is always a contender that just gets nothing but bi-weekly finals, wins. But it's good to see Spider's finally able to get a dub, at least in this first couple of games. And now he's able to run it back a little bit strongly towards the next section. Now, with all of that coming through, we still have some more, as obviously everybody's going to take a quick bathroom break. We're going to run it back. We're going to take some time. Game 2 and strong. About to head into a game 3. So far, definitely play styles have switched up a little bit. A lot more calmer towards that ending circle here, especially for these last few teams here that have really just been holding on and just kind of being smart with their momentum, with their timing. Obviously looking into it, not really feeding into that amount of hecticness. And also the getaways, I feel like, has been a lot more precise, I feel like.
Well, when it comes down to it, you know, we'll jump back to that in just a second, but we have another question for you guys, another chance for you guys to win one of those Summer Split random gift box. Which hero was the MVP in game number 2? Is it A, Justina, B, Matari, C, Liam, or D, Hottie? I mean, if you were watching, you know, we just broke this down for you guys, how they were able to come out on top. I'll give you just a little bit of hint. It was WBG Spider who was the MVP. So if you know who Spider was playing, you know who was able to come out there on top in the end. But speaking of the end, you know, you're talking about things slowing down towards the end here, and it really kind of comes down to the field of heroes that are left available on the board for the 4 players, right? You have that beginning of Zone 4 where there's an aggressive play made onto OUG's Mike. Mike is extremely low. The entire lobby goes to shark down onto Mike, and unfortunately for them, they kind of miss time when we're going to see that Bane's Breath being dropped onto the map. They get a little too aggressive. They're trying to eliminate Mike before it comes through. Mike is able to kind of give them the slippery runaround for just a couple of seconds, and then that Bane's Breath comes through. Unfortunately for Mike, it is the Bane's Breath that ends up doing him in, but then all of these players who kind of sharked onto him were now, you know, they thought they were big fish in the pond, but when the pond is the Bane Breath, you were always the little fish. And we saw player after player take huge hits there. They had to burn a ton of resources to get away. Even Star, who thought he was completely out of it, he was chilling for a second. All of a sudden, he's just in the middle of another one. It hits him. He's forced to burn 2 more pots yet again. He's forced to turn back around and take a risk to head back to Mike's body, looking for extra resources to stay in the game. But post that, you've got 4 players left, which makes it very hard for anybody to really look to find an open engagement, especially when you have so much verticality in this particular end circle. circle for this map, but you also have players now who are all extremely well positioned to take the fight to that final moment of the final circle. And because of that, you see everybody just waited out, looking to capitalize on their ultimate. But it is WBG's Spider who does the best there, as he picks up 6 eliminations in a first place finish for a game score of 8. We have T225 and Jean Yuan, though, very close behind, both of them picking up a game score of 6.5. Absolutely huge games for them. Mike, even though he does go out in that zone 4, he has 5 eliminations, which means he's able to lock down that game score of 6. And then we see TE's Star, who unfortunately only had 2 eliminations going into that final circle, pick up a couple of extra ranking points to round it out for 4 points for him here in game number 2. But really, how this comes down, right, is Spider is able to make this happen because he's the last man to ult in the lobby. It's a high risk, high reward strategy. If you're playing Hottie, you are going to be the target going into those final moments. Players know how impactful your ultimate is going to be. They're going to look to remove you from the board, but the longer you can hold that ultimate, the more impactful it is in those final moments. And that's exactly how we see WBG Spider capitalize on top of it. As we take a look at the overall standings, though, it is Jean Yuan with 2 strong games back-to-back, and 8 in game 1 for the MVP, and a game score of 6.5 in game number 2 is going to leave him at a 14.5. OUG's Mike hot on his heels, though, with a 12.5. Spider takes the MVP in this game. Unfortunately, Spider gets eliminated pretty early in game number 1. He walks away with a big old fat donut for game number 1. So this is a good game. It helps him catch back up in the standings, but he still has a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up to OUG's Mike and, of course, Jean Yuan.
Still has a lot of that to go here, but let's check out the replays here and see what's going on. Sponsored by Thunderbolt is Mike trying to see if he can get some. This is that first strike immediately onto this as he ends up getting that aggression and gets the first elimination onto that game. BIWEEK1 trying to go through with this, and he ends up getting that elimination with the Hottie flying around. Star really finding this moment here to get that finish. Look at Mike really able to balancing through both of these teams here. He's able to get those 2 eliminations. And even with this one, Mike able to find it on the outskirts here. Gets the parry, the beautiful parry that he needed, though. That was a very long fight. That one was probably one of the longest fights we've had so far within these first 2 games here, with both of them coming back and forth here. But man, that new weapon is dangerous in this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those fist blades are an insane weapon, Dobby. They are so strong. Again, being able to dodge, get those iframes, maintain your blue, and actually take it to the next stage of charge. Again, having that ability, if you have the Soul Jade, to suck people out of their blue state, absolutely massive as well. Like, the weapon is just so strong. We're going to take a look here at the MVP. Of course, it's going to be WBG Spider here on Hottie, and Hottie going to be coming in with 17,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 7 parries this game, 13,533 that damage coming in from those melee weapons, 5,000 of it coming in from the fan, and another 5,700 from the fist blades.
And that timing couldn't have been any better, as he's got some decent stuff. He's got Cloud Weaver, Venom Tip, and Bard Bolts, martial art, Saishi Fan. He's got damage reduction. I mean, the guy kind of had it all for this pick, especially. Had a really good look towards this, though, as he's able to get it almost with that 17K, almost to 20. In terms of 20K damage here, but the Hottie coming through for his first dub as well. Strong look, though. I mean, so far it's been really good, especially for a man like Spider. Mike, kind of a little surprising. You know, he's been able to get a decent amount of elimination so far, so he's not like he's really getting any eliminations toward this. But man, I want to say he's struggling, but he's not.
No, I mean, he's in second place. The thing is this is Mike's typical MO, right? He comes in, and during the regular bi-weekly, he just plays extremely consistently. He's always in like the top 5 of every single lobby. He's always putting up at least 6 points every single game, and then he uses that point advantage that he gets throughout the week heading into the finals. And then when he goes into the finals, he's like, cool, the first 3 games I'm just gonna pop off like a demon. I'm gonna get to that threshold as soon as possible, and then you guys might target me out of the lobbies, but if I'm the first one up there, I have more opportunities than anybody else to find that MVP once I'm above that point threshold to lock the championship down. And that's what Mike has done consistently since the new rules have come in for the season. But we're going to take a short break before we come back for game number 3, so don't go anywhere, because we're going to be hopping on the boat and paddling across to good old Morris Isle.
ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 winners so far. We still have a few more to crown so far for our day 1 of the bi-weekly solos for our summer split. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. I'm your host and caster, Javier, alongside my main man, Runekeeper. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a minute since we've actually casted. I ain't gonna lie. First time that we've been here as the dynamic duo in a minute. I miss you. I miss you so much, dude.
Miss you too, Dobby. And you know, this harkens me back all the way back to the beginning, man. You know, when we first started doing Morris Cup almost 4 years ago now, Dobby. It's insane how time flies, how long we've been with NARAKA. You know, you and me always bringing the season in together, and here we are yet again, summer split, bringing in a brand new season here for the Nbpl. And what a day it's been already. 2 insanely huge games. You know, we talked after game 1 that I kind of wanted to keep my eye on John Yuan, and he is showing very consistently, you know, that he's a exceptionally good player. You know, game 1 he walks away with that MVP. This game he still puts up a 6.5. He's currently holding a lead over OUG's Mike coming into this season. You know, this is an extremely well-versed player. He's got a good strategy too. He comes in and he looks for those early game advantages that he can take into that mid game. He's not afraid to pressure those advantages either, right? You know, he picks up those legendary dual Hallies at the beginning of game number 2, takes him into the Realm of Yang. He almost never misses an opportunity to pressure into Realm of Yang. Game 1, instead of the legendary Hallies, he picks up that red Soul Jade that helps him win that first Realm of Yang, which also picks him up a legendary weapon as well. And he just continues to apply that pressure throughout the game while making sure that he makes it to those end circles every single game. This is a really good strategy. This is kind of like textbook NARAKA that we're seeing him playing, and there's a reason we would call it textbook NARAKA, because it works, and he's showing us just that it does in fact work.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, in this type of game, especially with how insane these players are, it has to work. It's gotta work. You gotta make something work in order for, you know, this thing to really, really pop off in certain instances. Now, obviously, coming through with some of these other players here that really we haven't been able to see really pop off here, they have a lot to juggle here. Seeing the eyes on Frostivus here, who, I mean, he's been able to juggle really well in certain instances. We really haven't been able to see the pop off game that we've been wanting to see out of one of the few people as part of the NA region. But it's not shocking that he can do it. Now it's just about being a part of these really important moments, especially towards the end of games, and he's able to capitalize on it much, much more. DAY1, welcoming him back into the Nbpl split. You know, we haven't seen him in a minute, so it's good to see him back inside of the roster and actually putting in some work, making some of these players sweat a little bit. Good to see.
Look, I mean, I really enjoy the roster setup this season. I mean, I think, you know, the only player that's a shame really to see go away is CDY, formerly known as Pandaman, especially for the NA fans, right? Pandaman was always a North American favorite. Everybody loved to see him come in and play that Tarka G. You know, Duncan, absolutely a huge fan as well. Loved to see the Fire Dog Tarka coming in and being played. It's unfortunate to see him go. Hopefully we'll see him come back in a later season though, but we've got to lock in because unfortunately he might be gone. These players definitely are not. As we get ready to lock in for game number 3, it's going to be Wolves, Wang Liang, and BBE's Fat Milk who get that first hero select as we head on over to Morris Isle for game number 3. And this is going to be interesting. We're heading straight back to the OG. We talked about when we came back from break, heading back to the OG caster duo here for NARAKA. We're going to be heading back to the OG map, and a lot of the same coming through, Dobby. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing Wu Chen being picked up even in the later stages. It looks like Liam being picked up by everybody during that first stage. We're seeing Hottie being picked up during the second stage, the band coming through. I'm going to be picking up the Tessa Akame on that Matari. We're going to see Kai Lin being double picked here by Frostivus, TE Star, looking to lock in more of those Kai Lin picks. Super happy to see this hero make his way into solos. I know when he first came out, a lot of people weren't sure if he was going to be a solos hero or not. There was some speculation on that, but clearly these players figured out how to make it work. Zai coming in from T25. No, he's going to bounce back. He sees Matari is available. Didn't actually get banned out in this phase, so he's going to take his opportunity to play it, and that will be Matari banned out as we head into the 6th and final round selection. It's going to be Spider on Akos a fan favorite here. Players love to see WBG Spider rocking that Akos. And DAY1, the final person to lock in, trying to decide. You can see he's not really sure what he wants to play here. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Wu Chen I was hoping to see. DAY1 gonna lock it in. We're gonna see that new ultimate, that V2, and of course his old V2 being changed to his F now. So we're gonna get to see that swaparoo that I used to be so excited for all the way back in the day. You know, we were just again talking about the OG Dobby, things we used to see back in the day. You know, you and me used to get extremely excited when we would see Wu Chens use that swap to guarantee a combo starter and just absolutely pop off. Played aggressively back in the day. You know, Wu Chen fell heavily out of favor in solos, and we haven't seen him for a long time, so it's going to be good to see him coming back.
Absolutely. It's going to be phenomenal here to see what type of advantages that he makes during this here. As we're going to see the strikes coming through, and you said it before, ever since he had that upgrade, I mean, he's really had the opportunity to absolutely dive in as much as possible. And I think he's done a great job of it so far here. So let's see where that opportunity comes through for him here. And let's see what advantages he can make inside of this with a whole lot of players around him to make some magic happen.
Oh my goodness, we're missing the numbers on which abilities is running here, but I'm going to assume almost immediately that it is going to be F2, V2 coming through from DAY1 here as we get ready to head in. No real surprises coming through in terms of abilities for any of these heroes. It's kind of more of the same that we expect to see. Really interesting to see that Liam has consistently been like the first pick. Like if you've got the opportunity, you're playing Liam, but we haven't seen a Liam really pop off in any of these games, make it all the way to end circle and show us something crazy. We have Fong on that Tessa as well. We have consistently seen at least one Tessa coming through during those middle stages of hero selection and finding a little bit of value on the hero, but not a lot of value coming through. And, you know, Tessa has slowly over time continued to phase out of the hero pool for many of these players just because of the fact that that ultimate is very easily avoidable. And even if you don't avoid it, all of these players now know how to create the distance to very quickly be able to break the chain there off of that ultimate. So it's very hard for these Tessas to find value off of that ultimate very often anymore. We see a little bit of value sometimes where like somebody doesn't quite pop on breaking the chain as soon as they should, or we saw a player make by Jean Wan in the last game where he had the opportunity to absolutely clutch the game out on Mike, but instead he pops in and decides to break the chain. And I'm sorry, Dobby, I know you wanted to talk about your map, but
I don't know. I don't know if you're missing out, but everyone's in Shadow. Nobody is anywhere else in this map. Nobody's in Celestial. Nobody in Shipwreck's Expanse. Nobody anywhere else. It's just an absolute desert bloodbath. That's that we're literally about to institute. There might be one or two teams that's inside the grass areas, but literally everywhere else it's just nothing but sand, sand, sand. Meanwhile, Hollyway immediately is able to capture a nice little parry off the top here. Mike getting caught in a tough situation. Now he's gonna go for the retreat. Well, them gonna try to scale it here. Meanwhile, finds the gray shield swap. Oh, nice strike off the longsword here. And is able to maybe try to see if he can keep that momentum. Oh, goes for the switch. Now I understand how small that circle has to be. And I get it now. That actually could be a make it or break it moment for the Wushin, depending on how good it is. That is really phenomenal to actually see that amount of momentum, but literally everyone is in Shadow Jade. Jade Pawn, Sigma Mine, Dragon Spine Yard. Everyone is basically there and downward the entire way through as Wolves is able to capture the elimination onto pace with those new weapons. I mean, man, oh man, those things have been absolutely dangerous.
Oh my goodness. Here we go back to the Fist Blades again. Now it's going to be Fist Blades versus Fist Blades with Wolves, Wang Liang versus OUG's Mike here. Mike here absolutely just getting blitzed through. He's going to be forced to pop the F almost immediately. Wang Liang now needs to find a way in. Mike, though, typically, you know, the man with the plan has got an armor somewhere in the back pocket, or it looks like he's heading to try to find one. If he doesn't, Liam going to pop that F there. Going to be coming in. We're going to see the ult invested on the side of Mike as the ult coming in there from Wang Liang as well. Wang Liang's just going to let Mike back away here. And he says, cool, you're going to burn your ultimate. There There we go. We're going to see him end it early, trying to conserve it, and then Wang Liang, who looked like he was breaking away, just immediately turns back into the fight. He's got the ult off the rip there. Is going to find some damage onto Mike. Mike gets most of a reset, but that armor going to be shredded off of him very quickly as Wang Liang keeps the chase up here. Mike, though, up here in Pond, going to be able to find that armor swap very quickly. So Wang Liang looking out for the armor reset there. Will find some, but Mike immediately strips him off of it here with the staff. He's going to go down with the follow-up coming in now, though. It's going to be Alliance's Frostivus looking to put the pressure onto Mike, but Mike has the ult back. All of that damage he was able to get out on that fight onto Wang Liang, plus the Soul Bloom means that ult's back online. A huge parry onto Frostivus with the follow-up here. Frostivus, no place to go here. He's going to find a parry of his own here. Goes for the follow-up. Mike going to be forced to use the F to get away there as DRG's Fong comes in. Fong going to take quite a bit of damage. He's going to throw that ultimate out there. He's not going to be able to connect on it. Frostivus is able to get away. Frostivus looking to use that ult to clean up. He's going to get huge hits onto Fong. Going to find another hit. He needs one more. He will find the elimination there. He's able to get the Soul Bloom as well. Gets the parry onto Mike. Finds another follow-up with the ult there. Mike going to be forced into the ultimate as well if he wants to stay alive here. And we're going to see our boy Alliance's Frostivus use the ult to continue to try the chase there. He goes one to dash into the air, one for the follow-up. Doesn't find the hit on Mike. Mike going to keep chasing. Doesn't find the connection. Frostivus needs to be careful though. The third party in from behind. T225. Oh my goodness. No, sorry. It's Jean Yuan who tries to get the kill, but he sets it up and gives it to Mike. And now Mike trying to turn it onto him as well.
Absolutely insane to follow through. OUG's Mike gonna try to see if he can retreat off of this here, but Yuan wants blood and they smell it. Oh, gonna try to see if he can strike it, but actually misses out on it. Meanwhile, Mike is actually going to be able to at least get a little bit away with the gray shield, but not going to be able to do a lot. As Yuan's going to decide he's going to want to go through the strike here, gets a little bit airborne, catches Mike inside of this there. The question is he going to be able to do it again? Yes, he does. Nice strike. It takes at least 1 to 2 more here. He's going to get closer into this gap here. He's able to find it as Yuan gets the elimination onto Mike. Captures his first elimination and stops the Reign of Terror for Mike.
Yeah, Yuan able to finally secure that elimination. Mike, though, with the early resurrection, you know, he finds 3 eliminations super early here. This is a really good start for OUG's Mike here, as he comes in and already puts up 3 points onto the board, tying things up with Yuan, even though Yuan was able to just pick up the elimination off of him. T225 here with the charge. RMB off the staff, gonna pick Spider up and do a ton of damage here. Spider with no armor, gonna invest the F onto the side of the wall here as he's find just a little bit of a window to get some of that damage reduction in. T225 holding the teleport there. Spider able to avoid the first one, able to avoid the second one. This tower playing Ring Around the Rosie, gonna be able to buy Spider quite a lot of an advantage here. Somehow able to get that pot off on the side before the terrain scuffs and drops him down below. Yuan here still at Pond. Mike with the respawn actually comes back, decides he wants to run this back, and this could be interesting for him. Both Akami and Jean Yuan in range there. Mike taking a ton of damage. He's forced to burn the ultimate and then ends it trying to get it back once we see space created, but Akami does not want to give up the chase here. Is going to find the grapple, keeps Mike from getting away, finds the follow-up pistol shot as well. Mike with the gray armor swap yet again. Mike doing what Mike does best with the armor swaps here, but unfortunately he is down to gray armor now off this resurrection. Gray weapons as well. No ultimate, 60% charge. He does have that F still up. Akami just burning grapples left, right, and center. Mike with plenty in the back pocket. He's going to miss that first teleport. Mike able to find another armor swap into a blue armor as we head up here. And this, of course, going to be perfect for Mike here. He's going to have so many opportunities to scale rush there inside the city, break away from so many players here. And Akami's going to give up chase because he knows these Realms of Yang coming forward. He doesn't want to sit there and continue to burn resources on the odd chance that he might be able to chase down Mike. Wolves inside the center here trying to lock himself down. He does have that ticket to be able to take this Realm of Yang, but pistol shots coming in from every direction here. Wang Lang's got to be very careful about how he takes this. He's waiting for that timer to tick down, see if he can get inside. Fat Milk trying to keep the pressure up. Wang Lang does not want to give this away here, but it's both Dao Yue and Fat Milk trying to pressure him away. He's going to be forced completely out of the circle. He's going to give it up to somebody over here who's going to be taking it in. It's going to be Fat Milk who actually gets the ticket here. He's gonna knock it down Hue away and hoping for that Yang to come through very shortly. Fat Milk gonna scale rush up, trying to break away yet again. It looks like he might be able to give that ticket away. No, Fat Milk gonna come back inside. Wolf's gonna come back inside, but Dao Hue is gonna be the one who gets the ticket here as everybody breaks away from the circle. He's gonna open it up for himself. He's gonna pop that ultimate just to buy himself some space here because he's gonna get the reset as soon as he heads inside. He's just gonna wait. He's gonna use the ultimate to cover to guarantee he gets to go inside. It's gonna be Dao Hue versus SS1's Paste.
What an absolute dynamite here, as we're going to see this fight come through here, as they're most likely going to go airborne inside of this realm. And if yes, they are. Stalliway is going to try to see if maybe he can hit some shot. Oh! Pace hits a massive one onto that. Hits airborne and absolutely depletes the shield from Daiwei. Not looking good for him inside of this realm of Yang. This could go really quickly here, as Daiwei is actually able to get some really grand strikes coming in from those dual blades here. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can connect some. It looks like he's able to here, but Daiwei is not looking good for him here. Oh, there goes those strikes. Now I understand what you're talking about. Whoa, that was a lot of damage coming through, though, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here. But it does give him time to be able to get away while all those strikes are happening here. He's able to deplete that, but it's not going to be enough here. But the sword's able to do a decent amount of damage while Hue is just trying to retreat to get some of the heals going, at least for himself here. It looks like he's going to go a little bit more airborne. Not looking good as the strikes hit a little bit harder. And just like that, Pace is able to get the win inside of the realm of Yang.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Pace had such a better control of the neutral game there. We really see Dao Hue kind of banking on the damage and the stagger coming in from the blades, and Pace using as much of the blue focus as he can, trying to just maintain spacing so that he always has an opportunity to get a little bit of chip damage there on Dao Hue, waiting out that ultimate, and then as soon as that ultimate's gone, he's just able to find control of the neutral, can find control of the entirety of the fight. Yes, he was a little behind in terms of resources, in terms of health, but because he just had such a better control of the neutral game there, as soon as the threat of that ultimate washes away from Dao Hue, we see Pace come out on top there. Looks like Spider is also able to come out on top in his realm of Yang. DRG's Fong, it looks like he was able to find a Moore's Blessing to get that Vermilions as well. Mike coming in, looking to get some hits here onto Dao Hue. Hue really trying to make something happen. He's going to find the swap this time onto Mike, is able to find the re-engage, but he sees Mike go for the F2, so he's just going to back away. He's not going to overcommit here. He's going to look for an opportunity to get a reset himself here. Mike doesn't want to give him one. Mike will miss the grapple onto Dao Hue. Hue going to get at least one pot off here because of that. Mike trying to give chase there. Doesn't go for the parry. Very interesting there. Hue lets that go for so long. Mike very easily could have used a jump parry to punish there, but instead he's going to come in. He doesn't pick up. No, Mike does pick up the kill. It's going to be Akami who comes in. Akami sets it up for him there with those bow shots. And yet again, Mike doing what Mike does best right now and just kind of scraping kills out from other players. Akami tries to snipe it out, but Mike waits patiently for those bow shots to connect so that he can follow up and get the damage here and clean up the eliminations. Going to put Mike at 4 eliminations. Bounty currently on his head. Not sure whether it is Akami or Fat Milk. I do believe it's going to be Fat Milk with how close that bounty tick is with the bounty there onto Mike. Mike going to do a little bit of shopping as we cut across the map here to take a look. With that, that 4th elimination brings Mike into first place over to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan there with the Vermilion Birds Might going to be coming through, looking to pop soon here and find that resurrection. WBG Spider coming through, or sorry, no, Zhang Yuan is actually lost realm of Yang. I apologize. He is looking for that resurrection post that. He's got to be careful. Yeah, he's got that Yang depletion on him. He's got to look for an opportunity to find an elimination here if he wants to keep the game alive, and he's made it to end circle every single game. So question is, will he be able to do it again here in game number 3?
See what he can do here inside of this moment here. Looks like now Yuan able to go airborne here. It looks like there's another player down at the bottom. It's going to be Spider. Whoa, nice little bit of teleportation. Ends up finding Pace. Going to try to see if maybe they can work towards this. Doesn't want to get caught up as there's so many people inside of this. We have Star, we have Spider. Looks like we have Frostivus as well. Wolves, TL. Definitely does not want to get caught in this as well. Pace all the way around towards this. His Star is going to be able to come through here. Yuan hiding right inside of the corner here actually misses him just by an inch. Doesn't even realize he's right there. A rotation here, just trying to slow it down little by little here. So far, The game has been very good. Oh, no, ends up catching him on the outskirts here. The question is he going to connect to this fight? It looks like they will. Oh, beautiful parry. Yuan loses some damage off of this one, though. Beautiful misses out on the strike, though, from the longsword. And now he's going to try to see if he can get away from this. It looks like Star wants to catch this fight. He says, no, not today. And it looks like everybody's going to smell the blood towards this. The Sharks know that he's dangerously low here, at least in terms of his shield, having none at all. Looks like he's going to maneuver it. He's going to go right back into the corner.
Yeah, Yuan's got to find that reset, but he also has to find an elimination very quickly. 54 seconds here for Star, about the same time for Yuan as well. Star coming in, and this is going to be a desperate fight between these two players. Star with the ultimate, but almost no HP available. He is going to catch Yuan with it, but Star has got to find the elimination. So does Yuan here. Both of them doing a ton of damage. Star going to get a little bit of a reset here, coming in, looking for another pot. We're going to see that fire tick damage coming in as well, but Star keeping the pressure up on Yuan. Yuan in the corner, forced to burn the F2. Star into the white armor swap here, going to take a ton of damage. Pace coming through. Will somebody be able to make it happen? Will Yuan be able to get this soul bloom? It looks like Star is going to go down here. Star trying to break away here, using that dagger to get as much movement. He's going to come in. He wants to pick up the elimination on Yuan. Yuan goes down. That's going to be Yuan out of the lobby. Star not able to get the soul bloom and is going to find himself going down to 5-2-1 Zakame.
Absolutely insane here. What a finish. Playing that super well inside of this piece here. Looks like Akame is going to work towards this next piece here, trying to see if they can juggle it towards another area here. As Mike, with those 4 eliminations, Paste and Frostivus timed it up with Spider, T25, and Fang with 2 eliminations towards this as Wolves. They're going to find Akame towards this. Let's see. He's going to be able to strike, at least getting out of the harm's way towards this. Double kick off of this. Going to try to see if they can keep to do the rotation. It looks like he might be able to get away here, as he won't be able to find him here. Towards this next area. Akame. Oh! Gonna get away in such the best time. It looks like Wolves is gonna keep that same pressure. And it looks like it's gonna be a waiting game for Frosted as well.
We're gonna see here as we heading in. We're gonna see Fat Milk and Mike here fighting over the Spirit Well, and there we go. We're going to see those fights getting ready to come through from those realms of Yang. Fat Milk getting absolutely blitzed through. You're going to pop that ultimate there on Liam, trying to recover here from Mike, but Mike just needs to find a single hit here. Mike not quite able to find it. There it is. He will find it, and he's going to come back, and he's going to lock it down as we head over to Alliance's Frostivus versus WBG Spider inside the realm of Yang. Frostivus off to a good start, going to tear half the armor there off of Spider. Spider trying to use the cannon to splash some damage through to the other side onto Frostivus. Not quite able to find it. Will find the F, going to knock him away. Will try to come in. He does get the damage reduction, but not going to find the follow-up there. Frostivus, though, going to take quite a bit of damage as he turns things back around. The ult going to be invested on the side of Frostivus. A little early as Spider does still have that ultimate. He's able to avoid that first hit there. Not able to avoid the second, but Spider looking for a good opportunity. He just needs to wait for Frostivus to commit and try to come in with the V, but Frostivus will find double commits where Spider is sent spiraling in the air and doesn't have a chance to respond there. Looks for another one, but Spider finally does find the response. Going to come through, get a huge heal off of it. Frostivus going to take a ton of damage. He just needs to find one more. Frostivus with the blades. He's able to find the kick, and against the Alliance's Frostivus comes out on top in the realm of Yang against WBG Spider.
Let's go, Frosty. Finally is able to capture the burr inside of that fight and is able to absolutely capitalize it in that moment and catches him on the ice streak. What a finish coming through from Frosty. Absolutely needed a little bit of confidence there, and I think that's the confidence that he needs to really push out and make that situation happen here. Now it's about really what actually can he do towards this now that he has that opportunity here, and let's see if he can take the advantage of it against other players here. Looks like you're going to try to see if we can find more. This is what exactly we've been talking about this whole time here. What a well-placed execution coming in from Frosty's Pace. Now is going to be on the retreat here. Meanwhile, Spider is on the inside here with Fang. Nice strike to be able to catch him with the parry here. Looks like he's going to keep that same momentum going through. He's going to keep that defense up. As meanwhile, Fang trying to see if he can hold it strong here. But Spider is going to be able to keep the same intact. Impacts coming in from the ground as well towards this. Those nunchucks able to do a little bit of some damage. Crazy amounts of damage actually towards this. It looks like he's going to be able to push him off. The question is, does he have enough time for it? Is the stun is going to be able to do enough? Oh, not enough. But it looks like he's going to be able to recover because that bow was able to lock him out of it. It looks like he knows exactly where he is. Going to try to capture him inside of this corner. Not looking good, though. This Spider's going to take his time here. Maybe he can run towards this, but it's not going to be able to do enough here. As it looks like he's going to be able to bounce off this, but Spider's able to capture and steal the elimination away.
Unfortunately, he does not get the Soul Bloom, though. So Spider picks up the additional point, but now has to find yet another elimination. He's going to get sent airborne by Akami with the follow-up from Frostivus. And Frostivus says, thanks for setting him up. I'll take the back-to-back eliminations onto Spider. And Frostivus still hungry, looking to chase down another elimination onto KLA's T225. T225 going to teleport topside. Frostivus going up, looking for him. Doesn't quite see him. Has got to figure out where he went. It looks like T225 going to find most, if not a full reset. And Frostivus decides to stop wasting his time. Is going to head back this direction. Frostivus here with 4 eliminations. OUG's Mike with 5. The 2 players leading the lobby here. 6 players left remaining as Zone 3 collapses onto Zone 4, which means heading into Zone 4, we're going to see that Bane's Breath getting ready to come through that absolutely griefed out basically the entire lobby in game number 2 because of the fight that was pressured onto OUG's Mike. Mike also getting caught out by that same Bane's Breath and giving the elimination, I do believe, to Spider last game. And speaking of which, Mike just keeping on the move here, doesn't want to find himself in a similar situation this game as we are Zone 3 getting ready to head over to Zone 4. Mike just going to keep it on the move. You're going to find a couple of extra little Soul Jades here, just trying to better his position as he heads into the late game here for game number 3. Of course, Mike rocking the classic new dual blade skin there, the double fish coming in. Just serving up some sushi, Dobby.
Absolutely insane. Hey, make sure to give me some of that spicy mayo, though. I like some of that on top of my sushi. You know what I'm saying? I like some good fish, as long as it smells good. Anyway, as it looks, oh no,
Akami gets caught out by the sign.
Oh, he's lucky. Nobody was paying attention.
Yeah.
Oh,
that could have been Akami's game right there.
That could have been real bad, especially in this game number 3. You got 3 more games left. You want to make sure that you're absolutely locked in towards all of these other ones as well here. Looks like it's going to be good, though. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum, though. Is he's going to be able to push in towards that? Trying to make it work here is OUG's Mike. Trying to run towards it. See if we can go back towards the replays. Here's Fang. Gonna try to see if we can get some hits off of him. Nice hits off the wall here. And is able to capture another combo on a T225 here. T225 trying to see if maybe he can keep that same combo going here. Unable to capture him on side of that strike here. Looks like Fang is trying to see if maybe they can capture a nice little... Oh, and he gets him through the wall. Making it a lot harder for him to actually push onwards to maybe stop the stun. It looks like T225 was able to do it in a good amount of time. Wow, what a beautiful parry, though, off the bat. And then is able to get the finish, though. You love to see it. Does an amazing job towards that, though. Like, Mans is absolutely winning right there.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting to see how this game plays out. There's that Bane's Breath we were talking about, and we are Zone 4 now, 40 seconds before we collapse onto Zone 5. 6 players left remaining. A huge parry turnaround there from Wong Liang. Very, very interesting as we see him use that Liam F to break away from himself being parried, only to see them go for the stage charge there and answer with a parry of their own. Both players deciding to back away. They don't want anything to do with that fight. Wong Liang on the top side, just waiting this out here as we do see another Morris coming through. Going to be the final Morris blessing of the game as we wait. Frostivus down below here. Frostivus with the legendary armor, with the legendary fist blades. He's also playing Kyan here with 4 eliminations under his belt, setting himself up for success. He's got legendary nunchucks, legendary fan, and another purple set of those fist blades in the back pocket. And I do apologize, the Spirit Well coming through, and it looks like Frostivus wants to be the one who's going to lock it down for himself here. Going to break away, just trying to create some excess space here. Wants to get a good idea of where this fight's going to go. Wong Liang taking a huge risk as he goes down. He does have that Cav Bloom here. It creates a little bit of space there. He's going to shove Akami off the top of that, and unfortunately it means Wong Liang not going to be the one who's able to come in and secure this for himself. T225 going to come in, trying to pressure Mike away. Frostivus going to keep the pressure up onto Mike. Says the heck with the Spirit Well, get Mike out of here, and now it's going to turn back around yet again, trying to maintain as much time as he can here inside the Spirit Well. Wants to be the one to clutch it out, but it looks like T225 is just going to completely lock this down for himself. He's going to pick up that legendary armor, going to pick himself up some extra goodies, or sorry, not pick up the legendary armor because he's already got one, but pick himself some extra goodies he needs. 4 minutes and 5 seconds on that timer. Nobody else can interact with those things there. He's going to drop something else out there, so he's got some space to come back in, pick up that fan, hold on to it as we see see the rest of the lobby break away. T225 clutching himself out some extra resources, trying to really set him up for those final moments. He's going to find some damage onto Frostivus as well, coming in there, looking to make something happen. It goes in for the teleport, not quite able to make it happen, kind of breaking away here. T225 just looking for the scale rushes. Frostivus going to overhold here on those fists. A safe position for Frostivus to be there with the fists as he breaks away. Just wants to find an opportunity to go for the reset. The Bane's Breath going to be dropping in here for Zone 5, and it's going to scare T225 away. This is going to be the opportunity Frostivus needs to go ahead and get that reset. There it is. Frostivus with the full ult, but he's going to take a ton of damage. He thinks he's safe, and T225 drops in off the top rope. Frostivus in the corner here. Frostivus going to be forced to burn the ultimate here, burn the F as well. A really bad position for him to be here on the edge of this Bane's Breath as T225 continues chase. Frostivus is going to have to find another reset here, and T225 just going to keep the chase up, keep it going. He's going to go in. There it is. Unfortunately, he risked it for the biscuit. Scale rushes straight into that Bane's Breath. T225 not going to waste a second, going to capitalize on it. He turns back around and walks into another one because of the way T225 connects on the very edge of that scale rush. T225 picks up the elimination, and unfortunately, it sends Frostivus back to the lobby.
Absolutely insane here. Frostivus was getting caught in a little bit of a greediness. You know, I understand it's a whole buffet in front of you, but sometimes maybe just don't eat that last rib. You know, sometimes that might have been the one that tops you over. We all know that feeling when you eat too much. You go, that one breath lets you know you're done, buddy. You're cooked, okay? Let's not come back to it again. Meanwhile, KLA's T225 just trying to hold on here, maybe hoping for the parry, but not able to do so as Mike getting a little bit faster on that reveal and being able to dictate when he's actually going to be able to dive strong into it. But sadly, not going to be able to do it here. Let's see if he can keep the same momentum as K225 is going to be overviewing all the actions. He's going to dive strong into it in terms of the next bit. As OUG's Mike able to find where the next stretch tries to be here. Oh, he's going to try to take his time here, but not going to be able to do a whole lot. Looks like Mike's going to try to see if maybe he can find the next one. Oh, looks like he's going to force to pop the ulti here. He's going to try to see if he can fly and get airborne. Doesn't want to get caught by the next set. Oh, he ends up finding a purple swap. Beautiful time for that one as well towards this. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going here. OUG's Mike trying to see if they can push towards this. Oh, beautiful finish onto it. Looks like he's going to try to see if maybe they can maneuver this around. Oh, but one of them wants that energy, though. He's able to go right through it. That's going to be paced in terms of the, oh, no. Akame dangerously low. Not looking good. He's going to try to scale it all the way up and super far past it. Oh, wait. He's going to be on the inside of this one. Don't get caught. No! As Akame gets eliminated by T225. His name is comes from inside of the corner here. Now.
Man is absolutely popping off. He's coming off the top roads consistently. He was able to find a huge damage multiple times onto Frostivus, able to set himself up to pick that elimination up. T225 now with 4 eliminations, going to easily find the MVP he's been looking for all day here. Wolves going to take a couple of hits there from the Cav Bloom as well that T225 was able to secure and keep the pressure on to the rest of this lobby. Just keeps pushing it up. T225 able to get a full reset as well. He's got a nice little corner to hide in here. He can just threaten that space, keep everybody away as we're now down to your top 4. OUG's Mike, KLA's T225, Wolves, Wong Liang, and SS1. Oh my goodness. Speaking of which, Wolves, Wong Liang gonna go down as T225 sets himself up for yet another successful kill here. Comes in, he goes to 5. Now it's between T225, OUG's Mike, who's gonna come out on top here. T225 coming in, man, he's really keeping the pressure up. T225 feeling right at home on Matari here. We're gonna see Mike coming in with the fist blades, looking to make something happen. T225 gonna break away. Mike trying to turn the pressure onto T225. T225 though gonna overhold here. We're gonna see the ult being invested on the side of Mike. T225 gonna try to break away, but Mike gonna find multiple re-hits there onto T225. The third one looking to knock him into the zone. T225's gotta be careful how he plays this. He's able to avoid that hit coming out. SS1 looking to come in. Pace trying to make something happen here. Oh my goodness, the teleport gonna come through though. Really playing this out well. T225 does not want to lose to Mike here. Wants to find this MVP for himself. He's able to get one pot off here. Mike keeps the chase up, but now Mike is the one who's on the back foot. He doesn't have the ultimate. He's behind in terms of it. Pace knows it. Pace gonna come in, looks for the opportunity. He's gonna find the F. Now T225 with the full reset here, gonna come in, look to find a ton of damage here, wants to knock him in, but we're gonna see the Cav Bloom coming in from the side of Pace, gonna send both of them into the zone. Mike with an armor swap into the white, but it isn't gonna be enough. T225 on the inside gonna break away, still trying to make it happen. Pace trying to keep the attention there. Mike wants to break away. T225 shoves him to the zone, and T225 finds the 6th elimination. He finds it onto Mike. Mike is gone. Pace can't possibly take away the MVP, but can T225 be the first player to go go to 7 eliminations in a first place finish, and Time is going to tell. Pace comes in. No, he's not going to be able to. Pace picks up the elimination, but T225 is going to walk away your MVP for game number 3.
Absolutely insane. In terms of some of these players here, in terms of that timing, though, is also insane. But T225 able to stamp his name into it. Absolutely phenomenal. What an absolute finish towards this one, though. We love to see it as T225 able to find so many moments here that he really could use towards that final circle. I mean, obviously, we talk about different advantages when it comes to just being able to see what's happening around you and know when's the best time to strike. That was one of those moments where when they strike, they were able to find it. I mean, obviously, it was unfortunate to see some of these other players just really not capitalize on some of those moments here. Meanwhile, T225 saw the opportunity. I mean, he was literally fighting one as the other one just wasn't fighting at all towards that other side. He was able to balance it off between both players, but surprisingly enough, really did a good job not getting squished by both players either. That's the other thing we have to talk about too, because usually when you're in the middle of those fights and they get real hasty, you know, and it's two players, they're both are just really able to balance it off both sides here, and sometimes that can be a struggle within itself. And he's able to find it, let alone with both of them flying. I mean, you got Mike going this way, you got T225 going this way. I mean, it's an absolute monstrosity of confusion that can go really, really wrong if you're not paying attention, especially Pace, who was able to find 2 eliminations close to that final circle and was able to take out one of the players inside of that corner.
Well, I mean, the big thing here is I think Mike cooks himself a little bit here. He sees a Kame, or sorry, not a Kame. He sees our boy T225 go a little bit low, and he's like, all right, this has to be my moment. We're nowhere near Zone 7 completely collapsing yet, so he kind of burns his ultimate a little bit early here. He's also a hottie in a lobby that has 2 Mataris left, so you kind of set yourself up to be the big target between these 2 players because you're the only hottie. You're much easier to keep track of. You're just, as soon as that ult burns, you're extremely vulnerable. What he needed to do here was try to set T225 against Paste instead of applying that pressure himself. Like, he gets some hits in, he gets T225 about half shield. He needs Paste to pressure there, but instead he pressures, allows Paste to sit in the back line and wait it out to see who's going to be the player who's really vulnerable after this. He's also going to be the only player who has his ultimate remaining because both of these players are going to have to invest there if they want to stay alive. And what happens is that we see him go around the building to try to catch out T225, but T225 goes back the other way. OUG's Mike, the hottie ultimate, runs out and leaves him in a position where the only place for him to go is inside that hut, but Paste is waiting there. So both players are about equally as low at this particular moment, but Paste locks onto the hottie because the hottie's the bigger threat. The hottie doesn't have the ultimate, and the hottie's the player that's in front of his face. So I think Mike makes a little bit of a decision error here in the final moments of this game. As soon as he gets that damage on to T225, he kind of puts his blinders on, he aggroes in, he's like, all right, cool, this is the only opportunity I'm gonna get, I'm gonna take it now, rather than being patient and waiting it out. Because of that, it sets Pace up to be in a really good situation, and he doesn't even pick up the elimination either. So super unfortunate for Mike, but T225 here with the 6 eliminations, second place finish, will be walking away with a game score of 8. That's going to make him the MVP. Pace here, after picking up both of those eliminations, and because he gets first place, so he gets that kill multiplier, that 3.6, plus the 3 ranking points, it actually makes him outrank OUG's Mike here, walking away with a game score of 6.6. But Mike, crucially, another very, very consistent game. No MVP on the board, but a 6.5. This is what Mike does. We just talked about this at the end of game number 2. His game throughout the week is just consistency. He doesn't have to get MVPs every single game. He can just pace himself throughout the bi-weekly, play very consistent NARAKA, and save that energy for when he heads into the bi-weekly, and then just pop off like a madman. And we've seen him do it time and time again. I think he's doing the same thing right now, Dobby, because as it stands, I do believe he's going to be in first place on the leaderboard just off the back of this consistent gameplay.
And so far, the consistent gameplay has been really good, and obviously that's what you have to do in these moments when there's a lot of hecticness happening around you here. And honestly, even with the amount of insanity that really does happen throughout these games, you really do start to see that advantages on terms of why sometimes, hey, listen, if you can't necessarily take the dub, that's fine. Just get a couple of eliminations. Make sure you're close with that top scorer. I promise you, you'll still end up in the lead. And Mike is playing numbers game currently. And with him in the lead, 19 points, 3 points ahead of T225 within 16 points so far. It's been really good to see why he's still at the top of his game. Being the man himself, OUG's Mike.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Mike came into this game, and what did he do? He very aggressively early on picked up 3 eliminations while he has that safety net, right? He has that early game resurrection. He's playing a hero he knows he can be aggressive on with that hottie pick. He picks up those eliminations so early on, and the rest of the game, he just plays safe. He only has to find 2 more eliminations to get that 5 elimination to be where exactly he wants to be, where he's putting 6 points plus on the board every single game. You don't have to always find the MVP. You can just find it off the back of that consistency. And here we go. This is where Mike finally gets eliminated after picking up 3 eliminations for himself. Coming back here, WBG Spider onto T225. I don't think we got to see that fight. Nice callback on the replay there. OUG's Mike again, Dao Wei. This is where he picks up that 4th elimination. Back inside the realm of Yang here. This is WBG Spider versus TV Star. Star just getting absolutely cooked here. Yeah, I wish we got to see the replay between Frostivus and Spider inside the realm of Yang, because that was such a clutch fight coming in from Frostivus. The fact that he was able to just clutch that fight out and come out on top was crazy. DRG Spong here with a clean parry on to D225. Spider here. This is where Spider gets robbed. He gets the elimination. He's not able to pick it up. He's forced to back away, come back in. We're going to see, of course, another player getting knocked out there by the zone. There's T225 picking up another one. This is where he sends our boy out into the zone onto Mike. And then, of course, we're going to see Pace coming in, looking for that extra elimination. Will find it there onto T225. No surprises given that both of those players have burned out those ultimate. But, man, what a game 3 this was. We're going to take a look at your first Matari MVP of the day. This time coming in, our boy KLA's T225. 20,000 damage, the first player to break 20k damage this season. 6 eliminations, no parries, but 14,829 of that damage coming in from the melee weapons, and most of it coming in from the 5th blades. Dobby,
absolutely insane here. Detonating rounds, quick charge, cavalry bloom, sap soul jade, assault, and a razor swift as well into soul jade arsenal. And I know that's exactly what you said currently here with that, but I'm very surprised to see, and our first 20. I don't know if you noticed, it's our first one. We haven't gotten our first 20k of damage yet. We've had a 19, I think we've had a 17 so far. So it's good to see the MVP out of 3 games so far getting our first 20,000 damage. Now I'm curious to see who could possibly, now it's rare to see this, but I would like to be able to see maybe if somebody gets the double-digit eliminations as well. If, you know, a little hasty, a little crazy, I know. Hard to see.
Double digits is insane. I think we've seen it 3 times in the history of NARAKA solos. Rare. I mean, it's absolutely possible. You know, we have seen it. You know, you talk about Wolves Kai Bao during the first rep change or during the first last chance qualifier heading into Worlds that we ever had, where he was so desperate to make it to that Worlds, and he picks up what 14 eliminations, and he's half a point away from qualifying. He plays his heart out in that final game. Half a point was all that separated him from going to Worlds or not going to Worlds that year, man. He really just poured his heart and soul into that game, and that's one of the biggest eliminating games we have ever seen. I think somebody tied that record once, if I'm not mistaken, before we changed and there was less eliminations in the lobby. But now with all the extra resurrections and things available from the Realm and Yang and stuff, it is very possible to hit those double digits. We have seen it before. I think we saw another game go to 10 or 11 eliminations, and those have been like the 3 big examples we've had of it. It's been crazy. I think it was Spider who tied the record there at 14 eliminations as well. You know, Spider in his prime, if you will, when he was just the king of aggression and coming in and blitzing lobbies apart, was that player who kind of tied up that 14 eliminations. And I mean, that game was insane. That game just, it was all coming up Spider. The whole MVP reel just looked like somebody, it didn't even look like a game game MVP reel, it looked like somebody was like, hey, here's the top plays of WBG Spider this season kind of deal, because he was just cooking players left and right during that. It was absolutely wild to see. But yeah, double digits is very, very rare for us to see in terms of solos. But we're going to throw things over for an interview. Don't go anywhere. We've still got 3 games to go, and we're going to be right back after this short break.
Hi everyone, I'm Leah. So today is the first day of 2024 Summer Split. Also, this is the first interview of the whole competition. So everyone, guess who's gonna be here? Come on, let me know. Tap on the screen. Well, I see. So let's welcome.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus from Team Alliance.
Okay, welcome from. So today is the first day of the competition. So I want to ask you, like, how's your feeling and how do you think about today's game?
So far, I've been in a bunch of unlucky situations here and there, and so I didn't end up getting a lot of points. But there's still 3 more games, and I will try my best to do better in those games.
I saw you have a better performance in the games 3. So you think it's because of Fistblade or because of Kylan?
It's definitely because of Kylan, because right now he is my favorite hero, and so I think he is my strongest hero right now.
Oh, so Kylan is your top pick in your heart?
Yeah.
Okay. What about so in game 3 also I saw T225 killed you at the time. So you think it's because of T225 or because of the ban?
I think it's because of the buff, and with the buff, I think he just tries to kill anyone he sees. And so I was unfortunately that person that he got out.
So if there's only you and T225 and both of you don't have any buff, you think you can beat him?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well.
That's my favorite hero.
Okay, let's move on to our answer projector, please. So this time our question is, which player chose Kylan Junk in game 3? We just tell the answers. So I didn't ask you how's your vacation?
My vacation? I think I just mostly spend my time practicing or playing the game. That's pretty much it.
Okay, so please count down the time.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot everyone. Well, I know you've been learning Chinese for
Yes, a little.
a little. So could you please teach our audience one Chinese sentence, maybe?
One Chinese sentence that I learned recently is 疯狂星期四 vivo 50.
Can you explain it in English?
It means pretty much because it is a crazy Thursday discount. You should give me 50 yuan for me to buy.
Oh, you should give me 50 yuan. So every time you want your friend maybe buy you some food, you say 为我50.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so if you gonna say this Chinese sentence to another players, who are you gonna say to?
I already said it to Kai Bao.
Why you say it's Kai Bao?
I don't know. I think he was just there at the time. But maybe later I will ask other players. I don't know. It's for a video for Alliance.
Or maybe every time when you kill somebody in the game, you can say 为我50. It's one point.
When I'm playing the game, I'm very silent.
Okay, well. Okay, thank you. Come to the interview and good luck to you for the following games.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye everyone.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to your NBPL Summer 2024 split. I'm your host and your caster, the Roomkeeper. Joining me is my main man, my right-hand man, Dobby Ayers. We head into our last 3 games of the day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We already rocked our first 3 games out. We went to Praedoria, we went to Hollow we went all the way back to the OG, Morris Isle, and we're getting ready to do it again. And we're closing out the day, Morris Isle, nighttime Firefly map. Things are going to be absolutely heated as we head in, Dobby.
I'm just excited to get back to Praedoria. I want to see more of the map. I want to see more players get a chance to get used to it. I want to see what type of little nooks and crannies that we can see with this map. Obviously, we're only going through one of each, which honestly, I really like that because now it's like every single opportunity for these maps forces a different play style. And now it's like, there's no, I can't wait till we get to a point where there's multiple maps and now maybe a map ban. That'd be kind of fun.
That would be very interesting. But speaking of which, we're going to be heading in, taking a look at the Twitch drops. Don't forget, if you don't have your NARAKA BLADEPOINT account already linked to Twitch, go ahead and get it in. You get free rewards for watching the NBPL every single day. And when we head into those bi-weekly finals, we've got different rewards every single bi-weekly final. And if you don't have a NARAKA account, what are you doing? It's free to play. Head on over to Steam or your preferred platform and pick yourself up NARAKA BLADEPOINT and join one of the best, if not the best battle royale that is out there. I absolutely love this game to the moon and back. You guys will absolutely enjoy it as well, especially if you enjoy what the pros are doing. You can head in and get your hands on some of that fast-paced action, and then you can get some free goodies just for watching as well, ladies and gentlemen, so don't miss out on that opportunity.
Absolutely. There's still a whole lot happening here, so make sure to be following with everything. And then obviously we still have some other surprises along the way too. Make sure that you are watching the games because we will be giving out some other prizes, but that's after the games are over. So make sure to be paying attention because we got a question for you to answer. And if you get it wrong, well, you don't get none. But if you get it right, you got a chance at something. So make sure to always be, looking at everything, seeing what the stats look like, who wins, who doesn't, what points, in the overall standings. In the games itself, just make sure to be paying attention. Keep watching. Yeah, stay focused. Lock eyes with me. You see this?
We just making sure you guys are staying awake because you don't want to miss any of the action coming through, especially with how crazy our first 3 games have gone here. Mike doing what Mike does, keeping his consistency up. We've got John Yuan, new player, coming through, absolutely popping off during his first 2 games. Not as strong as a performance this time around. T225 finding his MVP already, first MVP of the season here in game number 3. Really strong player. I think he broke a little bit of the curse here. Everybody always kind of says poor T225, he's got 2 in his name, always destined to be second place, but he comes in, he clutches out that MVP today, has no problem locking it down. So let's see if T225 can keep that pressure going, if he can get rid of the quote-unquote second place curse that people say he has on him as we get ready to head into game number 3. And of course, like we said earlier, we're going to be heading back to Praedoria. We're going to be heading back to the new map. We're going to get to see how things go off. We didn't get to see that extreme longsword coming in the last game. We did get to see that new extreme soul jade coming through for Juan as we head into game number 4. We're going to see if anybody picks up the longsword this time. Taking a look here. Wang Liang moving over to Team Wolves this season, a fan favorite as well. Wang Liang has been here since the very beginning, Dobby.
Absolutely here. Wang Liang, where's that momentum? I'm trying to see some magic. We know he can do it. He's done it before. I'm not gonna be that surprised. I know he can do it before. He's got a lot more to him. And I know there's still more momentum that's going to be happening with him. He gonna make some noise happen. I know it. I just know it. I'm confident in the man himself. I call him the villain. I still call him the villain. Even after all this time. I think it's the look. I think it's the look of him that gives a villain. I think, what I'm saying? When you look at somebody, you be like, ooh, that person's a villain, Maybe it's just me.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me.
Look, when I think of villain and NARAKA, the person I always look at is DRG's Fong, right? This is a person who absolutely has lived in his villain era, especially when it comes to OUG Mike. He has griefed this man non-stop, multiple seasons running, just back to back to back. Said, Mike, look, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna come at you, and I don't care what it costs me. I'm knocking you out of this lobby. You know, we watched, there was one game in particular where Mike kept trying to set up multiple different armor swaps into the late game, and who was it but DRG's Fong, who constantly kept coming in, sweeping the armor up, and Mike would come back desperate in a fight, looking for the armor he's left somewhere, and all of a sudden it's gone, and Fong's waiting in the wings. He's like, ha ha ha, it was me. I mean, when I think of villain error, I always think of Fong, because he's just waiting in the bushes, man. He's like, Mike, I know it's you, baby, I'm coming to get it.
Better make sure that they come get it, though, because there's still a lot of other people that's also going to be working to go get it, too. You got to be paying attention here as all these playstyles are ready to work. What you got written on that paper, buddy? I'm trying to see what the codes look like. What you doing over there, huh, buddy? I'm trying to see what happened. I'd like to know what those notes are. Those numbers, those randoms, what is that? 65812439. What we doing with that? I'd love to know a little bit more about that, just to like kind of see. But currently, though, I'm really surprised at a few things. One, how powerful those hand weapons are. That thing, you talked about how powerful they were. Being able to actually see it in action is like, wow. Those things are fast. Those things are quick. Those things can absolutely knock you out. That's a problem. That is an absolute problem for some of these players. Obviously, looking in, it looks like we're going to be rotating towards the next set of teams for the first round selection. It's going to be Mike and Yuan getting the opportunity to get a little bit of a pick. We're going to start back from the top yet again. Run it back, see what they're going to be doing now. Since we're now past the halfway point, now this is when some of the picks start to get interesting. Are they going to come out with some of those blowout picks, or are they going to start to pick out some of the, never mind.
This has been very interesting. We have seen Liam picked first all day today. We've yet to see? Dabby? We've yet to see Liam MVP. So there is some sort of understanding or agreement that Liam is like a must pick when you're first. Like, you gotta have him. He's so good. But we've yet to see anybody actually secure an MVP off the back of the power of Liam coming in. We're gonna see double hotties coming in here as well. So both Liam and Hottie gonna be locked away here as we head into the round 3 selection. We're gonna see Kylan and Matari coming through here. Spider gonna be locking in that Matari. Dao Yue on the Kylan pick, heading into phase 4 here. Double Kylan getting locked in yet again from this phase. That's going to ban Kylan out, as well as we head into our 5th round of picks. There's going to be 3 Kylans in the lobby. We're going to see Akos Hui being picked up by Frostivus as we wait for Star from Team TE, who's going to be locking in Sheol. Sheol used to be a fan favorite for solos, and we've not seen any of her today. Going to be interesting to see how she does into the current field of heroes. Passing it over to Akame and DRG's Fong. Akame going to be locking in that Matari. Fong thinking about locking in the Justina. It's been a pick that Fong really enjoyed last season, so it's kind of no surprise to see him coming in here. If he's got the opportunity to pick it up and play it, he will. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be your hero picks as we head into round number 4.
See how this round 4 is going to do, though. We already seen some of that other stuff towards it, and let's see where we can make it happen. Still going to be some more spaces. Me personally, I think the only thing that I really want to see, I think towards the end of this, really, I mean, we've gotten a chance to see some pretty decent picks, and obviously I've gotten a chance to see a little bit of that momentum. Early picks have been kind of crazy, and also those late game circles has been kind of interesting too. Me personally, I want to see a mayhem finish. I want to see at least, usually we've been seeing about 4 players. Probably 4 is the maximum we've seen of players alive towards that final circle. I want everyone to preserve. I want to see like a last circle of just insanity, like how we used to see them. Because sometimes we used to see some pretty insane circles. Obviously, I know it's the first day, so obviously players are still getting used to it, especially with the new map, the new rotations, everything else with the new player. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a scramble, but I want to see some hecticness. So I'm hoping to maybe see it in these next couple of games here.
I mean, we've seen some crazy hectic fights already inside Realm of Yang. I mean, Frostivus' clutch into WBG Spider last game was absolutely insane. As we take a look here, it looks like both Akame and Wang Liang here, this is going to be their only double pick for the day. Wang Liang going to be on Hadi for the second time, and Akame going to be on the Matari for the second time. So after this, no double picks left available for these two players. No surprises coming out in terms of abilities that we're seeing across the board here. Kind of everything you expect to see. The F2 coming in there from the Sheol V1. F2 gonna be interesting. You know, F2 very heavily favored when Sheol was in the meta, but given how many of these characters have the ability to lock players down multiple times, having a combo break very important. If you see almost every single hero we've seen all day today run their combo break, but TE Star gonna take a little bit of a risk here, looks for that combo initiator coming in off of the F2 rather than the combo breaks. We go ahead and get things started here as we see all these players coming in here from Praedoria. Mike out here in the gold zone looking to go ahead and get themselves some loot, going to go head to head here with SS1's Paste. Paste gonna back off just a little bit. Akame out here kind of naked in the wind, not been able to find any of that armor off the start here. Will have finally found themselves a set of white armor as they look to pressure on potentially to Paste. We're gonna see Mike look to break some of these pots. He wants to pick up that early money lead if he can coming in. We're gonna see Akame and Paste. Oh, the parry coming through off of Paste, gonna actually come back and catch Akame there. Very interesting how that plays out. Mike just casually doing some looting while he lets this fight break out. Mike doing what Mike does best, looking for a good third-party opportunity just to secure himself the kill here. Waits for it to go low. Akame's gonna come in with a huge parry. We're gonna see SS1's Pace go really low. And we're gonna see Akame come in, stop the grapple from going through. And Mike again just letting these two fight it out. He's looking for that opportunity. He might have missed it though. He might give it to Akame, but no. Paste is gonna find the blue armor. Paste is gonna secure the elimination. Now Mike's got to turn it around. Mike not happy about that. We're gonna see the nunchuck push to the side come through there from Paste with a mini meter dump onto Mike as well with the follow-up on the F. Paste gonna just take control, back away. Mike gonna be forced to go for the armor swap, but he knows there's another blue armor waiting in the wings, so he will find that armor swap. Paste looks for some heals. He's only got mini heals in the back pocket. He's able to get one off here. Another mini meter dump onto Mike. Mike gonna be forced to pop the F to break away from it. Now we're gonna see coming in the uppercut combo there off of the longsword into the scale rush follow-up. He doesn't find the connection. Paste coming through, will go for the blue, but unfortunately Mike's ready for it, finds the parry. Paste trying to make anything happen here, but Mike gonna find the carousel into the re-grapple uppercut, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mike finds one to put on the board.
Strong strike from Mike here, as I feel like I'm smelling a dub. I'm smelling a dub from Mike. I don't know if it's gonna be from this game, but I'm smelling a dub from that man, because he absolutely knows what to do when he comes to these moments here. It looks like Frostive is fighting this out with Star, trying to see if they can charge with the blue strike. Not gonna be able to do enough here. Looks like he's gonna go for the fake. His Star is gonna try to see if maybe they can push upwards, but he's just struggling to try to keep the momentum going here. Star kind of a little confused in terms of his movement and going, what's going on here? Looks like now he's gonna get chased by wolves. It's not looking good though. He's trying to see if maybe he can rotate this out. Star getting grappled by Frostivus here, trying to go for the run it back real quick. As Star getting caught inside of both players here. It's not looking good for him here. As Wolf's gonna get caught inside of the corner. Both holding on, forcing him to use his ulti with the shield. Hadi with the flying, trying to see if they can get some hits here. Is able to get a little bit of a gray shield. Is able to back out of this too in such a smooth way here with Frostivus. Still gonna be able to find him here. Looks like they will be able to go most likely for the reset as Frostivus decides to back off this and says, nah, we're going to fight you. I'm going to catch you later. It's all good. We're going to find some better equipment so that way I can handle you later at the Realm of Yang.
Wolves Wang Liang is just going to go ahead and break away here. We see again these fist blades being really heavily favored by a lot of these players, especially in the early game. We typically see players start to lean off of them in the middle to late game as they find some of those soul jades we talk about all the time, the soul jades of destiny, those soul jades that are very helpful for clutching out games. We saw it in game number 3 there, a ton of players with the Cav Bloom holding on to those dual blades, making the use of that soul jade, really capitalizing on some big damage into those fights. So very early on, these fist blades favored by all of these players, because in just a raw neutral between weapons with no soul jades, they are very strong. As we move over to WBG Spider here, giving chase to Alliance's Frostivus. Frostivus the one who put Spider out of the last game with double eliminations inside the Realm of Yang, and then the follow-up outside the Yang. So Spider looking for a little bit of revenge here, but also Wolves Wang Liang coming in on the hunt here for that elimination onto Frostivus. Frostivus going to go ahead and invest that F there from Akasui. Going to get the knockback and the damage reduction. Spider with the follow-up. The ult being invested here. Frosty now trying to turn things around. Is going to catch the Hottie out there, doing a little bit of damage to Wong Liang. Is going to keep the chase in this direction. Knows that he wants to create as much distance between the other players and him, but still keep it in here with this ultimate. He does have that early game resurrection here if things don't go his way, so he's going to try to make a play here while he can. Looking to pressure onto Wong Liang. Going to find a huge parry there. Swaps into the fist blades for the follow-up, but they're now forced away yet again. Spider coming in, looking to drop onto him. The ultimate down here. Frostivus on fire. This is going to be it. No place to go. It doesn't matter. Even if he's able to avoid it, the fire tick going to lock it down. Wong Liang going to make it happen. Wong Liang, though, going to take some huge damage there from Spider on the Matari dash. Now trying to go airborne, trying to get away. Going to keep moving and healing at the same time here. One of the big perks of that Hottie ultimate. That Hottie ultimate going to go away. He is able to get the full HP reset, but not the armor. He needs to find an armor swap here to keep his game alive if he really wants to make something happen. That or find a huge advantage here onto WBG Spider. No, unfortunately, Wong Liang just going to keep taking it in the backside here as Spider keeps the chase up, utilizing the movement from those fist blades to find a huge advantage here. And Spider picks up the elimination onto Wolves.
What an absolute finish here and a good start for him as well here. It's 2-2-2-5. Looks like he wants to fight this out with DAY1. Sadly, isn't going to here. It looks like he's just going to try to see if they can find something, but Fat Milk and Spider's in the middle of fighting this out as well. Looks like they might be retreating this out as well towards this. Looks like Bang and Akame nearby. Looks like DAY1 is going to get his ticket. I'm curious as to why DAY1 and some of the other players don't necessarily push into the circle. Like, if there's nobody there, then wouldn't you want to go in there and wait? Because then, you know, obviously you would get, if nobody does go in there, like currently in this fight right now, Yuan in the middle of a fight with Mike. Mike just trying to see if maybe he can get another battle into this though. But Mike is just getting really unfortunate hits here and sadly not being able to get the ticket that he really wants into this fight here. I mean, he's been really trying here. I think he's only been in like once so far throughout these games tonight.
Yeah, he's tried pretty heavily to deny players access to these realms of Yang. He's just not been able to make it happen. Yuan, of course, has the ticket there. It's very hard to pressure a player out of that circle, especially when they have their ultimate. Given how you can just kind of space fights out using your ultimate, you don't even have to like kind of risk it to look for the eliminations. Knowing that you can go into the realm of Yang, reset your ultimate by going in. We're going to see DAY1 make his way in. It's going to be SS1 Paste versus DAY1 inside our first realm of Yang here. DAY1 with the purple dagger move swap over to those fist blades. Again, those fist blades extremely heavily favored into the early game here versus some of these other ones. Now going to swap back to the dagger as he goes airborne here. Wants that damage advantage. It looks like he's going to try to pressure in onto Pace. Pace on the nunchucks, looking to make something happen. DAY1 not able to find the uppercut there as we look. Pace going to throw a parry out with the misread. DAY1, though, going to take a little bit of damage there. Forced to invest the F. There we go. We're going to see it come in. Immediately get thrown away. DAY1 here onto the ultimate, trying to take control of the fight. Ult for ult being traded here between both of the Kyle Lin players. Pace going to get caught out here by Wei. Wei going to find one, going to find two. Looking for the follow-up here. He's got to be careful. Pace trying to go for the reset here. Wei making it happen here. He's able to find another connection here. Pace, though, is going to find one in the air. He's going to find the reconnect in here. Now, DAY1 with one left needs to be very careful. He finds another one coming through. Unfortunately, is just not enough. Pace just plays super patient here as we head over to WBG Spider versus ASE's Jean Yuan here in the side, as we're going to see Spider looking to use those fist blade versus fist blade here in Yuan. We're going to see the Matari coming through, gets a huge one, but Liam there with the ultimate going to drop the zone down to take back control of the fight. Spider going to pressure away, doesn't want to walk back into the Yuan, though super low here, trying to break away. That ult going to bring out any second here. Spider trying to find the dash onto Yuan. Yuan trying to break away, look for an opportunity to get a reset, holding that scale rush. Spider also holding, looking for one as well. We're going to see the scale rush connected here by Yuan as Spider comes back through, catches a little bit of damage, will find control of the neutral. Yuan yet again with the Soul Jade, pops it here. Spider now on the back foot. Yuan in a huge advantage here. Yuan plays it, makes it look like he's uncomfortable. Once he finds Spider in a bad position, finds a parry and cleans up the entirety of the elimination. ASE's Yuan going to walk away with this realm of Yang. He's going to pick himself up a set of legendary dual halberds, and of course he's going to get that Vermilion Birds, my Dobby.
Yuan really coming through and showing why he's going to be a contender for this season. I've got a lot of confidence in him. I know you were one of the people that you were saying, you know, he's definitely somebody to pay attention to And just seeing how he's been able to maneuver and handle some of these top players so far here really goes to show he could be a problem for some of these big players like Spider and Mike, alongside some of the other players here. But Pace trying to give some issue here to DAY1 here. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep that momentum and maybe still cause a problem even more towards this. See if they can keep that same momentum. He's going to try to see if he can push in towards this. Plays it well so far. Nice strikes towards this, but Pace absolutely becoming a problem here with this playstyle here as he pops his ulti here, trying to see if he can garner a little bit more towards this, but it's not looking good. He's dangerously low, and Pace is able to capture the elimination with those nunchucks, gold nunchucks, by the way. And sadly, DAY1 is going to be out into this, and Pace is able to capture his third elimination inside of this game here so far. Meanwhile, chase between Star, T225, and Akame going really, really strong towards this next section here as he's able to dive in a little bit more. An absolute push towards this as we see another three-way fight happening between Spider, Frosty, and one other player here. It looks like it's going to be Yuan inside of this section and area here. Looks like they've been playing it super well here, trying to see if they can time it well, but it looks like the strikes is going to come through as Frostifus is going to pop this ulti here. Popping the 4 strike, just trying to see if they can, maybe they can maneuver and get away, but it's not looking good as he gets some strikes. Spider trying to get some decent damage here. But Spider is just going to be able to close in the gap a little bit longer. Yuan is able to come through, but he finds a blue shield and keeps it moving. Going to make it a little bit harder for them to try to catch up here. Looks like he's going to be able to catch Spider again. It looks like he's going to catch him with the fan as well. Going to take this time towards these strikes. Both of them trying to see if maybe they can capture the parry. Not enough. Missing out on some of their hits on each side. The blue focus just not connecting on both sides. See if he's going to try to see if he can keep the momentum going here as it looks like he's going to caught in between the third party of both players here. It's not looking good. As one ends up getting juggled inside of this, not looking good for Frosty here. As he's on the wrong side of this ice cream cone here, he might be the vanilla inside of this roster of people. He's just got to keep moving. As long as he keeps moving, it's going to be a lot harder. Or if he gets caught in between two other people, maybe he can potentially get away from this. Spider maybe trying to maneuver through. Frostifus is doing everything that he can. Gets caught by so many people. And Spider is able to capture the elimination. Wolves able to bring it right back to him. And he says, thank you. I appreciate you.
TE Star going to pick up the elimination on Yuan as well. Yuan, though, with Evergreen Birds, going to be looking to go ahead and spawn back in here. Oh, my goodness. Spider, though, like you said, able to pick up that elimination, able to get the Soul Bloom as well. Crucially, he's going to keep his game alive here. T225, though, coming in with a huge parry here on the WBG Spider with the follow-up, with the grapple into the recombo off the Hong Sword into the pistol, just keeping Spider forced into the zone. Spider going to be forced to burn the F just to break away here into the zone, just looking for those heals here. T225 doing a number on the WBG Spider. T225 getting chased down by Yuan, though, going to give Spider the opportunity to get a full reset for himself here before he pushes back into the zone. Needs to go ahead and get in. That healing depletion coming through hard from Yuan, now chasing T225 into the zone, looking to make something happen here. Yuan coming up, trying to find anything onto T225. T225, though, able to just keep it moving here, breaking away. The fan arm going to come in. Yuan going to use that app to break away there. Coming in, going to pop the ult, looking for an opportunity. He wants to clutch out this elimination on the T225. Yuan might be playing this a little too aggressively here. He's been in the zone for a hot minute. He's about to take that healed effect. He's going to be forced to back away from this and might feed T225 here actually to WBG Spider. He's trying to get back to the zone, and Akami is going to come through to play a gatekeeper here. T225 one tick away from dying to the zone tick here. Spider coming in now. No place to go. It's going to use the F to break away. The regrab will come through. Everybody's hungry for the elimination. The ultimate invested on the side of KLA's T225, looking to pressure onto somebody. Wants to turn it on to Spider. Spider backs away to give him the opportunity to find the reset, though. He's going to take it. He's going to get one heal off. He's going to go for the other, but back here, stuck on white armor. No place to go. He is not in a good place. He needs to find an armor to swap to very quickly here. He's looking as he travels across the map. There's a fresh white armor for him. A blue armor puts him in a much better situation. He's able to hold on to those resources, but he has no HP heals left in the tank. He stays in that zone for way too long. T225 on the back foot with 0 eliminations as we head into our mid game here, Dobby.
Mid-game is going to get really interesting, though, as it already starts to tighten up just little by little here. Obviously making it a little bit harder for them to try to connect towards it. His pace is able to capture and get their elimination, too, towards this. It looks like SS1 is able to do the exact same thing on the other side here. Sorry. Mike is able to capture the other elimination inside of the realm of Yang. Both of them able to get their White Tiger's prowess, able to do what they need to and keep it moving. Man, they continue to win and keep that going. Doing a fantastic job. See if they can still keep that same momentum. Going through the next phase as Mike gonna find his next victim here. It looks like it's gonna be from Star. Trying to see if they can close in this gap little by little here. See if they can find the right apple stretch. Try to see if they can do it. But it looks like he's gonna capture him inside of the tree here. It's a lot harder here when that momentum, you really got to keep it going and try to just tackle it little by little here. It looks like they're gonna pop the ulti here. Trying to scale it up and scale it out. Ooh, Star's going to be nearby as well here, potentially, for maybe the third-party pickings. Looks like Fat Milk is also going to join in as well as Yuan. Nice little circle rush through on the each side here. 3 eliminations coming in from Wolves and Star as Pace leads the lobby here with 4 eliminations in that 6th place spot of a 12.1. Looking pretty good for him as OUG's Mike is still in the top of the leaderboard here. Only 2 points, though, ahead of Yuan with that 18 points here. So it really can be anyone's game here with 2 eliminations on Yuan's belt. All he really needs to do is get a couple more decent pickings here. Wow, what a beautiful strike. Clutch coming through from Star. It looks like he's going to rotate this outside of the circle here. He's going to have to be careful as he forces and is able to get the shield off. He's going to take his time, slow down, be able to go towards this. Red Jade really coming too strong on some of these playstyles right now.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a crazy game. Mike here in an interesting position. He's on Liam. We haven't seen a Liam MVP today, but he has been first selected hero all day. He also, crucially, has gold armor. He currently has that White Tiger's prowess. He's got that gold longsword. Longsword, a very favored weapon by OUG's Mike. So trying to set himself up for that late game success. Fat Milk coming in, throwing a lot of damage at Zhang Yuan, but Zhang Yuan just turning it back around with the musket, doing a ton of damage in return, stripping that blue armor very quickly off. Mike now trying to come in and lock this kill down, looking to secure it, but Fat Milk gonna pop that ultimate, go airborne here. We're gonna see lots of grapples come in. Oh my goodness, Zhang Yuan went topside there, waiting with the pistol to do a ton of damage. Fat Milk gonna be forced out of his ultimate here. A ton coming at his way. BBE's Fat Milk gonna be picked up by OUG's Mike. Mike finding his second elimination here in this game. Again, setting himself up for that very successful late game. We were talking about the scale rush coming in. Zhang Yuan here gonna take some damage there off of that legendary longsword. Zhang Yuan trying to play here around the edge. Mike, it just doesn't want to give him a respite. The parry, though, coming in from Zhang Yuan. Mike, though, going to be able to use the F to salvage himself from that situation because he is playing on Liam here. Liam keeping the pressure up here on Zhang Yuan. 70-80% of the way to the ult here now for Mike. Zhang Yuan just keeping the pressure up, not having an opportunity to reset. Mike's going to take one, though, so Zhang Yuan's going to find one. They're going to go pot for pot here, though. Mike in a bigger advantage because of it, and Zhang Yuan just continued to burn resources here. A huge horizontal charge coming out of that legendary longsword, going to do a lot of damage to the shields from Zhang Yuan. Going to take a little zone tick as well. Looks like he's going to be forced to bop the ultimate here as well on Mike, as Mike continues to play gatekeeper here. He's coming in, keeping the pressure up. Zhang Yuan going to throw the ultimate there. Liam versus Liam here. Now Mike going to pop his as well to get away. We're going to see the silence come through for just a second. Mike, though, now trading ult for ult here. Zhang Yuan going extremely low. Akami smells blood in the water, shows up, wants to make it hype. Mike tries to find the ult connection here, but who's going to get it? It's actually going to be Akame coming in from the backside here. He secures it. Mike is not happy about it. Goes for the carousel uppercut combo here. Akame trying to break away. Mike going to continue to give chase. Mike wants to keep him in the zone, is able to get a clank and sends him back to the bottom here, looking to find a way to stop Akame from going up. Akame going to use the teleport topside here. Mike will find the elimination. It says, you can have that one, but I'm going to take yours.
Love to see it sometimes when they're just able to go, you know what? Yoink, that's mine. Thank you. I appreciate you. See you back in the lobby. Lunch at 10? All right, cool. Anyway, gonna be able to push towards this here as Mike is able to do exactly what he's been doing so far here. Oh, ends up getting a grapple, though, coming in from a T225 here. Wants a little bit of some payback from some of the recent games here that wasn't really all that great for him. You know, type energy. Meanwhile, Mike's gonna decide to push back off this spot. Ends up finding Spider. Spider starts to get a little bit friendly too and says, hello, how you? Meanwhile, the strike's coming through as another one starts to push out of this as well. You have to be careful here towards this. Trying to see if he can take his time just little by little here, trying to roam around. As Mike is able to find a gray shield swap, and is able to keep that going. Sometimes, you know, I understand that that's part of the meta, but sometimes when you swap and you're just stuck with just something less, oh man, I'd be feeling so nervous for some of these players. Just so nervous. I'd be scared. I ain't gonna lie.
You know,
I'd be
when you're a player like OUG's Mike, though, like your movement is so good. Like you know, especially because Mike as well, he usually has armor stash. He usually has a way to make his way back around here and find what he's looking for. It looks like somebody actually took that legendary armor and moved it away here, so Mike's not going to be able to go back and secure it for himself. But again, Mike is a player time and time again who's very capable. Look, he's going to go back to the zone, onto the box here, going to look for that, is very quickly able to find a purple armor. Again, Mike knows, right? Mike sets himself up for success every time. If he takes an armor swap into a white armor, he's got a backup plan immediately in his head. He knows every inch of the map. He knows where every piece of loot has been left. You know, in this particular instance, he knows that the box is up. He can just rotate back at any time and pick up that purple armor. Unfortunately for Mike, though, he did play this game very, very aggressively, right? He took those fights on the edge of the zone. He burned his ultimate. He's been left out in a situation where he doesn't have ult. Because of that, he's just been burning resources, constantly being chased here. He's down to 2 regular health pots. The cannon shot's going through, forced to go into a white armor swap yet again. It's still no ultimate, 88%, not there just yet. He needs a little more. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough as Wolves Wang Liang picks it up. And this is the thing. This has been interesting from Mike. I haven't seen this type of gameplay from Mike before. Mike is very, very patient as a player, but this is 2 games running now where he gets a little impatient. He pushed a little too hard at the end of game 3 there. He played a little too aggressive onto T225. It kind of cost him that game a little bit in the end there. That could have easily been an MVP for him. And in this one, he gets kind of forced into the zone there by another player, and it's almost like he raged onto that player and was like, no, you're gonna zone keep me, I'm gonna zone keep you. Unfortunately, it left him in a situation where he didn't have his ultimate to respond. The rest of the lobby saw him lose that legendary armor and went, oh, he's white armor and no ultimate. You die in that situation. Unfortunately, even though he was able to find the purple armor swap, the rest of the lobby is gonna keep dogging you down. So very interesting to see a little bit of that emotional gameplay coming through Mike, because it's not what he's known for whatsoever. He's very methodical as a player. Paste here on the fight here with TE Star. Star forced into the armor swap as well. Pace going to take the opportunity to look for a reset. Star trying to come in with that fan R&B, but Pace more than happy to finish the pot back away. He's going to go in, looks for a little bit of a meter dump there. Not going to find it onto Star. Keeps Star where he is back to that Bane's Breath. Star now going to try to go to the outside. It looks like while we're watching this, T225 cleans up the elimination onto Wolves Wang Liang. T225 finally waking up, finds his first elimination this game. TE Star actually just going to die to the Bane's Breath. Nobody picks up the elimination, or sorry, not Bane's Breath, but the circle. He gets so low, and I guess he just decides to let the zone take him out here. WBG Spider, now one of the only players left alive here. Paced Spider, T225, holding it together. And we take a look here. Spider with 2 eliminations, Paced with 4. Spider needs to pick up both eliminations in this lobby to walk away the MVP. Paced just needs to not die, right? As long as he either picks up 1 more elimination or doesn't die, he wins this lobby. So Pace doing a really good job. T225 going to come out here, pick up some of those legendary soul jades off the body here. Going to be given a completely free reset here. More than happy to make it happen for himself. Paced here, just holding space here with that soul jade for the fist blades here. Looks like he was also able to close out that spirit well and get himself some extra goodies. He's actually going to drop a couple of pots and come over to this body. Look to maybe trade some stuff up here. Spider here now going to trade blows with T225, and this could be a huge mistake for both of these players. Both of these players are resource behind compared to Paced. Paced also has kills ahead of him. If they start burning their abilities here, they get low. This is just an easy cleanup for SS1's Paced here, and this is exactly what's happening. Both of them trading range shot. Paced just sitting in the background, also throwing shots down onto Spider. Spider going very low. Spider in a situation he's going to be forced to burn the ultimate. He's going to be forced to armor swap into a white here. T225 with the meter jump into the zone. Spider in a really bad situation. Another bow shot coming in there from Paced. Paced looking to clean this up. Spider just being gate kept here on the edge. T225 going to use the F to bump him into the zone there. He's trying to to come in with the teleport. He's going to get a little bit of a heal off of it. Not enough. Now the ultimate just being invested here by T225. T225 wants to clutch up this elimination. He's going to try to find another one. Looks for the ultimate. There it is. We're going to see Spider go down. Now T225 trying to turn it on to Pace, but Pace in a really good situation to clean this up here. But T225 with the ultimate is going to put the pressure on, going to wipe the gold armor off, going to come in, able to get a little bit of HP here before the tick comes through on him. Pace now, no armor, no HP. T225 with a full purple armor, but Pace, he's got the legendary armor swap from the Spirit Well in the back pocket. This could be it. We're going to see he's trying to get the zone tick on to Pace. Pace, though, still alive here. T225 going to have to let him take the full reset and Pace at 90% of the way to ultimate. I don't see how T225 clutches this out. Pace will find that full reset. The cannon shot going to come in and do a little bit of work here. Pace trying to make something happen. Will come in. He's got to pick up the legendary armor. He's going to risk it for the biscuit. The cannon shot coming through, not going to do a whole lot. Pace now coming in. He's 2% away from the ultimate. As soon as that ultimate comes on live, I don't know what T225 does here. T225, though, with a huge parry, comes in, gets a ton of damage off. He needs to keep Pace from ulting here. If he can keep him in the zone, it might be it, but the ult's going to come off. Pace is going to turn it back around, but T225 has a huge advantage. I don't know how Pace comes back from it. He will connect onto it. He's got to find another one. T225 able to avoid that one. Pace keeping the pressure up. We're going to go for the meter dump. Not going to quite find it now. T225 airborne with his own ultimate. Ultimate for ultimate here. T225 tries to make something happen. Pace on the edge of the zone. Gets knocked down. T225 turns it on him.
T225 says, I'll go ult for ult with you. We can go M for M. So along with the factory ribs. I got the 90, the years, the brownies. Oh my goodness. T225 says I can go crazy with you too. You want to pop that? I can pop mine too. And we can get real nasty with it. It can get real disgusting real quick. And just like that, it did. Both of them trying to fight that out as much as possible to keep this alive here. Definitely both of them really struggling to keep themselves from either A, not getting eliminated, or B, really trying to thirst off of the elimination. And sometimes that's really just about going back and forth here. But both of them finding gold shield replacements was, that was crazy. Not gonna lie.
I mean, this
like, how do you
wild.
find that?
Pace had a full, look, Pace had a full gold armor on the board that T225 could not pick up from the Spirit Well. So Pace goes up and picks that up, and T225 just says, cool, I'll take your empty one and I'll heal it in front of your face. And baits Pace into a bad position. Even though Pace finds the ultimate first, T225 knows the Kylan mirror match too well. He's able to avoid not one, not two, but 3 strikes from Pace's ultimate. Pace starts to get frustrated. The cannon shots constantly doing the fire tick to Pace, picking up the extra damage time and time again. And T225 flips the script. There's almost no place in the world where T225 wins this. His ult comes online second. He's behind in terms of armor, but he is patient. He plays it out. He knows the matchup, waits for his ult to finally come online, and once it does, Pace is gone. There's nothing he can really do. T225 is just in such a strong position to lock it down, and that's exactly what he does for the back-to-back MVP in games 3 and 4. I'm sure if Moxie was here right now, she would be losing it, but speaking of losing it, don't lose out on an opportunity to pick yourself up another Summer Split random gift box. Who won game 4 today? This is a throwaway, man. We literally, I haven't stopped talking about it since it happened.
Y'all better be paying attention. T225, Spider, Pace, and Star. Now, 2 of them should be pretty obvious that they're not the answer. Now, there's only 2 more, and one of them we just watched get eliminated. So after that, what's the final answer? That's all I gotta say, because that right there was an amazing fight, and it's so good because we got a chance to see our first back-to-back. Technically, this would be considered the back-to-back.
What a crazy! Yeah, this is a back-to-back MVP for T225.
Wow,
this is wild. There is, statistically speaking, there is almost no chance from the position that it shifts to that Pace loses this fight to T225, right? Just like the odds are literally, the deck is stacked against T225 here. Pace has an extra... Yeah, it's not impossible, but the odds are so stacked in his favor, and he's able to come out on top anyway.
Love to see it.
I mean, look at this. Paste is going to be the ultimate first. Paste has the legendary weapon in the back pocket. Paste already has like a full legendary armor, and he has a legendary armor on the board that T225 cannot touch, that is full healed, he can armor swap into. Okay? That is a lot stacked against your favor in a final fight like this, in a 1v1, and T225 comes out on top. My boy is tired of the curse, Dobby. He is tired of being second. He said, I am done. I'm being first. You put my name in your mouth the right way. Here it is, 3 eliminations, first place finish for a game score of 6.6. Paste still walking away with a big one, 6 points on the board. Wolves, Wang Liang picking up a 5-game score. Star to be picking up a 4.5. And OUG's Mike, his first game without 6 points on the board, but still a very good game for him with 4 points on the board. That consistency really coming in clutch for OUG's Mike. But T225 with the back-to-back MVP. What a way for game 4 to end, Dobby.
Absolute strong section going on here. Definitely a lot of surprises here for these players here. I mean, seeing Mike in the 5th with 4 eliminations, also another surprise look. As we're gonna look at the standings here and see where T225 lands. I mean, most likely he's gonna take over Mike, because wow, oh wow, that was phenomenal. Okay, that was absolutely phenomenal. For that final fight to go the way that it did, both of them being able to switch it back up on each other over and over again until both of them pop their ults, and then it's about who actually ends up being the person who had the better ulti. Crazy enough, T225 still isn't in the lead.
Well,
I would have thought that would have done it.
Mike's had consistency all day, right? Like, he hasn't had a game worth less than 4 points. The thing is that T225's game 1 was a 1.5, but he's literally on the heels of it, right? He's 0.4 points away from being in first. This is huge for KLA's T225. He's coming in. This is a really strong start to the season for him, Dobby. First player to hit double MVPs, and they're back-to-back. Let's see if he can do it again in game number 5. Just crazy how this played out. Here we go. Paste in the early game here, picking up some eliminations. Mike yet again. This is where Mike says, fine, Paste, you can take my kill, but I'm taking you with me in the very early game. This combo right here, he comes in, he's mad because he sets up that kill and he's like, I'm gonna time this perfect so that I can get the kill and Paste can't, and then Paste picks it up anyway. And then back here, we see Mike get the huge parry here off of this, sets up the ultimate, gets the fall of the re-ult on to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan still, though, able to keep it alive, is able to find his ultimate and then turns it on to Mike to cut back. This is WBG Spider. This is where Wang Liang just was not able to break away from Spider. Spider just keeps catching him in the backside there, and we go to Zhang Yuan again. This right here, absolute clutch. We see it come through. He has that legendary Soul Jade, and Spider is again just so mad about this. Spider has not been able to win one of the Realms of Yang today. Even Frostive has had a huge comeback in the fight against him again. Spider saw that Soul Jade and just was, all right, fine, whatever, you got it. Over to Paste here versus Fat Milk inside the Realm of Yang. Paste just on point with these parries today, by the way. You know, we had one game, Paste had like 8 or 9 parries. He's been absolutely popping off here. T225 again, there it is, the freaking ultimate. And it comes down to T225 knowing the matchup better. He was able to avoid not 1, not 2, but 3 strikes coming in from Paste ultimate on Kylan. And here we go, 19,000 damage, 3 eliminations, 4 parries. 6,800 damage coming in from the skills and ultimate. He's got the martial art Octa Slash. He's got the repair roll, absolutely huge. Martial arts Hex, Harmony Spear, Venom Tip, Fire Arrows. That Rupture Gale Orb and Burn, though, absolutely coming in clutch. Every time he landed one of those cannon shots onto Paste, it was ticking away at his HP underneath of his armor, and that put Paste in such a bad situation by the time his ult ran out and really secured things for T225. T225, man, he was just like, cool, every opportunity I get a chance to shoot that cannon, I'm going to shoot it. He just pressured that advantage as much as he could, gets his second MVP. What a huge game for him.
Oh, all he needed was like maybe another 80 and he got a 20K in damage. But to get his second MVP is just as special and just as impressive. Knowing the amount of Soul Jades that he had within that moment here and having it stacked against him with Ace, having the advantage of having his ulti beforehand, and still being able to hold strong enough with the amount of movement, maneuvers, and defense in order to have time for him to pop his ulti and then go out and go toe-in-toe to you. That was like one of those movie moments where somebody kind of has the advantage and he's finally able to go, ah! and like he finally gets the advantage towards the end of the and it's like towards the end of the movie, and everybody's like, that was that moment. That felt like the moment where the protagonist beats the villain, and in that moment, like T225 becomes victorious, and then something cool happens. He kisses the girl, black screen, and then we go to credits.
Yeah, no. We were just talking about at the beginning of this game too, right? Players in their villain era, Paced very much feeling like he was in his villain era this game, right?
Big time.
Stealing that early elimination from Mike, coming in, clutching out. He's just like, cool, I'm gonna take this Roma Yang, I'm gonna set myself up. Hey, Mike, I'm gonna steal another kill from you later in the game. He gets to the end, he's letting T225 fight the other player, and he's just like, cool, I'm just chilling. He's just throwing bow shots down range. He's like, cool, y'all keep fighting, whatever. I'm just gonna wait for the opportunity to slide in and pick up that elimination. And then T225, man, he's like, first of all, that's my elimination. Keep yourself out of my business. Picks up the elimination. And then T225, like you said, man's an underdog, right? It's like we're watching Rocky 4. He's all beat up. We head into the final round. He's like this. He's like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna win it. And then he comes in and absolutely just clutches it out, man. He catches his second win. He knows the matchup better. Dodges not one, not two, but 3 ultimate strikes coming in from Paced, constantly pressuring the advantage with that cannon, getting the burn tick off over and over again. And T225, he might be beat down, but he ain't beat. He flips the script, he comes back, he gets his ultimate online, and he says, hey, Paced, get out of my ring. Sends that man flying into the zone and says, that's right, this is my story. And like you said, cut to black, fade to credits, baby.
Fade to credits. That was like a moment in time here where I was like, wow, everything stacked against him, still was able to come through strong, cleared the rest of him, was able to make his magic happen. That's exactly what happens in those moments here, and that's exactly what happens during those pieces when those players and those moments matter. Just because you're on the short end of it doesn't mean that you cannot still take the advantages when they come, even if you have a disadvantage. Don't give up. Remember, times people see people and they're just like, oh, GG's. Nope. This is a prime example of what happens when you let resilience continue to take over. No matter how much you're back against the wall, you're still able to come through and push through that with those amount of maneuvers. But obviously, strong ending for Padoria. Obviously, it's going to be the last time that we see them tonight in terms of the map. But so far, a really beautiful map. A lot of very open areas. I think what I like about it is that it has a little bit of both. It's got a little bit of Morris and a little bit of Hollow in between, right? Imperium feels like a more larger scale Celestra, right? Arcadia feels like a event-tied temple mixed with Yushan Ruins of Holoroth, right? So a little bit of that ice, a little bit of kind of both. Let me see. I think Twilight Pass. No, Azov's Peak feels like City of Tang mixed with a little bit of Shipwreck's Expanse, right? It's like, I feel like we're getting the best of both put together in a really flawless way. And, can we talk about the surfing as well? We still haven't seen the surfing yet. I still have yet to actually see it. I still want to see it happen. I'm still in love with how this map is going. So it was fantastic to have some fun at Padoria. But now we're headed back to Hollow. Let's see how these teams are going to be able to switch it up.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm excited. We're heading into game number 5. I mean, this has been a very, very exciting day. And, again, we made some references. We talked about like that movie finish, the cut to credits, right? And, it feels like that movie, right? Where like T225, he had his triumphant moment in the first movie, but he was kind of like a side character, right? He didn't really get to come out on top. Everybody talking about that curse where, T225, he's got 2 in his name, he's always going to be second, right? But we coming back for the second movie, and they're like, hey, you was the side character in the first movie, but now you the protagonist, you the main character, and he's coming out on top. He said, y'all, best get my name out your mouth when it comes to second place, because it's only dubs for me from now on.
I was going to give you a pause earlier because you were like, keep my name in your mouth, and I was like, whoa, pause. I was gonna say, like, pause, bro. Whoa, what you mean by that? But then you just kept going. I was like, all right, I'll come back to that later. I just thought that was
I said keep my name in your mouth the right way.
Right, but still, when you said in your mouth, I was like, yeah, oh, whoa, what you mean by that? Whoa, pause. Big old pause. Anyway.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be a big esports player, right? You want people talking about you, right? You don't want to be the player nobody's talking about, you know what I'm saying? So
That is fair.
You can keep my name in your mouth, but I'm gonna need you to keep it there with respect. We ain't gonna be throwing no shade on that name. We ain't T225 the second place curse. We T225 the back-to-back MVP, baby.
That's the amount of energy that you want going into this game number 5 here. 2 more games left, and Fang and Akame is going to be deciding the fate of some of these players in terms of who's going to get picked and who's going to get banned. They are deciding the fate of these next players here. You think we're going to see the same 2 players, the same 2 characters get picked, or are we finally going to see a switch up?
I mean, if we're going to see a big switch up, it'll be in game number 6. I think we're going to see Liam again, double pick. I mean, already there we go, double Liam pick coming in. No big surprises there on the front side of it. Frostivus and Star in that second place. I expect to see some Kylin coming through. I don't know if Frostivus has had his double pick yet today. I do believe he may have, but we also might see the Hottie come through yet. I mean, Frostivus was the one who kind of brought Hottie into Worlds last year. He's in a good position to lock it in. Hottie's in a great place in the meta right now, so no surprise really to see him locking in the Hottie. As we move in to round 3 selection here, I expect to see some Kylins, maybe a Tessa, maybe an early Matari. There's the Kylin coming in from T225. This is going to be his back-to-back. Oh no, he's thinking about Zai. T225 coming. Zai could be interesting. We've seen some strategies like Zai doing pretty well right now in the meta, but it's going to be double Kylin. But we've seen those strategies in the past where some of those SEA players came to Worlds, right? And specifically on Holoroth, right? You go to podium, you get that early legendary weapon, and Zai just pops off. And here we are, a 4th round selection, double Matari. This is kind of like textbook what the meta is right now. So we're gonna see a ban every single phase come out, going into 5th round selection, maybe some Akos coming in here, maybe a Justina pick, maybe this is where we see a Tessa. I'm just calling it left, right, and center here, Tabby, coming through. It's gonna be the double Tessa pick coming through for Fat Milk and Wong Liang here with the ban coming through. 5 bans, 5 back-to-back phases, 5 back-to-back bans. We haven't seen it all day, Dobby. This is going to be the first game where it happens as we take a look into our last round selection. Ooh! You know I love me some Temmie, boy.
He just got a little excited. Y'all didn't see it because y'all not in the thing. I just watched it. He just got real excited after seeing it.
Look, I love me some... I love me some Space Jam. That's my favorite maneuver coming in, playing some Temmie, catching somebody with a wisp, coming with that great sword, that tier 2 vertical charge, just bop, bop, baby. You gone. Get out of here.
Got real excited after all of that to put down here towards this. And they're going to be able to see that work towards it. Let's see if they can continue to make that magic happen here. But obviously, it's really going to show forth towards this this game here. See if they can figure it out so far. There's been a lot of maneuvering happening thus far. And they've steadily just been pushing forward just little by little here. Let's see if they can continue to keep that same magic happening here throughout these next few games here. And so far, things can get really, really good as long as you're paying attention. Let's see how these teams go. Rune, what do you got?
I mean, again, no real surprises here coming out from the abilities coming through. The only real big surprise here in the hero selection is going to be the 2 Temmies coming through. That said, Temmie always very, very viable. I think he is one of those characters that, because of the way his ultimate works, he can kind of force some situations very much in his favor. He's been around for a long time. Players know him very well. He can capitalize off those whiffs always. If you catch a player slacking and catch a good wisp off Temmie, that can be it. That can end their entire game right then and there, Dobby.
See if they can keep that same thing going here, because they're going to lock in on the next map. We're back at Holoroth here, and it looks like there's not a lot of people inside of Plumbed Castle, but looks like we're still going to see some main people in Salvation Podium. Meanwhile, a few people off the backstretch of the Quarry headed towards Altar of Tranquility. Got some definite amount of people, and then obviously Pinnacle Town, Ember Hawk, Igneous Mound, Feather Lake. Definitely the red, maybe more so the center area is really going to be kind of the favorited. Few people kind of heading into Yushan Ruins, but really everybody else is most likely going to be on this red section near the center, but just basically surrounding it. And obviously they know something with that we don't. Spider's going to be able to find some of the first weapons here, getting that parry strike. Oh, and Mike outplays him like a fiddle.
I'm not gonna front. I see bald Timmy here with the white for a second. And I really thought Mike was trolling and was playing TNI for a hot second there. But now Mike with the early elimination there on to Spider, now turning on to T225. Mike, though, going to get sent away here. Staff v Staff here between T225 and Mike. We're going to see the uppercut combo coming off the Staff into the charged R&B off the Staff. Mike going to pick up a second elimination right out of the gate here. Absolutely huge for Mike. 2 of the biggest threats here, and he's already picked up early eliminations and set them behind where they do not have that early game resurrection to fall back onto to look for some of those aggressive early kills. DAY1 here with a massive parry on to Fat Milk, able to get the read to tap dodge away from the follow-up F there from Fat Milk. Fat Milk, though, able to tap dodge around, pick himself up, but an armor swap into that white armor. DAY1 keeping it going, but Fat Milk going to return the favor with the parry of his own. DAY1 going to take quite a lot of damage. Going to go for the scale rush, looking for the teleport coming in. There we go. Going to find some huge damage off of the Honk Sword, keeping the pressure up here. Now needs to come back in, able to use the Honk Sword ability there to tap around the ultimate coming in from Fat Milk. DAY1 sees the third party come through, tries to go into the bush to go invisible, but Star having none of it, goes into the spear, weapon swap into the pole sword, back to the spear. Huge damage going down with DAY1. Star absolutely wrecking him. The third party coming back in from Fat Milk might give DAY1 the opportunity he needs to get away here, but it doesn't look like he's going to find it. Some huge damage coming through. DAY1 with just a tick. Star keeping it going. Who's going to pick up the elimination? The third party coming through. DRG Spawn coming in with that fourth party potential. DAY1 able to get a pot off here. Looks for another one here, but we're going to see yet again Fat Milk coming back in with the nunnies. DAY1 not giving any arrest here. He's got to keep things moving. WBG Spider eliminated. Mike finding his third elimination of the game. 2 back-to-back onto Spider. Says, get out of my lobby. DAY1 here, though, still in a bad way here. Forced to pop the ultimate. Finds a white armor swap to keep his game alive, Dobby.
Absolute swap. Aruni actually is going to be so vital for him here inside of this chase, as Akame knows that they're most likely nearby here, as he ends up swooping right past him just on the underside of him, as Fat Milk also is trying to join in on this race as well. Looks like DAY1 ends up getting caught by Fang yet again. Tries to see if he can go through, gets a nice strike off of him though, but now it's back to the running mobile, as well as Fat Milk actually ends up stealing the elimination away from Fang inside of this moment here, and away from Akame, and it looks like now both of them are going to be rushing for a little bit of some revenge here, as Fat Milk dangerously low, now looking good, is able to capture the stun off of both of them here, and now they're both fighting it out, just trying to see if he can get away. Fat Milk dangerously low, but then Akame is able to get the second elimination inside of this fight here, and now it's back down to both Akame and Fang to fight this out. Nice strikes, both defense going really well here. Akame is able to hold strong as much as possible. Nice strikes to connect, but Fang is able to come back as well here. Nice surprise, nice huge stun to be able to stun them back super far just for a moment here, trying to see if maybe the tree is going to give him a little bit of some momentum, but not enough, as he ends up catching the ultimate, pulls him out towards the juggle, captures the elimination, and Fang catches one elimination. Definitely something that he needed inside of this fight here. Whole lot of momentum going on here, and that's exactly what Fang needed inside of this fight. Meanwhile, back over with Yuan and Pace. Pace with a nice maneuver here, getting away from Yuan's blue charge strike here, but not able to do it fast enough for the next 2 strikes coming through from the Halberg. Able to put in so much work, and now he's going to be able to gun him right back towards it here. Both of them dangerously low. One of them is able to find the gray shield swap in towards this. Going to try to see if maybe they can use this towards his momentum here. Goes outside of the circle, forces to pop the ulti here, uses it to his advantage, and now he's going to run right back into the no ult zone. Uses it to his advantage here, knowing that he can't do anything. He says, you know what, that's fine, as he pops right back in. Loses out on his ulti. And now we're going to go back for the reset here. So far, he's been holding really strong here, but kind of insane to see.
Yeah, Pace here playing this very interesting. He knows that Juan can just sit in the no ult zone, so he says, if I'm going to lose the ult anyway, just to you holding it out, I'm going to see if I can get a hit anyway, keep the fight going. Juan here opening this fight with a massive parry here on to Pace. Pace trying to get away. The ult going to come in from Juan here. Juan just trying to lock it down. The Wisp is going to go down. Pace going to hold the blue to maintain so he can't get locked up. With Juan going to go back in, gets the Wisp yet again, gets the Wisp reset for a 3rd time, keeping it going. Juan going to try to step back, doesn't quite touch the wall to get the reset for the 4th time, but gets a little bit of damage here onto Pace with those range shots. Goes in. They're both going to parry in into each other. Yuan clearly thought he was going to throw that overhold there off the fan. Doesn't quite find it though. Pace going to come in, and he will find the parry this time on a 2 Pace. Pace gets sent airborne, no place to go, and ASC's Zhang Yuan picks up the elimination for his second of the game. Akami going to be coming in as well. Fat Milk. Pace needs to find a resurrection as Zone 1 finishes collapsing down onto Zone 2. We're going to see this Realms of Yang get ready to come through, and Yuan going to come set himself down in the middle, looking to set up for that Realm of Yang. OUG's Mike on the backside here over Ice Lake, looking to do the same. It's going to be Frostivus who's going to come to try and keep him out of it. Mike going to pick that ticket up here, it looks like. So Frostivus now going to have to be the one who gatekeeps Mike. Mike has been trying to gatekeep players every single game and been unsuccessful. Will Frostivus be able to keep Mike out of this Realm of Yang? Mike is going to be hungry for it, and he's already off to a tear with 3 eliminations. This could be a huge Realm of Yang for him. He will catch the uppercut off the dagger. A ton of damage coming in onto Frostivus. Mike cannot pressure that if he wants to take this Realm of Yang. He does not want to get away. He's going to pop the bell while he can, not let anybody else come through and be able to use it while the timer's on it. We're going to see Frostivus on the outside looking for a way, trying to devise a way to get Mike out of here. Mike going to take some pistol shots down range at Frostivus. Frostivus going to come down from behind. Mike just trying to keep the pressure here onto Frostivus. Doesn't want to give him a good way into this, and it looks like Mike, with 10 seconds left, is easily going to be able to keep Frostivus at bay here. Frostivus going to come in. He's going to try to make something happen here, but all Mike has to do is touch the portal here in the next 2 seconds. There we go. He's going to set right up for it, and Mike is going to be heading in. It's going to be ASC's Zhang Yuan versus OUG's Mike inside the Realm of Yang. Mike finally finds a good Realm of Yang for himself, and Zhang Yuan continues the trend of taking Yang after Yang. Mike going to go airborne here, looking for those pistol shots. Not going to be able to connect. Neither of them are going to find it. Mike will find double pistol shots onto Zhang Yuan. Not a ton of damage, though, as he comes in looking for the staff uppercut, trying to come in there with the charged R&B. Won't quite find it right away. Mike with the charge here, trying to go onto it. Zhang Yuan here, coming aerial here, and this is a very interesting fight. Temmie versus Temmie. So when one ults, the other will ult. There's going to be the ult coming in from Mike. Mike trying to use it in the combo extension. We're going to see the Wisp go up. He gets caught in another Wisp, though. Oh my goodness, there it is. Mike takes a good control of this fight. Unfortunately for Zhang Yuan, not given the opportunity to clap back with his ult or with an F of his own. Mike finds the aerial Wisp, capitalized on it, and will come out on top in a first Realm of Yang.
Meanwhile, back at another Realm of Yang here, Fang and Wolves are still fighting this out on the inskirt. 101 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock here. Wolves going to try to see if he can fight for the drop stretch. Ooh, nice dodge on each side here. Ooh, but Fang is going to be able to catch the fairy first, though. Looks like the stun for the reset's going to help off the Wolves here. It looks like at the stun is going to be able to kick them both back at the same time here. Trying to see if they can capture him inside of the ball here. The question is it going to be enough? No, he ends up pushing him on the outskirts here. Actually saves him from the stun here. Is able to do what he can towards this Wolves, able to hold on a little bit longer here. Is able to back off towards this, trying to see if he can wait for the blue charge strike, maybe to connect it, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, but he catches it on that one, though. Nice air push just to be able to push him off just a little bit while longer here. Does give him a little bit of a chance for him to be able to do the charge strike to try to get close, dangerously close to each person here. 40 seconds left on the clock, both of them fighting it out. Nice kicks to be able to capture the maneuver. Is able to capture inside of the stun again. Question is he going to be able to keep himself alive for this one? And it doesn't look like he's going to be able to, as he catches it with the stun, and Fang gets eliminated. He was able to do it. Wan Liang able to hold strong just a little while longer. Man, what a finish.
Yeah, able to play zone around that second ult that he was able to get there just long enough so that he could get the stun to come through there. And the follow-up damage off the pole sword going to be enough for him to make it happen. Mike now versus TE Star. Star hugely on the back foot, forced into a white armor swap here in the face of OUG's Mike. He's able to hold that blue to break away from the Wisp there. Mike not going to be able to utilize that Wisp to his advantage, but he does have ult in the back pocket. If things start to turn south, he can just get those resets there. Mike, though, going to take a ton of damage there off the dagger. Going to use the ult to push him away. We're going to see Star go in. This ult kind of a little bit of a counter to Hadi here, but Hadi just going to go straight up and over and says, you can find your reset if you want to. He's going to go for it right here, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking for the opportunity. He will connect on it. He threatens to go up, but instead he holds the charge, comes back through. The ult is going to be gone. Mike in a bad way now. Star is able to connect here. This could be it for OUG's Mike. He does have that Vermilion, though, so he could bounce back, but this is going to be it for this fight if Star connects onto it. One little bit of HP left. He's going to throw the Wisp up there. He's going to throw the Wisp out. He doesn't connect connect on the Wisp. One range shot would be all it takes. Star just needs to find a musket shot here. Unfortunately, he will scuff himself on the side of the boxes there. Looked for the musket shot yet again. Mike doing a perfect job of keeping himself away from those range shots. Looks for the musket again, doesn't find it. Now the Wisp coming online is going to deny him the chance to do it. But unfortunately, he lands in a way where Star's just able to get the follow-up. We will see Mike pop that Vermilion Bird's Might, and Star finds the elimination.
Nice find, though, towards that elimination. Meanwhile, there's a four-way fight happening, 2 down at the bottom and 2 up top here. Is both of them going to be able to scale it? As Fang, dangerously low, is going to have to scale rush out of here. Trying not to get caught up, goes right inside of the hole here. Beautiful momentum of maneuvering just so he can get out of harm's way in such a tough position here. And now he's going to try to see if he can run towards it, though. Does a fantastic job. And now Akame is all the way up top here with Fang. Looks like he's able to see him all the way up top here. It looks like Pace fighting this out with the WL. Trying not to get caught up here. This might have been a bad push for him, though, inside of this one. Let's see if he's going to be able to charge the strike and do what he needs to. Oh, dangerously low, but Wolves is able to shut him down before the first strike actually connects. What a finish. Nah, Wang Liang is definitely feeling in this game tonight.
Yeah, Wang Liang, man, he just runs into the maws of that ultimate and says, nah, I'm gonna kill you before you get it off. Bet. John Yuan here, forced to pop ultimate here, gonna reset the Wisp, gonna look for it again. Akame now stuck on the inside. DRG's Fong on the outside, not quite able to go through. Akame, though, gonna find the ultimate, but unfortunately gets caught in the side of the ult. He will find it again, though, and closes out the elimination, but the ballista from the top side. T225 says, bet y'all can fight all you want. It's always good for one, ladies and gentlemen.
They call it a 2-for-1 for a reason. And that was also good for potentially a 2-for-1 in that moment here. Oh, you could have got full off some waffles with that amount of food he just ate. Good Lord. That was amazing. A good maneuvering. And look at Fang. Right back in the same position he just wasn't earlier. Did we not just go through this? Just to try to see if he can stay alive here? Able to go right through that. Is able to find it again and definitely keep it going.
Oh my goodness, Dao Hue here setting up for the Realm of Yang. Doesn't look like he's going to be challenged on this one whatsoever, as we do have Zone 2 collapsing on to Zone 3 as we start to head into the mid-game here for our 5th game of the day. Mike, yet again, wants to go back in, and it looks like T225 wants to come in and play Ring Around the Rosie here and potentially try to grief Mike off of this Realm of Yang. TE Star here looking to set up for one as well. The question going to be who ends up going in and who's going to be going head-to-head here. Star just big relaxing right now as he waits for this to come through. Nobody coming through to try to challenge it. T225 backing away there from the Realm of Yang. Looks like Mike and Wolves, Wang Liang still holding, potentially trying to take that Realm of Yang. T225 just keeping the chase going here up onto GRG's Fong. Just keeping that pressure up. Doesn't want to allow him to do much here. Frostivus down below. Unfortunately, Frostivus not having the game he's looking for on one of his favorite heroes here. Hottie, as we jump over, it's going to be JL's Dao Hue versus OUG's Mike. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go airborne. Dao Hue looking for those cannon shots. Very interesting choice of range weapon up there in the sky. We'll see the teleport immediately come in. The F going to be invested on the side of Mike to mitigate a lot of that damage. He's going to eat quite a bit off of these dual Hallies, though, as he keeps the pressure going, though. Mike going to throw the Wisp. We see Dao Hue utilize that blue charge to be able to escape, but Mike going to find the uppercut combo there into the charge to R&B. Absolutely huge. Going to pop that. Dao Hue going to use his own ultimate, though, to balance it out. Unfortunately, he's able, there we go, he's able to get up and over it. He does have to use a charge for it. The aerial Wisp comes through. Dao Hue got to find a way to take control of this fight here. Will find at least one of those backstabs off the F there. Will trying to come back in. Looks for another teleport. Is not going to find it. His Mike charge finds the charged LMB there. Hits him with the multiple times. And unfortunately, Dao Hue will go down to OUG's Mike as we move over to TE Star versus Wolves Wang Liang. And Wang Liang on fire this game. Just continues to keep that pressure up. Immediately wipes all of the armor off of TE Star. Star has the ult, but he's going to get locked up in a combo here. He's not going to be able to activate it. Wolves, Wang Liang doesn't even give him the opportunity. He locks him down with the legendary Hong Sword and says, you can go ahead and get out of here. As Wang Liang finds yet another elimination, we move over to Alliance's Frostivus versus JL's Dao Hue.
Dao Hue here with some nice strikes here off of Frostivus here. As Frostivus going to be able to get a little bit airborne just so he can start to stroll away towards this here. And obviously right back towards him. As Dao Hue is not going to make it easy for him to get away. Oh, beautiful parry on a Dao Hue. Is able to get a massive amount of damage with the fan. Not looking good for him here. He does have those hand blades, trying to see if he can capture some momentum here. Is able to pick up his strike here, but not able to do enough as he is catching him with the juggle in the corner, but not enough to do enough damage here. Dao Hue is able to get the finish towards the shield here. Oh, beautiful parry to go for the reset. It's not enough as Frostivus captures the elimination and gets the finish. What a time. What a moment.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for DAY1. OUG's Mike going head-to-head here with Wang Liang. Both of them with White Tiger's prowess. The winner of our Realm of Yang now facing head-to-head here, both with legendary armor, legendary weapon. Mike really putting in use with that staff, one of his favored weapons that's fallen a little out of favor in solos, but Mike's still able to capitalize on it pretty hard. Gonna have to pop that F. Unfortunately, he does lose the staff to Wang Liang, so he's gonna have to come back in here with the katana, I do believe, and Wolves just absolutely putting the pressure on here to Mike, doing a ton of damage. Mike with no armor left basically at all, and it still has the ultimate though. We're going to see the F invested on the side of Tessa here for Wang Liang. Mike keeping the pressure up, has pulled a purple staff out of the back pocket, looks for the ultimate there. Mike able to avoid it though as he steps to the side. We're going to see the no ult zone invested here by Wolves Wang Liang. A good decision here because Mike could be able to use that combo extension while Wolves doesn't have that F to break away from it or the ability to pop ultimate. So we're to see Wolves though unfortunately continue to lose control of the neutral. Mike here able to get quite a bit of healing back to back here as we see Wang Liang just trying to hold it here with the dagger, make something happen, but he goes into the wisp, forced to burn the F to get away here. Again, multiple bullets coming back in left, right, and center. We're gonna see that legendary Soul Jade come out. Is that gonna be enough to keep Wolves alive? He will find the charged R&B, but Fat Milk wants to come in. He wants a piece. The ultimate going to be invested by Wolves there. Tessa able to break away at the last second here. He needs to get a little bit of something going, but he falls victim to the other Tessa's ultimate, and it's Mike who's going to try to capitalize on it. We're going to see him go airborne. Wolves is one hit away from death here. Wang Liang just trying to keep it away. Fat Milk wants it. He burnt the ult for it. Mike trying to find it with the pistol shots, but we're going to see that legendary Soul Jade come through, and Fat Milk just sets himself up for success, finds the elimination, and now Mike on the back foot. The ult is invested. Mike doesn't have his ult available. Will find the wisp, is able to break away from the ultimate there, break the tether, but Mike no place to go. 68% ult charge. 3 players come out of nowhere. The Sharks smell the blood in the water, and Mike is put on the back foot. He's gone from destroying the lobby to being the one chased by it.
Absolutely insane here as Mike still trying to maneuver away. T225 trying to close in the gap little by little here. But Mike is definitely the king of getaways here. He's definitely put himself in these tough situations before. Somehow gets lucky enough to find himself a purple shield swap here inside of a beautiful placement where the bow shots are not connecting from the other player here. I mean, Mike couldn't have put something there with the best amount of timing that he could here. And a nice strike comes through as he's able to get some decent amount of damage on the star here. Trying to wait for the parry, but it's not going to be enough as he ends up hitting the parry. Trying to see if he can get out of there as much as possible. Pops the ulti, forcing the getaway, but it looks like he's going to use it to charge onto Mike here. Inside of this moment here, pops the ulti to slow down the movement. What a beautiful maneuver to do exactly what he needs to here. And just like that, we're right back towards the next finish here, trying to see if anything could potentially happen that would be very helpful for him, as Star is now dangerously low on both shields and heals here. Not looking good for him, though, as he's going to start to maneuver away here. The question is any of them going to follow? Absolutely here. He still needs a little bit of a moment, a little bit of a free moment here for him to be able to go pop the re-shield. It looks like he might be able to if he scales back just a little bit further, and it looks like he might have lost him. Star able to fight back for another moment for him to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, Star in a very interesting position there, trying to keep the game alive. And, you know, you said very lucky for Mike to find a shield there. I would be willing to bet money Mike either planted a purple shield in that location where he knew it was there because he scouted it earlier in the game. Mike finding an armor swap is never luck. Again, this man when I say he knows the map in and out, it's not just he like knows the map. He knows where every piece of loot he has seen on the map still is. He's got like a memory of an elephant. He sees it and he locks it into his brain. He's just like, cool, I know where I've got a purple armor near here. I'm low, but I'm just gonna go grab that. I'm fine. Like I swear, as soon as he sees a piece of loot, he never forgets where it is. I think it's called an eidetic memory, where you just once you see something, you never forget. My man is locked in and on point. Star, on the other hand, has come way out into the zone. Has taken a lot of zone tick. He's already got that anti-heal on him as well. And man, I think he's just decided he's giving this one away, Dobby. He's decided he does not want to give anybody else an elimination.
Nobody go get that
sure
freak
enough,
elimination.
there it is. Yeah, he's just like, nah, okay. Y'all can gatekeep me all you want, but you ain't gonna get it.
Absolutely insane, though. So far, these games have been flawless here as Mike. I mean, just able to do it, but hold on here. 225 is still in that second position here. He's got 3 eliminations under Mike here. I mean, he is going to keep it real strong towards this final circle here as both of them are already fighting this out. I mean, hold on. Why are we looking at Mike this whole time while both Frosty and T225 is fighting this out? Hold on. I didn't even know this. Meanwhile, the nice bits of blades coming through from Fat Milk is he's trying to capture a nice little bit of maneuver. Both of them trying to hold strong and fighting this out here. This is a great placement here. This was a good placement for this gold to drop while they're in the middle of fighting. Forces them to fight this out. Come on, I want to see a finish right here and there. That's what I want to see.
I gotta love it. Looks like Fat Milk trying to set himself up here so he can get the Spirit Well. Frosted is pressuring in. Fat Milk trying to use that cannon to really create the space for himself here. If he can do this, he can set himself up a gold armor that nobody else can lock onto. Frosted is also trying to get it locked in here, but Fat Milk staying in the middle a lot more than he is, keeping that space pressured away here. Frosted is kind of just like toe tapping every chance he get, but there it is. 100%. Fat Milk's just got this on lock, man. I think everybody knows. You see Frosted is going to go ahead and break away. He's already decided, all right, cool. There's no way I can catch up to Fat Milk here. There it is. He's going to go and pick it up. He gets the Mystic Might. He's got an extra gold armor chilling in the background for him as well. T225 breaking away here. Going to start to do a little bit of a dash dance, utilize those fists, that movement, but he's going to get locked onto here by OUG's Might. Can T225 keep it away? He's going to be forced to use the ultimate here. Things could turn sideways very quickly, Dobby.
I mean, it's definitely, I mean, it's looking like Mike right now, obviously, clearly. But after that, though, I mean, I would like to see if Fat Milk maybe could use the advantage that he has currently inside of this as T225 ends up getting eliminated. And now Mike ends up getting shredded by Fat Milk, though. Oh, but he ends up, oh, no. Oh, he ends up getting caught by the small tornado from Mike, and the Bane's Breath able to do a decent amount of damage. Meanwhile, Frostivus wants to try to see if he can get that fight. He wants that PvP. He wants that fight. In between the amount of madness that happens in between this stuff, as now he ends up getting grappled. Ooh, Mike, dangerously low, right next to the next Bane's Breath here. Definitely does not want to get caught up by that one, though. Very, very dangerous. Just a little bit scary. Just a little scary.
Yeah, the last 3 players left remaining alive, Frostivus, Fat Milk, and Mike. And I mean, the MVP is already decided here. Mike with 6 eliminations. There's just no way anybody else takes MVP away from him. Even if he dies here and Fat Milk picks up 2, I don't think there's any way for him to take away MVP from Mike here. Mike's just already clutched it up. Huge game for him, maintaining that first place position as well. And again, Mike was just kind of on demon time this game. I think he, you know, he got a little tired of just playing for that consistency and decided, all right, cool, I'm gonna show people why my name's OUG's Mike. We can't let T225 get the 3rd back-to-back here. It ain't happening. Frost is going to get caught out in the wisp. And again, you got to remember, Mike was last hero select this game, right? He comes through. He's playing Temmie. Everybody else been favoring that Liam, and Mike just don't care. He's doing what he got to do, showing why people call him the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike on the backside, though, going to take quite a bit of damage here, and it seems both Frostivus and Fat Milk turning on him here. They know if they want to get some points for themselves and keep Mike from getting too much of a lead, they need to eliminate him here, and unfortunately, Mike is probably going to go down here. He's going to try to get away here. Unfortunately, Fat Milk locks him down in the corner there, will pick up the elimination. Mike goes out at 6 kills in 3rd place, but now Alliance's Frostivus caught out here. No way to get away from it. He's able to keep him. No, he does get the break on the last possible second. Fat Milk gonna try to come in. Frostivus with the ultimate needs to try to turn this some way onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk, though, keeping the pressure up. Will DMEC the Hottie, ladies and gentlemen. Hottie taking those pistol shots left, right, and center. Now that Dagger Soul Jade coming in that we saw before, trying to lock down Frostivus, but Frostivus showing he doesn't even need that Soul Jade to make it happen. There it is. He's going to come in. Will he find it? No. Frostivus just going to keep eating the kick to the face with the follow-up back-to-back here. Frostivus going to have his armor completely ripped away. Going to go for the Cav Bloom. The F being invested on the side of Fat Milk. Fat Milk coming in, but Frostivus finds the parry here. Fat Milk, though, with the ult, going to pop back in. The armor shred, looking for it is. Cav Bloom, there it is. Frostivus needs to find it. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. He knew he couldn't turn back around to pick up that ultimate. He didn't make the same mistake Mike did in game number 2. He said, I'm going to kill you before it ever goes off.
That was definitely a moment for him, though. Definitely some great eliminations and a beautiful execution. Seeing both of them kind of being able to juggle that. We've seen Frostivus in those situations before here. So that was really huge for him, and obviously with Mike, with those amount of eliminations and him to still being in first place, obviously is going to keep him in first place, which is completely understandable. So to be able to put himself right back in that top position here, not surprising enough, T225 really worked hard to try to see if maybe he could like find a way into other maneuvers. But man, he did a fantastic job towards that. Let's see if they can still continuously keep that same momentum as we go into our 6th and final game of the night for our day number 1 of solos. So far, these games have been absolutely phenomenal. And it's Mike's first W, Mike's first win. He's been in first place in the last 2 games, but this is his first dub. That lets you know how good Mike has been. The man hasn't won a game at all today, and he finally wins, and he's still in first place.
I mean, man's absolutely gone insane. Like, this was a huge game for him, but his consistency is king, man. Again, he never really has to, during the regular week, find MVPs. He's just always top 3, top 5 every single game, consistently putting 4 to 6 points on the board. And that's all you really need to do. And he knows it, right? He doesn't have to come in and overwork himself during the regular weekly. As long as he can find consistent games, he can save that energy for those bi-weekly finals where it matters the most. And that's kind of been his MO. You know, he has had some moments today. We talked about it where he easily could have walked away MVP, but he makes some aggressive mistakes I'm not used to seeing out of Mike. But I think because it's the regular bi-weekly, he can afford to make those, right? When you've got 6 eliminations under your belt, you can kind of play the fight however you want. If you're in that situation where you already have 6 points and you're still sitting in first place just from constantly picking up, second, third, every lobby, like, it's fine. Test the waters, do some limit testing, see where you can really push yourself. But I do think in some of those earlier games, he put himself in a bad position.
Wait.
And speaking of questions,
we have
whether
a question.
You stole a bit, Dobby.
We have a question.
I had a bit going. Speaking of question, who's leading in the standings now? I just gave you the answer to this. Is it AOUG's Mike, B, WBG Spider, C, KLA's T25, or D, ASC's
That was your bit?
You want to lock your answer? No, you ruined my bit. I was in the middle of my bit. You don't restart a bit, Dobby.
I didn't know that was the bit. I had the idea, but wait, there's more. But instead of there's more, there's a question.
Well, I was just gonna say, question whether our boy OUG Mike actually made mistakes in the first games. But speaking of questions, but it's all right. We're moving in. OUG's Mike here, 6 eliminations. Third place finish gonna get him a game score of 7.5. Frostivus with 2 eliminations, and that first place finish gonna be clutching it down for a 5.4. There's 3 ranking points, and that kill multiplier coming in clutch for Frosty here. Fat Milk gonna be walking away with 3 eliminations. He gets 2 ranking points for a game score of 5, and Wolves Wang Liang, 3 eliminations, going to be walking away with a game score of 4. Ladies and gentlemen, going to be your top 4 here for our 5th game of the day. We've got 1 game left to go, Dobby.
I mean, so far, the games have been really good. To see, like I said, to see Mike in that top position already and then still being able to get a dub, his first dub, which is game number 5. I mean, pretty good. Akame getting some decent amount of points, 2.5. I think last game he had 4 points. Really getting himself into those areas here. He's still able to do what he needs to here, but 4, 1, 2, 2.5, 2.5, it's not enough. Akame needs at least a solid pop-off game for him to see himself outside of that 10th place position here with that 10.9. Meanwhile, Hayes in the 14.6 so far here with 2 solid games of 6 points each. And obviously, T225, 26.1 up top. Yuan with 20 points. And our leading champion, Mike, with a 30.5. Still ahead by 4, which is interesting. He's still trailing, or he's still ahead of it as T225 is trailing this by only 4 points. Meanwhile, a whole 10 points behind Yuan. But Yuan doing a fantastic job here in the top 3 positions so far, and he's one of the newer players.
Yeah, Yuan has had a really good day here. His first 2 games, big pop-off games. He hasn't quite been able to find that same pacing in the last 3 games, but those 2 games really buying him some good standing. And again, really showing like how aggressive his play style is. He just needs to be a little more patient you know, I think he's not finding the early kills that he was in the first 2 games, and he gets a little impatient and then finds himself in some bad situations. If he can just take it to the final zone and look for those eliminations there and play for a consistency game, you don't have to MVP every single game, right, Dobby? Like, you can just put points on the board, and of course OUG's Mike shows exactly that. Speaking of Mike here, a huge parry onto WBG Spider trying to come back in there, but Mike gonna lock him down with the ult, or no, actually Spider able to just barely get away, but the Wisp gonna go up the tree, catch him with the follow-up pistol shot there. Mike doing a really good job here. Jean Yuan here yet again talking about a huge parry here into clean uppercuts there onto SS1's face, and then back again. Mike versus Jean Yuan. This Wisp right here, absolutely deadly. This is what I talked about, right? You just catching out that one Wisp, being able to capitalize on it, is something that will always make our boy Temmie so viable here. Akami coming in here, able to use that Liam ult though to push through the ultimate on Temmie to pick up the elimination. Wolves Wang Liang there winning his Realm of Yang. Fat Milk here in the end trying to make something happen. Will lock down the elimination there, and then of course Frosty coming in with a massive parry there on to our boy Fat Milk to follow up ult there, and our boy Frostovitz just says the heck with that, Cav balloons the heck out of him, says I'm gonna kill you before the ult goes, I'm gonna pick up the elimination, and Frosty has a really good match for himself here in game number 5, but it is going to go to OUG's Mike with 6 eliminations on to Mulch. Going to be a first Temmie MVP of the season, our first Mike MVP of the season as well. Breaking that 20k damage range, going to go to 23,900. Might as well call it 24,000. 6 eliminations, 3 parries, 21,000 of that damage with melee weapons. 15,000 of it coming in from the staff, Dobby.
I mean, he was really able to do what he needed to in that moment, and just wow, almost 15k coming in from just the staff alone. I mean, that staff made him work, or should I say he made staff work inside of this game here, because good lord, what a finish, especially with the amount of momentum that's happening so far. I mean, he really was able to dive strong into this game here and really was able to show how strong he really can be here. I mean, obviously he has been doing it throughout this entire day of just getting kills after kills after kills, so many eliminations, and really stomping some of these faces here, some of these players, and really showing for. Look at the guy in the back. He's like, oh snap! The guy's just better. Look at the smile coming in from Mike. He knows exactly what he needs to do here in that moment. But what a shutdown coming in from Mike here. Finally was able to get his first dub, but yet still in the lead. Goes to show you sometimes you don't always need to be first in order to still be the winner.
Again, this is Mike's MO during the regular bi-weekly. He's just, as long as I place top 3, top 4 every single lobby, it does not matter if I win and get big MVPs or whatnot, because you're consistently putting points on the board. This is the difference between a player like Mike and this new player, Jean Yuan, we have coming through, right? Jean Yuan has 2 big MVPs in his first 2 games. He's sitting at the top of the leaderboard. He's feeling good, but every other game post that, he hasn't consistently put points on the board. Mike has, and that's why Mike's sitting at first. But we're going to take a short break before we come back and lock things in for our 6th and final game of the day. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a big one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the summer split from the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, the Nbpl. Big amount of moves, big amount of momentum. And just like those big moves, Meg made a massive move currently by getting his first place in game number 5, just so he knows to let everyone know, I am at the top. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot, push me off that cliff, just to let y'all know. Just to let you know who's at the top of the leaderboard here. It's moi, M-I-K-E. Make sure to put 2 double E's in there too, just so you know. It's my. And we still have one more game left. A lot of surprises. Double wins for certain people. T225 gets 1 double. Who else catches the double today?
Only T225.
Only T225? I thought one other person got a double.
Nope, T225 with the back-to-back in games 4 and 5, baby.
So it's only been him so far. And now we're about to get ready to lock down for one more game here. And Mike obviously getting his first dub of the day. So we got a lot in store for this last game here. Hopefully it's gonna be a solid one.
It's Firefly map, baby. You know it's gonna go crazy.
Back to the hecticness. You're so right. It's about to get real grimy.
We head to Mora Isle. We go into Firefly map. You know, people are gonna be dropping like crazy. We're gonna be heading into Celestra for everybody to take the mid-game fights. Everybody with them ults on board. It's gonna be a good time, baby. I love this season that we're starting on Firefly map and we're ending on Firefly map. I think that's the best way to do it. We also have the 3 maps, so it's a different map every single game. You know, before when we had 2 maps, you had those 2 maps in the middle that were the same map back to back. I feel like there was a way to kind of like carry that momentum from game 3 to game 4, because like if you had a good game 3, you're going back to the same map, you can kind of carry that same game plan over, keep that same energy going, because you already know what you're doing. You already you're warmed up for that map, if that makes sense, Dobby. But now there's none of that, right? Like you are just 100%, you got to be locked in because it's a different map every single game. No surprises here. Double Liam back to back off the board immediately. Double Hottie back to back off the board. No surprise. Let's see if we're gonna lock it in. Yep, there we go. Gonna be double Caitlyn locking it in back to back. Will it be the double Matari? There's one Matari. Will we see the second Matari lock in for a 4-for-4 ban phase? Akame thinking about it. No, they're thinking about locking in at Sheol here. Gonna be very interesting. Gonna be your second Sheol of the day. Gonna be curious to see if they run that F1 or F2. You know, Sheol has the ultimate, so a lot of people feel like she doesn't need the combo breaker, which is why you typically see the F2, that combo initiator. But there's also a school of thought again right now with how hectic some of like the potential TODs are from some of these heroes, how easy it is to get caught out, that you kind of want to have make sure that you always have that combo breaker available to you. Is Fat Milk locking? That's a Takeda. Hello, welcome to the party, Takeda. Okay, all right, all right. I see you, Fat Milk. You best lock that in. Don't be hover trolling me there. Yeah. Okay. I thought he was gonna give me the old swap-a-roo on the last second there, Dobby.
Yeah, that's what we like to see, though. Even with that, though, it's still gonna be really good towards this one. Now we got a little surprise, a little bit of a Takeda. I still think Takeda's pretty powerful. You know, you might think different.
I think, look, here's the thing is I don't think Takeda's ever quote unquote bad. I think he's just been power crept by the rest of the heroes that come in, right? Like his kit is always going to be very solid. You're always going to be able to find value out of it. The problem is a lot of the current heroes have kits that do similar things, but also are really good for closing games out. Whereas Takeda, unfortunately, he's very good in like the early to mid game. But when you get to the final circle, he just doesn't do anything in final circle. And when you have other heroes that are doing similar things as him, but they also can close out final circles really strong, it's kind of hard for him to make his way in. So Fat Milk here on BBE, what he really needs to do is he needs to look to have a strong early to middle game. He needs to take advantage of that early elimination, right? That early life that you have before zone 2 gets collapsed onto. and pick up as many eliminations as he can. He needs to go into Realm of Yang. He needs to win that fight in Realm of Yang and then look to pressure people while he has that Vermilion's Birdmite in the back pocket to find more eliminations into the middle game. And then he needs to go quiet. He needs to go 0 Dark 30. He needs to hit a bush. He needs to watch fights and look for good third-party opportunities to pick up more eliminations, and then just try to survive as long into the late game as he can because of the hero that he's playing. If he goes to that final circle and there's Kalins and Hotties and Mataris, he doesn't win that. He's unfortunately, he has been power crept in that sort of direction where he's just not able to have a good, strong closeout in those final circles.
Let's see how this rotation starts to go here for this final section of Morris Isle here, as it looks like everybody is a little bit scoured away, a little bit differently from our last time that we were here. Got a few people. We got BE, BBE, and TE near. It looks like this is going to be Wayne Shrine and Sunwhale Dwelling near that nice little tower over there. We got a few people surrounding Eventide Temple. As you can see, Emerald Cottage and Inferno is getting taken up. Meanwhile, the inside of it, the Hall of Incidents and Eventide is going to be taken. Meanwhile, one person is going to be a little bit towards Artesian Grove, which is not surprising in terms of whom that is. And then we have one person headed towards Celestia, one at least near, I think, Servants' Grounds. Meanwhile, everybody else is most likely going to be near that Eventide section here as alleyway, and Mike is going to be fighting this out. The jumping carry off both sides here. Good defense on each side here. As they're going to just try to see if they can go for the swipes here. Daiwei ends up getting absolutely juggled and bullied into a corner here. Nice hold, trying to see if he can figure it out. Trying to get the nice bits of pushes. He needs one last swipe, really, to capture the finish here. And Daiwei ends up getting stuck up on top of the hut and sadly wasn't able to scale rush out of it. Mike ends up catching his first elimination of game number 6.
Mike doing what he did last game. He's going to take that pressure with the early elimination he's got and go ahead and start looking to pick up those kills. He takes that early risky fight and it pays off for him. Alliance's Frostivus here versus DRG's Fong. Frostivus going to back off, try to get a pot here. Fong gonna push in onto it. Frostivus cancels the pot there to take a risky attempt to find the charged uppercut there off the dagger. Doesn't find it. He's gonna cancel the pot yet again. Wants to create some distance here. Fong decides he will take the reset. Frostivus gonna do the same here. Not sure if Frostivus has armor in the back pocket or not, but Fong gonna head inside Secret Tunnel here. Secret Tunnel as he looks for those fireflies. Frostivus gonna wrap around to the other side looking for those fireflies as well. So it looked like he was able to find one here. Fong, though, much closer to that ultimate because of the Firefly. He was able to win away from Frostivus there on the front side of Secret Tunnel. Fong going to come back around with a Mass Fairy onto Frostivus. Will pick up the weapon, swap into the dagger because Fong loves him a dagger, especially a purple one there. Frostivus now a little on the back foot. No armor to swap into here. Not going to be up on that ult as quick. We do see Fong up on that ult already, but Frostivus doesn't give him the opportunity to make it. But, oh my goodness, Frostivus is going to get griefed out here as Zhang Yuan comes down from the top rope, drops in with the fan. Now he's locked in. Oh my goodness, just gets completely griefed out. We're going to see Frostivus stand here, kind of actually body blocking Zhang Yuan here just a little bit with his ghost. But Zhang Yuan will find the elimination onto Fong as well and go for a twofer. That two-piece off the back there comes in, drops off the top rope and makes it happen, Dobby.
Absolutely insane finish though towards, oh, and it looks like he's going to come right back for seconds here. Wants the opportunity maybe to go for the strike. Here's Mike. Gonna keep that same momentum to push forward here. Gets a little bit aggressive towards him as Mike is able to capture a beautiful parry onto Pace. Is gonna connect that third blue focus and get some decent damage here, but it looks like Pace is gonna go right back towards him here. Nice hit towards the pistol as he's able to get some nice swipes here. Let's see if he can capture it. Oh, tries to see if maybe he can capture it for the time being, but it's not looking good for him as Mike ends up seeing the third party come through. Looks like he's gonna try to see if maybe he wants to commit to this fight though. Could be the worst situation for him here, possibly. Oh, but Mike ends up catching the elimination. Exactly what he needed inside of this fight here. But now he has the gold shield, the gray shield reset, and now he's going back towards the next fight here. It's crazy to see that Mike has so much confidence that he basically has no shield and has the confidence still to be able to fight somebody with purple shield during a third-party fight. That just lets you know how much of a dynamic, insane player that Mike is, that he has that much confidence, that knows that he wants to stick around, knowing that he might get eliminated out of this one here. He still wants to be able to run it back for another one as he finds a great shield pop and still is able to keep the same momentum going here. And now he's going to pop the ulti here. He goes through all of that just to be able to juggle it right back here. That Firefly is able to do so much momentum for him here. Looks like he still wants to be able to commit to the fight. Finds another gray shield swap. Goes back for another fight. Mike is fighting all the gray shield swaps that he can here towards this fight. Forces the ulti here, still is able to get some shots off. The question is, can he commit to the finals of this? Oh no, he misses out on the opportunity. And it doesn't look like it might be good for him though. He's looking dangerously low in the situation here. Meanwhile, Mike still has the opportunity here. It's looking good though as he tries to scale it. Oh, he ends up catching him off the outstretch. Nice hit towards the pistol, trying to close it out little by little. Oh, almost misses onto the opportunity for the parry. Mike wants to commit to this though. He gets his elimination. This is going to be huge for him. Absolutely huge.
Mike with another armor swap here, and there's no such thing as Mike finding an armor swap. He knows where they are at all times. If you watch the way he plays, he immediately and always pressures immediately towards the next armor. There's no like looking for one. He knows where it is, and his movement wastes zero between him getting from that one armor he's on to the next one. And you know what? He pressures into that purple fight knowing he's got 3 white armors in the back pocket. So in Mike's head, he might as well have gold armor right now. He does not care. In his head, he has the advantage. Oh, cool. You got 2 bars of armor? Have 2 more. Oh, you got those 2? Have 2 more. Oh, you got those 2? Have 2 more. Mike just keeps it going and says, I don't even have to heal. I might as well have, you know, the red extreme armor in my back pocket right now. 6 bars of armor. Get through it. Don't care that you've got purples. We take a look. We're going to see these players getting ready to pressure towards these realms of Yang. Frosty is setting up for one. Mike, TE Star looking for one. Daohee Wei, T225 also looking for their individual ones as well. And it looks like Wolves Wang Liang also going to be pressuring towards one as well. Mike sitting up here in the middle. TE Star down below. Question's going to be who picks up the ticket here? Who's going to be able to remove the other player from this area? TE Star trying to come in here. We're going to see the F invested on the side of Mike. Portal getting ready to come through, but both players relatively close. Star a little bit closer. Who actually ends up picking up the ticket here? It looks like Star able to get to the portal and grab the ticket before Mike does. So now Mike has got to try what he did in games 1, 2, and 3. He's got to try to pressure Star away from this. He's got to try to take this ticket away from Star. Star just going to try to keep the movement going here with the fist blades, trying to keep his ticket in. He's going to go ahead and pop the ultimate here. He knows he can get it back, but Mike says, cool, I'm just going to carousel juggle you. Do not care. TE Star going to start tearing across at Mike. I'm not sure how long before the portal comes in. Mike is actually going to try to just pick up this elimination straight up. Star still holding on to it. He's going to have to find his way up to it. Star pressuring all the way away. Mike finally gets to play Gatekeeper. Does so much damage to Star. Star says, I cannot do this. Mike finds his way into the realm of Yang yet again.
Yeah, absolutely insane finish though, just to be able to do exactly what he needed to. Beautiful shutout. Looks like Daohee Wei is going to be able to head in, and it looks like it's going to be the rematch from earlier. We love to see when a good rematch really does become the dynamic in this situation here. Let's see if they can keep it going here, as obviously they're going to try to see if they can keep some maneuvers happening. You love to see the amount of time that it takes. Nice strikes here, trying to see if maybe they can get some connection. Oh, nice strikes to be able to come through with that one here. Able to run right back towards it, trying to see if they can catch it with the blue focus here. Trying not to really get caught up in some tough situations here. Blue strikes, blue focus is trying to see if they can connect on each side. Oh, and there it is. Able to find the parry towards that connection. Pops the ulti, forces it off the back. And then now it's just about striking it. Oh no, that doesn't look good. As he's able to find the first grab towards that, as Daohee Wei is able to keep the same momentum. But Mike able to do as much damage as possible though with the Tiger. And now we're gonna keep that same movement going. Unbelievable. He's able to find the grab, the strike, and Mike does it yet again. Leaving Daohee Wei to go back outside into the world and fend for himself. He's got 5 minutes left on the clock for him to keep himself alive in his final game.
So we head over to the other realm of Yang. Kaylee's T225 versus DRG's Fong. T225 in a pretty strong position with the ultimate here. Unfortunately, is going to run out, and now he's got to come out on top here into this Matari player to make something happen. Mike gonna take White Tiger's prowess? Did I see that right? Over Vermilion's Birdsmite here for her first realm of Yang. Fong on the backside. T225 here is still in the upper hand. A huge parry coming in from Fong though. He's going to go for the charged R&B off of the Fawn. T225 really trying to make it happen. The teleport invested there. Fong trying to get away here. Just 1 tick of damage is all he needs. He's going to go for the fan. He's not going to find it. He will find a huge scale rush back into it. It's anybody's here. He just has to keep clanking. T225. The scale rush doesn't connect. No, Fong does find it. Fong comes out on top, and T225 is beating himself up over it, Dobby.
I would be beating myself over it too, especially if I knew I had the advantage here and I didn't take advantage of it. Meanwhile, But oh, beautiful movement from the Spider himself here. DAY1 trying to fight this out. What a worse person to fight in the middle of just needing one elimination. You could go up against one of the other best players in this lobby here, as in Spider. He ends up catching him on side of this nice grapple hook stretch, and it looks like he's going to try to see if he can keep that same momentum. Oh, misses out on him too. Nice back stretch towards it. Oh, almost teleports towards the next strike. Obviously not able to do it. Catches him inside of the third party, and TE Star ends up snatching the elimination away from Spider inside of this fight here. What a finish coming in from some of these players here. TE just trying to see if he can hold strong here, but it's not looking good for him here. Ooh, nice strike to be able to get a nice little bit of defense here, but there's third party coming in from Wolves here.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Star here. He needed that Soul Bloom so bad, but now the third party, the fourth party, Mike coming in as well. Spider looks like he's going to get picked up by Wong Liang here, and it looks like Mike might pick up the other elimination. No, Spider comes back, but it is Wolves Wong Liang who finds it, and they're going to leave Star to their own devices. It's going to be Wolves versus Mike here. Wong Liang versus the boy OUG's Mike, and we're going to see Wong Liang just break away from this. He wants nothing to do with it. He gets his Soul Bloom and heads on out. OUG's Mike, though, knows that Star was somewhere over in this direction. Unfortunately, he's not going to turn on him, though. What he does see is KDLA's T225 in the distance, I do believe. He's going to head this direction, looking to make something happen. Mike, again, takes the White Tiger's prowess over the Vermilion Bird's might. The level of confidence being exuded by OUG's Mike right now. He's got those 4 eliminations under his belt. He is able to land that F, and he's trying to lock down this onto T225. T225 with the Fist Blades, trying to make something happen here. Mike, with that legendary Hong Sword, though, putting in absolute work. Doesn't quite get the read on where T225 is. The Scale Rush going to come in, but Mike reads it. He's got the parry, able to get a ton of damage here, turning it onto T225. Doesn't care, going to keep that Honk Sword, keeps the pressure going up. T225 now on the back foot. Will find a little bit of pressure there from the Fist Blade. Finds a huge combo of it, but the F comes back off cooldown. Mike invests. He's going to get that damage reduction. T225 got to play back off just a little bit. Tries to go for the ranged weapon swap. Not going to find it, though. Going to be forced to invest the F2. Will burn the ultimate and just says, look, man, I don't know what you want here. I will burn the ultimate for this if I have to. Mike now just trying to use the slide to get away here for as much as possible. Doesn't want to invest the ult in this particular situation. T225 sees the third party, fourth party come through. He decides he's going to fly off, look for those heals. He does not want any further part in this fight, Dubby.
Yeah, I wouldn't want no parts of that as well here towards this momentum, especially with like everything that's going on here. I mean, it can really get pretty hasty here if you're not truly paying attention, and that's one of the things that you really have to like kind of see forth towards a lot of these areas here. Is Mike just trying to keep the game alive so far. He doesn't really need to do a whole lot in order to make this momentum happen here. Let's see if they can keep that same piece going here, as now OUG's Mike just trying to find the next Ks little by little here. Oh, beautiful parry onto Yuan here as Mike is able to find it. He's going to be trying to see if he can keep that same momentum right towards him here. It looks like he's going to be inside the circle. Look at Mike. Mike finally was able to find his ticket. Finally, he gets one. I've yet to actually see him like actually get a genuine ticket, so it's good to actually see that he finally got one, rather than having to fight it out that whole time. All he has to do is just keep him out of that circle, really. Just keep working towards it here. Nice little bits of strikes, decent maneuvers here throughout all of it. Steady trying to work towards it little by little here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum towards it. He's trying to push himself away. 16 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have to move in. Come on, Mike. I know you've been wanting to get inside that circle.
I love how that little scorpion has just been chilling there the whole time. Oh, it looks like as soon as I say Yuan actually finally hits the scorpion, but he's just chilling. Mike just chilling right there on top of him, but Mike has got this pretty clearly. It's going to be Mike versus Alliance's Frostivus as we head into our second set of Yang here. Mike going to drop the purple fan. It doesn't want it, wants to make sure, he's just going to show it for some reason. I don't know why. I thought he was going to try to hold his space open there in case he parried Frostivus and could very easily pick up the weapon there. Frostivus, though, going to get caught out there by the dagger. Will find the follow-up hits as well. Frostivus going to lose most of his purple armor, going to lose all of his purple armor immediately. Tries to go in and find it. Mike going to invest the F there, not quite able to full connect onto it. Frostivus able to step away here. Will find the charged LMB off the staff there to get some damage onto Mike. Finally, Mike, though, with the pistol into the swap, into the parry, going to do some huge damage with the jumping. RB just does so much damage. I don't know what Frostivus can do here as he tries to turn things around onto Mike, but Mike still has ultimate. Frostivus is just trying to get a little bit of healing, trying to land those hits wherever he can, but Mike so confident. He's not even gonna pop the ultimate in return. He just absolutely dominates that fight as we move over to KLA's T225, Wolves Wong Liang. And speaking of dominating fight, T225 here with the fist blades absolutely putting the brakes down onto Wong Liang and keeping it going. T225 going for the scale rush off of the F2, not quite able to find it. Wong Liang trying to go for the hold here. The double cannon shot's gonna do a ton of damage over onto Wong Liang. Wong Liang gonna try to continue to get that armor and HP back up. He will find 3 pots here. T225 going to take some huge damage from the pole sword. The aggression coming in from Wong Liang. We see the ultimate being invested here by T225. Wong Liang looking for those dashes there, trying to capitalize onto T225, see if he can demech him. Not going to find him. T225 though not able to find a single hit yet. The scale rush is keeping Wong Liang in this game. He just got to hold it out for a couple more seconds here before this ult runs out, and then Wong Liang has a massive advantage into this fight. But T225 crucially finds a charge there, gets a little bit of fire tick as well, and it's going to give him the advantage in this fight. A huge parry as well will clutch it out, and T225 comes out on top.
35 seconds left on the clock. He had so much time in terms of his maneuvers, able to do what he needs to. And just like that, he's able to find it, gets that finish exactly the way that he wants to after all this time and effort. Just like that. Beautiful finish towards that. Beautiful finish. Exactly what you need in this situation here. Just to be able to find that, and it goes just a little bit better for him here. You love to see it, especially with the amount of momentum that he has throughout all of this. Equally as incredible towards this, as Frostivus just absolutely put in work towards you, and it just gets disgusting. Oh my goodness, that was so rude. Wow. Just absolutely, that might be, he might just be getting, oh my goodness, this might not be payback. This might just be payback. He might have just be, he just got done exactly what he just did. That, wow. Look at Wolves. Look at Wong Liang. He said,
yeah, baby. Yeah. That was an insane combo. Being able to catch him on the downside of that cliff there with the constant follow-up, man, it just feels bad when you're in that situation. Terrain does you dirty. There's nothing you can really do as long as the player has the skill to get the follow-up. As soon as that first hit connects, man, if you don't have your combo breaker, you are done. And unfortunately for Frostivus, that's exactly what happened. And Wang Liang, man, after that, he's feeling good. He's like, baby, I ain't hit a combo like that on broadcast in a minute. Let's go.
He said it's been a good minute since I done hit something that crazy. What's going on with it? Absolute amazing finish though towards that. I mean, that was honestly really, really good towards that though. You love to see it though. That amount of maneuvering with that amount of pressure towards that, like I said before, like I literally sat there and I said, he just got done exactly what he just did to the other player. I would call that karma, but like, that's tough. That's tough.
Oh, Mike here with the chicken nunchucks, baby, putting in the work. Coming in, KLA's T225 still has a little bit of that White Tiger's prowess to hold on to as well. 64 seconds worth. Mike, though, with legendary armor, legendary nunnies, just wants to keep the pressure going. T225 there. Legendary fist blades as well. Mike coming in with the pistol, the weapon swap, trying to turn it a little onto T225, but sees the other player a little low. Goes for the grapple. Doesn't quite connect onto a DRG's Fong, though, becoming the target of the entire lobby. The scale rush coming in from T225. All of that work he just did to heal the armor gone in an instant here. T225 keeping that pressure up. I do believe T225, as well, has the challenge on, so he knows exactly where Fong is all the time. Fong trying to break away here, but T225 just going to be able to keep the pressure up. Fong going to go out in the zone, wants to take the opportunity here, but I don't think T225 is going to allow that to happen. He's going to look to play gatekeeper here. OUG's Mike trying to do the same thing here. You see the pistol shots ringing out. He sees exactly where DRG's Fong is. Fong going to go topside here, wants to go wide, see if he has an opportunity to get back in. He does get that reset off. He's 70% of the way to his ultimate here. He's in a pretty safe situation. It looks like the rest of the players going to turn back, but T225 does not care. As long as he's got that challenge up, he is going to keep the pressure up. Fong just going to break away. T225 able to find, no, doesn't find the scale rush because Fong gets the charge to LMB, but doesn't get the full damage off onto it. We're going to see T225 try to go for a little bit of a heal. We're going to see the rest of the lobby keep the pressure up. Wolves Wong Liang Bike looking to close in. It's zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4, which means we're going to have our first Bane's Breath getting ready to come through here for the end of the lobby, and all 4 players clustering on top of each other. You can bet that Bane's Breath is going to drop right in the middle of this fight here soon. We're going to see it come through, and we're going to see T225 up here still trying to keep the pressure up. Does not want to give anybody a break. Man, and you know, he's got legendary armor. He's in a really good position here with those legendary blades as well. And there it is. We're going to see that Bane's Breath coming through right nearby.
It's already in the middle of starting here, but sadly it's going to be outside of the circle here. So really no pressure on some of these players, depending on like where they go. But still could be very, very beneficial for certain other ones if they do decide to really put that together. Now, even with that, still could be super, super hectic depending on the amount of time and effort that they put in, but still could be good for them, relative really to what happens next. And now it's just all about even the amount of timing and effort that they put in is going to be very good for them as well. So let's see if they can figure this out. As Fong looks like he's going to see Wang Liang here as well. Like he's going to see them inside. It doesn't want to really push on him here as he's in the middle of shopping. I mean, I wouldn't want to push me if I was shopping. You know, I'm a big shopper, so I love that. See if Wolves.
Look, I'm telling you right now, the last thing you want to do is hand Dobby your credit card and say, hey, you go buy whatever you want. You're going to be broke.
Oh, no, yeah, it's over. Yeah. Don't do that. You better be like Mr. Beast, because, you know, if it's me you giving the money to, oh, yeah, I'm going to come back with a full wardrobe, new hair.
I was going to say, it's going to be all shoes, though, baby.
No, it'll be more than shoes. It'll be a lot of shoes, but it'll be more than just shoes. It'll be more than just shoes, for sure.
Hey, Dobby, just don't forget the socks, homie.
All right, you listen, okay? you forget socks one time. Listen, I went to go buy socks, okay? The socks that I have now were like I'm so glad I got those socks. Those socks are bad comfy, okay? I might forget them again just so I can go buy more when I fly over there. I might just leave them purposely, just because I got some nice comfy socks, okay? They were big, brown, and fluffy. Perfect for that cold weather while we was out there. Anyway, back to Mike here. As they're in the middle of fighting this out on the no ult zone here. As both of them are going to try to keep this momentum going. Mike going to try to catch him inside of the third party here. Looks like Wolves is going to get caught in between both here. Doesn't want to, though. Definitely does not want to get into it. This will be amazing, though, if Wolves actually... Let me not cast a curse this one, though, as the ends up getting... Oh! My goodness, you just missed that. Out of nowhere. You turned your head and then... Boop! Finishes him off with a bow shot to the head. And just like that, we're now down to our 3. Fong is fighting this out with Mike. I'm curious where T225 is.
T225 is chilling right now. Yeah,
he is chilling.
That zone 5 Bane's Breath coming in, and this is perfect for T225. If he just lets these two go at it, he can come in. Oh, the Bane gonna tag T225 there, but T225 gonna set himself up for success. Fang gonna have to break away here. T225 gonna look for a pot. Fong gonna try to come in on to T225 though. You know, T225 had really good timing here. Unfortunately, the Bane comes in, really messes that timing up, and this is gonna keep him from really being able to find that clean third party. And then they're gonna get griefed out again, both Mike and Fong, by that Bane just hitting the edge of the building here. These players not wanting to take the fight here. Fong able to come up, find the armor swap. T225 trying to break away. Fong more than happy to get out of the zone there from that Bane's Breath. Mike looking to pressure in, but Fong stuck between a rock and a hard place. No ult online. Both these players going to be keeping that pressure up as much as possible as they continue the chase. Fong trying to use that Bane's Breath to his advantage. He knows they have to take a risk to chase him here, so he's able to get away, get just enough time to get a reset off, and every second matters when you're trying to get your ultimate back online in a situation like this. So Fong, unfortunately, still the target, though. Gonna keep getting locked down, to invest those Fs to break away, and now he doesn't have that Bane's Breath to be able to break away from these two players. These two players can just aggressively keep the chase up. And there it is, T225. He just needs one more clank. He's gonna be able to pick it up. He keeps Mike from grabbing it. T225 picks up another elimination. If T225 can pick up the win here against Mike, he actually walks away the MVP, his 3rd MVP of the day. It's 1v1. Mike, though, with another legendary armor in the back pocket. No surprises for Mike, though. Mike gonna see a lot of it shredded away. Will find the F, the nunchuck combo coming in, looking to make something happen here. The parry. Mike will finally find the parry. T225 gonna be sent over the edge here, straight into the zone, and Mike's gonna play gatekeeper here. There's not a lot T225 can do here. He's got to get back topside if he wants to have any chance of winning this. Mike coming in. T225 onto the nunchucks now, looking to come back. going to grab that legendary armor that had a little bit of tick left on it that Mike left there when he made the armor swap. He's going to use that to his advantage the best he can. It could be the difference maker. There we go. The Dragons were coming out from the nunnies, though. Mike taking complete control of this fight here. Both of them just trying to lock it down. Akko's coming in. Hottie looking to make something happen. Going to go for the heal. Wants to come in, clutch it up. Is able to stop the pot coming in from Mike. Mike, though, wants to keep it going. He's able to catch it, but Mike is going to D-mech him. T225 gonna get sent flying. The double pistol shots. He goes airborne again. Mike, if he finds a single pistol shot, it's all over for T225, and Mike clutches it out in the end.
It was like a 0.1 of a second from healing. It was so close. That was a buzzer beater if I've ever seen it before in my life. That was a buzzer beater. Like, wow. Actually, wow. That was so close. I thought T225 had it. I'm not going to lie. The confidence in coming into that fight, the maneuvers in terms of dodging, he had them well timed. But I think T225 knows he is in a good position. He's been putting in work. But I know that's got to hurt a little bit, giving a little bit of a deja vu to last season and him just getting so close and losing to Mike. But I do feel like he's been putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort. But guess what? T225 and Mike both end with a tie of MVPs for day one, which means we're going to have a very juicy season ahead of us with both of them absolutely fighting that out and really making it a problem, not only for both of them, but for everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This has been a crazy day. You know, new players coming in, Zhang Yuan having a really good performance in the first two games, T225 coming in and just being like, look, get this two curse is off my name, takes back-to-back MVPs, almost clutches it out here in the end against Mike, right? You know, Mike, if he didn't have that extra armor swap, that extra legendary armor here, T225 in a really good position to make something happen here. Though Mike does find a really good hit onto T225 that sends him flying into the zone. I still think T225 could have recovered if Mike didn't have that extra armor. He plays that fight out exceptionally well. Mike does in the end, though, when T225 pops that ult, finds a very clean hit onto him, gets a ton of damage going, and then T225, of course, when he gets demeched here, there's not a whole lot he can do. He's like one hit away from dead here, and Mike is just like, cool, I'm full HP, whatever. He's got to find the pistol shot. He finds the pistol shot, closes it out. But, I mean, T225, exceptionally good performance today. He is in rare form. The guy's always been a really good player, but I don't know, there's something different about him, it feels like this season, Dobby. He's a little bit hungrier. It kind of shows in his gameplay, the way he's like been aggressively pressuring fights and stuff. You know, we saw it at the end of game number 5, right? He gets that Tessa ult on him, and rather than trying to prioritize breaking the Tessa chain, what does he do? He just goes, cool, if I kill you before it pops, whatever. And he just goes for it. He sends the Cav Bloom. He's able to get the elimination. And we also see it again, right? We see him, he's going against a Kylan. He's got like 1 tick of health. He catches the Kylan. The Kylan could easily clap back around and throw the ult, but he knows there's just a tiny gap of time where Kylan can't recast it, and he steps right into the face of the Kylan and goes, hey, I'm 1 HP, but I don't care, and cleans him up before he gets to throw that ult charge into his face. And man, I mean, he's kind of on a tear today. T225, I see you. I see where you at. I see how you feeling, and you feeling it. Mike, though, I don't know what to tell you. Mike's just doing Mike things.
Mike's just being Mike, doing
yeah,
Mike, being Mike, like Mike, feeling like Mike, wanna be Mike, like Mike, like Mike. Mike likes Mike, but Mike is like Mike, mentality like Mike. You see what I'm saying? Like Mike.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Mike just plays really, really consistent in NARAKA, even when he's having quote unquote bad games, you know what I mean? He's always putting points on the board. And then of course he comes back and he clutches out 2 MVPs at the end of the day. And here's the thing. Here's the difference between a player like Zhang Yuan, right? Zhang Yuan reminds me of early day Spider, where when he's having good games, he's popping off, right? His first 2 games, he goes big, he goes hard, 6 points, 8 points on the board, like really good. And then as soon as he has that one bad game, what does he do? He just kind of crumbles the rest of the day. He doesn't know how to carry that momentum even after a bad game. No surprises here. Mike, first place finish, 6 eliminations, 10.2. DRG's Fong going to be rounding out with those 4 eliminations, a third place finish for a 5.5. Kaylee's T225, still a strong game, 3 eliminations, second place finish, nets him 5 points. Again, if he had been able to pick up the elimination on Mike and take first place, that kill multiplier at 4, I think, plus the 3 ranking points, would have put him just over Mike. He was able to clutch this out and pick up a 3rd MVP. He doesn't quite get there. Mike finds his 2nd MVP of the day. Mike maintains his first place position. Not really a big surprise here, but T225 doing a really good job today. Super proud of him. Spider having a very off day. You know, he gets it in game 2. He gets that MVP, and then he just kind of falls off the board. He put 2 zeros on the board. I can't remember the last time WBG Spider had a 0-point game, Dobby. I don't know what's going on with him. He's got to get something going on in his head. But T225 will hold on to the 2nd place position, 31.1. Jean Yuan, even though he kind of struggled into his next 4 games, still holding on to that 3rd place position, though, 24 points. Those 2 MVPs doing him really well, but this is where it goes to show consistency matters more.
I mean, he pulls it off when it, just like what you said, when it really matters. And obviously, that's what you kind of want in these areas here. As we look back at the replays here, it's brought to you by the Thunderbolt Born for Gaming. As we see the first elimination here, and obviously you saw that amount of anticipation. Like, he knew it was go time when it came to that final game, number 6. Really honing in that amount of effort that he's done so far today. As we see that push starts to come in here, as we see the ulti immediately is able to pull in Fang off the back stretch from Yuan. Yuan able to put in a little bit of momentum, and then we're right back towards it here. I knew he was going to be a problem when this happened. When he was able to get the 2-piece from those 2 players, I knew it was a wrap. I knew Mike was locked in. I knew there was no way for really anybody to stop him. I knew that amount of timing and that anticipation that he's had for some of these players in terms of these play styles only came in and made it harder for anyone else to do anything. Literally anything. Because of that amount of timing that he took through many different things. It's so interesting to see how he was able to put that amount of energy and that passion together. As we look at Wally Ogg, and he's like, yeah.
I
love that.
He absolutely deserved to celebrate that, right? That is a very specific opportunity. It's hard enough to recognize when you land that hit that you're in that opportunity, much less to follow up on the opportunity and get every single one of those hits to just kind of clutch that out. I would be screaming, boys. That's one for the real. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Mike with his 2nd MVP of the season, though. 26,923 damage, 6 eliminations, 7 parries, 22,000 damage coming in from the melee weapons, 7,800 from the longsword, 6,700 from the nunchucks, and another 4,500 coming in from the dagger. He's got Hepta Detach, Thunderstorm, and Dragon's Roar. And that Dragon's Roar really coming in clutch in the final fight there with T225. No surprises coming out from Mike. Now, Dobby, we've got 2 back-to-back MVPs today. It's T225 and OUG's Mike.
Absolutely insane to see here. I mean, both of them really played that so well, and I think they just did a really good job, depending on like how the vibes were, and they just kept pushing through. It's unfortunate to see 225 end up losing that towards the end, but honestly, that's completely fine. I think he knows he's been playing it super well. He's done a fantastic job thus far. And it's only, to be honest with you, I think he's just going to get stronger throughout the season. And knowing that he's going toe-to-toe with him, this could be the story that we might be seeing. Which, honestly, I'm kind of hoping that's what we do see, honestly. Because he's been doing a great job so far. So I hope that he continues that same momentum throughout the rest of the season. Because we got a lot in store for the season for the summer split.
Yeah, I mean, T225 is absolutely killing it right now. He should be very proud of himself. You know, him and Mike right now, the only 2 players can say that they're double MVPs on the board for the season already. You know, catching those MVPs is an extra bag. And when you go down to it, you know, at the end of the day, you come to the final game of the day, and it comes down to you and Mike, and it can go either way, where whoever gets the elimination is the one who walks away the MVP. And you've already got 2 MVPs. Mike has to clutch it out to say he ties you for MVPs in the season. But you know what I'm saying?
Can't let it go.
Yeah, like if you get it, you get
Nope.
to say, hey, Mike's got 1 MVP, I've got 3. I caught the 3-piece on the day that I was competing against Mike. So, you know,
He said, no, you don't. No, you don't.
But T225,
Oh,
I mean,
you ain't got more kills than
T225, lot to be proud of today, man. He played his absolute heart out. Very interesting to see the new players coming in. John Yuan, very, very interesting player to watch. Again, he likes to play textbook Naraka. But speaking of textbook Naraka, it's time for an interview. So we're gonna throw things over to Leah when we come back and close out for the day.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have City Wolf Wang Liang come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first.
Hello，
That's it?
我是王亮。
Okay, welcome Wang Liang. So this time you are Wolf's Wang Liang. We also curious about, because we saw Kai Bao on the opening ceremony as well. So will Kai Bao gonna be on the stage as well? 那其实我们也在这个开幕式看到凯豹了嘛？那爆弹就会上场吗？
在我第一天没有打好之前，应该都是不会的。
So I think he won't be on the stage except if I doing bad on the stage. Okay, so we saw you use the same combo killed Frost. Did you see he used the combo to kill ASE 轩辕 at the time? 那其实我们发现你用了同样的招式把Frost Divas 给杀掉了。你是看到了 Frost 当时用了这个双刀流去杀了轩辕吗？
我看到当时没有想那么多，因为我手上也正好是差不多的武器吧，然后在那个地方也打那个连招。
Okay, so actually I didn't saw what Frost Divas did to 轩辕. I just because I have the same weapons on my hand, so I choose that combo to kill him. Also, I was in Young Depletion at the time. Okay, so let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did City Wolves Wang Liang use in the game 6? Well, in our 2024 spring split, a lot of people said everyone has their own cause of death, but Wang Liang always killed by ranged weapons. Do you think this kind of situation got better in this time? 那其实我们在春季赛就有很多人说，每个人各有死法，但是王良老师总是死于远程武器。你觉得这种情况在这个赛季有好转吗？
今天打下来感觉没有啊，前面几把还是都挺倒霉的，然后后面又碰到麦克分够了又瞎玩，逮的还都是我，就今天运气欠佳吧，明天下周再加油。
Okay, so I think it's not. It didn't get better in today's game. I think I also a little bit unlucky in today's competition. Also, like Mike, he already got enough points, but he also did a lot of fun things in the competition. So I will do better in the next time's competition. Okay, so please count down the time. 请王来给我们倒计时一下。
不要，这哪一个是狐狸？认不出来。
哪一个是什么？狐狸。
我最后一把玩的什么来着
You ask me which hero you played in game 6? Wait. Okay, so please tell us the answer, please.
？3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone, and the answer is.
D.
答案是什么？ Yes, the answer is D. Okay, thanks, Wang Liang, come to our interview. So that's all for today's interview. Bye bye, everyone.
你知道吗？我之前每次这种
It was fun.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, wait a minute.
What a great interview. I love Leah. She always does such a good job. But ladies and gentlemen, what a great day. Want to come back here to the NBPL Summer Split. Man, I'm so excited to be back, Dobby. You know what's funny? I always come in at the start of the season and I'm a little nervous coming in, getting ready, sweating just a little bit, like, man, it's been a minute since I've casted. Do I still got this? And then we come in and the games are just so good for the first day of the season that I completely forget that I'm nervous altogether. And then we just start riding that hype train and the day goes absolutely wild. And then it's like riding a bicycle, baby. You just back in it. You're like, yeah, this is what I live for. This is why I love NARAKA, man.
I'm kind of in the same boat too, especially when we get newer stuff from the patch notes to the character, the new hero, the new map. Sometimes there's definitely a little bit of nervousness because you want to make sure that it's an easy experience for everybody that's at home, that that both know the game very well and then people that don't know the game well. it's, you know, sometimes it can be a little hasty, but then you get so locked into the games in terms of what's happening, the players in terms of what's going on, and then you get a chance to see the rivalries between which players and then them fighting again and like game number 3 and all these other extra things that really happen. Like, for example, being able to see this battle between T225 and Mike, like, you know, that started in game 3, I think, and then that just kind of foiled over into 4, 5, 6, and, you know, obviously this final game, you really was able to see that amount of momentum from both of them really showing forth, doing really well. So it was fantastic to see that. But yeah, definitely, I can definitely say, like, you get lost in it, and it's good.
Yeah,
I'm happy to get lost in it.
Well, perfect time to just get lost in the sauce, man. And you know, today's been very, very interesting. You talk again about the storyline kind of developing here between T225 and OUG's Mike, and you're right. It really starts in game 3, right? You know, Mike sees T225 get the MVP there in game number 3, and he's like, "Oh, okay, maybe it's time to take my foot off the brakes." Just a little bit here, because you know, games 1 and 2, he's cruising, right? He's just like, cool, I'm gonna pick up my points, I'm gonna play for consistency like I always do. He sees T225 start to pop off, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna take my foot off the brake just a little bit, put it on the gas. We take a look at the standings while I make this point. Game 4, he's stepping on the gas a little bit, but it's T225 who eliminates him, and then T225 picks up that MVP again, and then Mike, coming into game 5, man, he's just like, nah, I'm not doing this. I'm not playing. He rips the brake pedal out, and it's nothing but gas from there on into game 5 and 6. Comes back and gets his own back-to-back MVP, as you can see here on the scoreboard, 7.5 and 10.2 for himself, for a total game score of 40.7 here in day 1. And man, this is what Mike does, man. I feel like the tougher the opponent you put Mike against, man, the more awake he is, right? Like I feel like he's asleep at the wheel a little bit, and then all of a sudden somebody starts doing really well, and Mike, that adrenaline just, it comes in, it hits him, and he's like, all right, cool, it's time to let the demon out.
Oh, yeah.
And let the demon out. He did, man. He was nothing but gas pedal in game 5 and 6. Speaking of which, guys, don't forget to tune in tomorrow, because we're going to have trios, groups A and B going head to head. And of course, it's going to be Praedoria, Hollow Roth into Morris Isle, followed by Hollow Roth, Morris Isle, and Praedoria. And wow, what a layout for the maps there, Dobby. It's going to be 3 nighttime maps back to back for the final 3 games. Those games are going to go wild. You're talking about 3 Firefly maps in a row, and it being midnight is the Firefly map on Praedoria, where you get the most possible Firefly, or sorry, on Morris Isle, where you get the most possible Fireflies. It's going to be crazy town. I'm excited to see trios tomorrow. It's not going to be me and Dobby with you guys here for trios tomorrow, but you can bet I'm going to be here in chat, hanging out with you guys for at least a little bit. You know, I got to come in and see what the sauce is, what everybody's kind of cooking up. I love to watch me some NBPL, even when I'm not commentating. But man, what a day to start, bro.
Solid day, especially for us too as well. Like I said, it's been a minute since we done cast it together already here, and it feels weird a little bit just because it's been so long, but it also feels good too, knowing that we got a solid set of games, and obviously Mike being at the top like always. You know, that Mike always in first place. You know, that guy is just really good at playing the game, NARAKA. Anyway, but I mean, even with that though, I will say 14.6 points coming in from Pace, Ace, Akame with 14 points as well, sat in 8th and 9th place. I think they've both been trying to struggle to try to figure it out. Long in that 18th, and then Yuan in that top 3. It's going good, but let's see if Mike's going to keep that same energy, or is T225 going to take him away and get that first place and steal it away. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a wrap for us today for the first day of the solos here for our summer split, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for day 1 of trios.